Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will say what if Harry Potter and Hermione went back in time to stop the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. After the war ends in tragedy, Harry and Hermione take a desperate risk, traveling back in time to change the past. But altering destiny is never simple, and even the smallest change could reshape the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry blinked again and found himself standing with Hermione and Neville as a bright white weasel speaking in Arthur Weasley's voice informed them of Charlie's death. The images kept coming faster and faster, making Harry relive the worst moments of the past year as he slept. He saw Umbridge, who he'd stunned earlier, Avada Kedavra Arthur Weasley from behind on the day Harry, Neville and Hermione broke into the Ministry to steal a Horcrux from Dolores. Harry had decided to free some Muggle-borns that the former Grand Inquisitor had been interrogating. It was yet another death Harry could blame himself for. That was the day Harry learned that stunning his enemies only allowed them to kill more people. He reductoed Umbridge in the head, killing her while she was still celebrating Arthur's death. Harry then found himself reading issues of the Daily Prophet that Hermione had managed to acquire at different points while they traveled the countryside. One described how the Weasleys were all slaughtered as blood traitors, another said the same thing about the Lovegoods. When both Parvati Patil and Cho Chang were also killed, Harry realized that every girl he'd dated had been targeted and was now dead. That issue declared that all of the former staff of Hogwarts, with the exception of Snape, the new headmaster, had been murdered while trying to stop other students from being killed. Of course, the prophet presented it as justice instead of the horrifying Holocaust that it really was. Another issue said that Remus and his pregnant wife, Tonks, had also been killed, praising the Ministry for its battle against werewolves and their mates. As his nightmare continued, he found himself in Malfoy Manor watching Neville kill Bellatrix Lestrange just before getting Sectumsempred in the back by a terrified Draco Malfoy. Dobby, who came to rescue them, grabbed Harry, Hermione, and the dying Neville and apparated them out of his former home while being stabbed from behind by Lucius Malfoy, his former owner. Harry, a voice called the boy who lived out of the dream world and into his living nightmare. Harry. He opened his eyes to see the blurry image of his one companion through this whole ordeal. He had a hard time not crying as he remembered that the bushy-haired young woman was the only friend he had left in the world. She gently placed his glasses on his face so he could focus his eyes. As he gazed at her, he realized, not for the first time, that she was very beautiful. While mourning Neville's death, Harry and Hermione had grown closer and admitted to having romantic feelings for each other. At first, Harry had tried to deny his feelings to protect her, but she pointed out that she was already wanted dead for her association with him whether she enjoyed the benefits or not. "Good morning, love," responded Harry with a small grin. She smiled and gave him a smile before telling him that the potion is ready, with a serious expression. His face took on a grim expression as he replied, "Very well. I guess today is the day." They'd spent the past few months, when they weren't learning as much magic as possible. Harry, Hermione and Neville had started working on becoming animagi shortly after they'd left the burrow, but none had achieved a transformation until about a month after Neville died. Now, both Harry and Hermione could transform into an animal, for all the good it would do them. The potion that was finally ready, however, was what they believed was the only chance to win the war. It was a desperate measure, but these were desperate times. While researching some books she had taken from Grimmauld Place while they were living there, Hermione came across a difficult potion that allowed you to send your mind and soul back in your own body a specific number of birthdays. One of its ingredients amounts determined the number of birthdays to go back. They chose 7, so that Harry would arrive on the 31st of July 1991, while Hermione would arrive a few months later on the 19th of September 1991. Once it's ingested, the traveler would have 1 hour to activate it. The only way to activate it would be to die. If it were not activated, the drinker would die anyway but not travel back in time. The same thing would happen if the potion wasn't made exactly right. Harry and Hermione decided that this world would hardly be worth living in even if Voldemort was defeated. They decided that both of them would go back in time to change things, because neither wanted to be left alone in this world. The only way to know that it worked was that after the drinker's death, their body would disappear. Hermione sighed. "Do you have the note ready?" He nodded as he pulled a small roll of parchment from the end table beside him. After their escape from Malfoy Manor, they'd been sleeping under the stars for a few days before they ran across an abandoned cabin. Hermione had managed to put it under the Fidelius charm with Harry as the secret keeper, which proved to them that nobody owned it. Her research had indicated that if someone rightfully owned property, then only that owner could perform the charm. However, if no one owned it, then anybody could hide it with that spell. The condition of the cabin indicated that no one had set foot in it for 100 years. However, they had quickly managed to repair everything with magic, even fashioning their own bathroom that used spells instead of plumbing. Hermione tied Harry's note to an owl they'd managed to catch while it was delivering a letter. They'd seen it flying with a note tied to its leg and Harry summoned it. Hermione had been angry about that until she saw that the note was a report on finding more mudbloods to round up. The note Harry had written simply said, "Hey Tommy boy, I just thought I'd let you know that I destroyed all your Horcruxes except Nagini. Have a good day, Harry Potter." The idea behind this note was to get Riddle to think about where his Horcruxes were located and hope that Harry would be able to read his mind through their link to get that information before they went back in time. About an hour after the owl was sent to Voldemort, Harry grabbed his scar as he sank to the floor in agony. Hermione watched helplessly as he cried out in pain. Finally, he spoke. "Killed the messenger who gave the letter. Protect Nagini. Checking Gaunt House for ring." She watched him scream in agony just before saying, "Mad, ring gone. Checking cave for locket." About 50 minutes later, Harry screamed as blood started dripping from his scar. "Gringotts or Hogwarts? Both secure. I'll have Rodolphus check his vault for me while I go to Hogwarts. Oscar. Hurts." "That's enough," said Hermione as she pulled Harry into her arms. "Close your mind. We've learned enough. You were right about Bellatrix's vault, and we now know that the last one is in Hogwarts. That should be enough information." He slowly opened his eyes and focused on Hermione. "You're right." He took a deep breath. If something goes wrong, I want you to know that." He took a deep breath and looked her in the eyes. "I love you." She smiled at him before saying, "I love you, too," and him. When they separated, Harry said, "All right. Do you have the injections ready?" She grimly nodded. "Yes. Once we've swallowed the potions, we should be able to kill ourselves quickly and painlessly. Aside from the needle," he added. She sighed. Unavoidable. She went to another room and came back with a tray containing 2 glasses of a foul-smelling, dark green liquid and 2 medical needles. After setting the tray down, she handed Harry one of the glasses and took the other for herself. "To second chances." Harry grinned and tapped her glass with his. "To second chances." They both forced themselves to drink the entire contents in one gulp, because they knew they'd never get themselves to subject their taste buds to it again. Hermione then took the 2 needles and handed one to her beloved. "Do you remember how to find a vein?" He nodded before slowly stabbing the needle into his left forearm as she did the same. He winced but managed to keep a steady hand. "That wasn't so bad," he commented. "Yeah," she replied. He then emptied the poisonous contents of the needle and removed it. He looked up to see she'd done the same. The poison was very fast-acting and he could feel his vision fading as he became very sleepy. Harry pulled his love into an embrace and whispered in her ear, "I want to die in your arms, Hermione." "Me, too," she replied. It was the last thing Harry heard before passing out. A moment later, Hermione fell forward as Harry disappeared. Exactly 5 seconds after that, she vanished. Harry found himself lying face down on the ground. After listening for a moment, he determined that he was completely alone, so he got up. After a minute, he realized he was but wasn't concerned about that because he was alone. He also realized that he was still 17 years old instead of 11. He suddenly heard a noise and felt embarrassed, wishing he was wearing clothing. He saw a white robe appear in front of him and grabbed it, quickly putting it on. He then followed the noise that sounded like a wounded animal until he heard a voice behind him. Harry. He would recognize the voice of his beloved anywhere. The voice that had encouraged him to be the best person he could be for the past 7 years sounded unsure. He turned around to face her, noticing that she was wearing a similar robe to his. Hermione, I'm glad you're here with me, but do you have any idea where here is? She looked down. I wonder if something went wrong, but I saw you disappear. I must admit that I am surprised that you both arrived in the manner in which you did, came a voice neither had heard for about a year. They turned to see Albus Dumbledore standing before them. He had a neutral expression on his face, and Harry noticed that both of his hands were uninjured. Are we dead? Asked Hermione. Did the potion fail? Shaking his head, the aged wizard answered, No, the potion did not fail, and you are not dead. However, we are at what could be regarded as a crossroads, where death and life can meet. He turned his attention to Harry. You have inadvertently done a very good thing. You see, I had instructed Severus Snape, growled Harry angrily. He murdered you. My dear boy, I'm afraid that you do not have all the relevant information. What? He asked, confused, while Hermione looked like a light had turned on in her mind. It was part of your plan, she stated, and now Albus did smile. But, how could you plan your own death? To the well-organized mind, death is the next great adventure, completed Harry. But, in addition to delaying young Malfoy's career as a murderer, in hopes of preventing it, it also provided a merciful end to my own suffering. He paused for a moment before saying, I was dying from the injury that destroyed my hand. It would have been extremely painful. That way I was able to die with dignity, completed Hermione. Yes, Miss Granger. He turned back to Harry as the groaning of the other form grew louder. As I was saying before we got sidetracked, Harry, Headmaster Snape was supposed to inform you that your scar contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. A Horcrux? Asked Harry in fright. Hermione put her hand over her mouth in surprise. Yes, he nodded, although I didn't tell Severus that's what it was. In any case, he was to tell you that you must allow yourself to die. If you did that, I believed that it would destroy the Horcrux, as it has. He gestured toward the hideous form that was still making noise. Harry began staring at it until Dumbledore cleared his throat. I had planned for you to allow Voldemort to kill you. I believe that the fact that you share blood would allow you to live. However, you have found a different way to sacrifice your life and live. You will not have the Horcrux when you return to your younger body. That means you will not have a connection with Voldemort, nor will you speak Parseltongue. Small price to pay, muttered Harry. Hermione nodded in agreement. The former headmaster's face became harsh. I must say that I'm surprised that you, Miss Granger, would be part of this scheme. You know the laws of time travel, terrible things happen when time is meddled with. I wouldn't be surprised if you make things worse. How can they be? Asked Harry sarcastically. Everyone we care about is dead. Gravely, Albus replied, I hope you do not find out the answer to that question. We know who follows Voldemort and where they are. We also know where the Horcruxes are. What could go wrong? Asked the boy who lived. Now you've scared me, Harry, said Hermione nervously. I must say that I am disappointed, Harry, that you took a Slytherin's way out instead of facing Voldemort like a Gryffindor, stated Dumbledore sadly. Harry's face hardened. I'm not being a coward. Everyone's always let Riddle dictate the conditions of his fights. Now, I'm facing Voldemort on my terms, not his. Hermione added, he's done too much damage already. Not just our loved ones, everyone's loved ones. There was no way to break into Gringotts or Hogwarts anyway. Suddenly, Harry realized something. This was all according to your plan, wasn't it? You planned for both the Ministry and Hogwarts to fall without a fight. You could have told Scrimgeour the name of every Death Eater at the Ministry. Even if he didn't believe you, the Order members who worked at the Ministry could have exposed or even killed them. Instead, you set him up to die. Dumbledore looked down, unable to face Harry. You could have sent notes to every parent not to send their kids to Hogwarts before you died, or had McGonagall do it afterward, but instead you did nothing. I had hoped that Severus would have been able to prevent the deaths. So, that was your great plan. To have Snape as headmaster to make sure students were only tortured and taught to be Death Eaters instead of killed. Still, unable to face Harry, Albus admitted, I suppose that it does sound. And while we're at it, why didn't you train me to fight, and to detect magical traps? You took an entire year to tell me something that would have only taken a few hours to explain. He took a deep breath. You knew you wouldn't be able to train me anymore after the year, but you chose to leave me not knowing how to fight Voldemort, hoping that my luck would hold. I can't believe, Harry, interrupted Hermione gently as she put a hand on his shoulder. He began calming down immediately. I must say, said Albus, that I'm glad that you found love, although I was surprised that it was with Miss Granger. Harry calmly replied, it took me until I had no one else left to realize how wonderful she is. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry I yelled at you, sir. I'm sure you had your reasons. I did indeed, replied Dumbledore, but I can see that I made several mistakes and you had the right to be angry. I almost wish that I could travel through time to take back some of my worst errors. Sighing, he continued, I wish you both the best of luck with your time meddling, and do hope that things work out for the best. Good day. Harry blinked and suddenly heard something large pounding on a door. He looked around to see he was on the floor in a hut and Dudley Dursley was lying on a couch nearby with a terrified expression on his face. Uncle Vernon came skidding into the room, holding a rifle in his hands. He swallowed and said in a soft, frightened voice, Who's there? I warn you, I'm armed. There was a pause. Then, smash. The door fell down to reveal an enormous man with a large beard who said in a friendly voice, Sorry about that. It took all the force of will Harry had in him not to run straight up to Hagrid and hug him tightly. As it was, he had to blink back tears of joy at seeing his first friend. He quickly got up and nearly lost his balance. He was used to being much taller and was a bit disoriented in his younger body. He grinned as the half-giant picked up the door and put it back in its frame. Harry couldn't resist being the first one to speak as he took a step forward. Hello, sir, he greeted politely. Might I inquire what your name is? I don't care who you are, sir, shouted Vernon, enraged. You are breaking and entering. If you do not leave at once, I shall be forced to fire upon you. Hagrid seemed to have not heard the overweight muggle as he responded to Harry's question. There ya are, Harry. It's good ta, see ya again. I haven't seen ya for 10 years. Ya was just a baby, so I understand ya not rememberin' me. My name is Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Get out, shouted Vernon Dursley, now pointing his rifle at Hagrid, who simply reached out, grabbed it and tied it in a knot, dropping it on the floor with a clatter. Harry's uncle seemed to shrink upon this turn of events and backed away. The boy who lived looked like he was remembering something. Hogwarts. Isn't that the place where all those letters that Uncle Vernon keeps taking from me and burning are coming from? Burning them, snarled Hagrid as he glared at the Dursleys. Vernon looked like he was about to pass out from fear. He turned his attention back to Harry. Yes, they're from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He will not be going. Vernon interrupted again, apparently having found his courage once more. And I suppose a great muggle like yourself is gonna stop him? Questioned Hagrid sarcastically. Harry then allowed Hagrid to explain all about him being a wizard like before. Hagrid even gave him the cake as a birthday present, which Harry purposely let Dudley steal so that once more, his cousin would grow a pigtail. Harry laughed even harder this time. The next morning, they took off together for Diagon Alley, where Harry had a few plans on how to begin changing history. Since he didn't want Hagrid to get suspicious, Harry did his best to act exactly as he had the first time as they rode the train into London and walked into the Leaky Cauldron. He even happily put up with the fuss made over him at the pub, with everybody shaking his hands. It was hard for him to stop himself from killing Quirrell right there, but he had other plans for him. Harry found it quite easy to pretend to be in awe of Diagon Alley, since he hadn't seen it like this for nearly 5 years, when he spent a week there after blowing up Aunt Marge. He didn't make it back again until after Voldemort's return had been made public, and it just wasn't the same after that. He quietly walked into Gringotts with his companion, and let him do the talking as he wondered why Dumbledore would have Hagrid pick up the Philosopher's Stone in front of a student. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter this time because Harry already knew how he'd handle that. He did, however, ask to have a bit of his gold converted to Muggle money, so I'll have a bit of spending money. Hagrid didn't object to that, since it was just a small amount. Once they left the bank, Hagrid left Harry alone at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Harry was about to meet Draco Malfoy for the first time, again. While they were being measured for robes, Harry let his first conversation with Draco go the way it had until he asked about his parents, to which Harry replied, "They're dead." "Oh, sorry," said Draco, not sounding sorry at all. "But they were our kind, weren't they?" "They were English, if that's what you mean," responded Harry, purposely misunderstanding. "I mean if they were a witch and wizard," said Draco, sounding irritated. "Oh," replied Harry. "No, they were what you call muggles. Very impolite word, if you ask me." Suddenly, a sneer found its place on Malfoy's face. "Oh, you're a mudblood," he said nastily. Keeping a neutral expression, Harry asked, "What's that mean?" "It means that you're filthy because you don't have any pure wizarding blood in your veins, and don't belong in this world." Sniffing the air, he put on a sour expression. "I thought I smelled something foul." Harry burst out laughing. "You sound just like that crazy muggle, Adolf Hitler, only for him it was Jews. That's probably where that madman Voldemort got his ideas. I read about him. He started getting power just after Hitler died. The Dark Lord did not get his ideas from a muggle," shouted Draco as his face turned pink. "And how dare you speak his name? He was powerful and was defeated by a baby," completed Harry while still laughing at Malfoy, who stormed off angrily. Harry continued laughing. He'd quite enjoyed himself. He wondered how Draco would react when he found out he'd lied about his identity and parentage. When his robes were completed, Harry left the shop to find that Hagrid had bought him an ice cream cone, which he happily accepted. From there, they went to Flourish and Blotz and the other shops where he needed school supplies. Once again, Hagrid bought Hedwig as another birthday present. Finally, they reached Ollivanders, where it took just as long as before for the brother to Voldemort's wand to choose Harry. After they finished there, Hagrid put Harry on the train home. However, that's not where Harry went. At the first stop the train made, Harry got off. He took Hedwig out of her cage and instructed, "I live at number 4, Privet Drive, in Little Whinging. Can you fly there and wait in a nearby tree for me to return?" The owl looked insulted at him questioning her like that. "All right, I know you're brilliant and shouldn't question you, girl. I have a feeling that we're going to be very good friends, Hedwig." The owl looked confused. "Oh, I'd like to call you Hedwig if that's all right. I think it's a beautiful name for a beautiful owl." She nodded her approval. "I probably won't be back until tomorrow morning," he commented, and the snowy owl flew off. He managed to get the cage into his trunk and found a second-hand shop, where he bought a hooded cloak that he could completely cover himself with using the muggle money he'd gotten at Gringotts. That way, no one in the magical community would be able to tell if he were a boy, an elf, or a goblin, so they should leave him alone. After finding a deserted alley, he put on the cloak and summoned the night bus. After a bumpy ride, he found himself back at the Leaky Cauldron. Keeping his cloak tight, Harry walked up to the bartender with his trunk. Disguising his voice, he asked, "Can I get a room here, tonight?" "Sure," replied Tom. "There are rooms available. It'll be 9 sickles." After Harry paid the man and stored his school trunk in his room, he hurried to Gringotts, hoping he wasn't too late. He found the bank still open, but without as many customers. He walked up to the teller and pulled back his hood just enough to reveal his scar to the goblin. He then handed him a note he'd written that told them that a dark wizard was planning to attempt robbing Vault 713. It said that he knew the vault had been emptied earlier, but that they should catch the fool that would try to break into Gringotts and make him face goblin justice. "Could you make sure that a manager gets this?" The goblin nodded, looking at him appraisingly. "I'd also like to get more money out of my vault." After Harry had gotten a great deal more money, both magical and muggle, out of his vault and put it in a bottomless bag he purchased there, he headed straight to Nocturne Alley, with his wand up his sleeve for easy access, just in case. He didn't plan on using magic until he had a chance to practice because he wasn't sure if he'd have to relearn spell work or not, but he did want to be able to defend himself. In any case, his disguise did get people who would not have feared a little boy to avoid him. The first place he came to was a broken-down wooden building that looked like it should be condemned. The rather faded sign said Wendellin's Wands. He opened the door and entered. A silky, sinister voice greeted him almost immediately. "I'm Wendelin. May I help you?" Harry looked at the woman behind the counter. Her complexion was almost completely pale and her eyes pale green. Her long hair looked like it had been dyed black. Harry couldn't tell her age. She was wearing a black, pointy hat and black robes. On the counter, he saw 2 boxes. One was filled with little sticks while the other seemed to contain magical cores. What he assumed to be a dragon heartstring was at the top. "Yes," he answered with a disguised voice. "I would like a wand and an invisible wrist holster for it. The wand will cost 100 galleons, and the wrist holster 20. Are you sure you have enough? I don't take kindly to people who have me make a wand and don't pay me for it." She was looking very threatening, although her voice was still eerily silky. Harry replied, "Don't worry. I've got the money, but it had better be a top-quality wand. Absolutely the best. Much better than anything that Fraud Ollivander can make, let me tell you." She then indicated the box of sticks. "Now, put your hand over that box while saying, May Talia." Nervously, he did as she instructed. It was then that he noticed that both of the boxes were seemingly bottomless, and had more materials inside them than he could count. As soon as the word, Talia, left his lips, one of the sticks from deep inside started making its way up until it finally shot straight into his hand. His seeker skills immediately came into play and he caught it. She commented as she took the stick from him. "Now, do the same thing with the core substances, except that you say, May Ortis." He complied and soon he was holding a horntail dragon heartstring in his hands, but it wasn't the one from the top. This specific one had obviously climbed a long way up. Wendelin then put the stick in Harry's left hand while the heartstring was still in his right. He felt a strange surge of magic in his hands for a moment before she grabbed both pieces out of his hands. "Yes, they'll work together. I'll have the wand ready in an hour. Bye." Realizing that she wanted him to leave for the moment, he turned around and walked out the door and headed to his next destination, which was in Diagon Alley. He noticed that it was getting dark as he approached Bernard's custom trunks, still wearing his disguise. "Hello," greeted the man inside. "How may I help you?" "I'd like a custom trunk. I'll need it to have multiple compartments, one of which should be a comfortable apartment. I also need it to shrink for easy carrying without having to perform a spell. I think I have just what you need, but it'll be very expensive." "About 500 galleons. That's fine," replied Harry, grabbing a handful of coins out of his bag to prove he had it. "All right," he said, pointing at a black trunk that looked like it had just been polished. "This is our latest top-of-the-line model. The trunk always weighs 10 pounds in trunk form. It has 9 different, magically expanded compartments. It's got a furnished apartment. It can always be opened from the inside so you can't be trapped in it. If security is important to you, let me tell you that it has a very secure locking system that can be controlled from the inside to make sure no unauthorized person can get the trunk open." With a wicked grin, he added, "They get hit with a strong stinging hex if they try." Harry grinned, although the shopkeeper couldn't see his face. The trunk also can be disillusioned and stuck to its location. It can also be shrunk to a wristwatch that displays the time and has an alarm that only the wearer can hear. The watch, like the trunk, is magically impervious to water, physical damage, and most spells. There's a clock inside the trunk apartment that acts and looks like a large version of the watch head and a view screen of the outside in the furnished living room that looks like a Muggle telly with audio to hear outside. I actually got the design from Muggle televisions, but you use a wand instead of a remote control to turn it on and adjust the volume. A large bookshelf inside the apartment has available access also as one of the compartments in the trunk. The other compartments are closets in the apartment. It has a kitchen furnished with Muggle-like appliances that work on magic. The refrigerator has a cooling charm, but the freezer isn't cold. Instead, it actually has preserving charms that could keep food fresh for up to a year. That sounds perfect, Harry declared. With a wink, the shopkeeper added, magic inside is undetectable, so any illegal spells or underage magic can be done inside it without alerting the ministry. Harry paid for the trunk, and had to donate a drop of blood for a security spell that was put on the trunk. When he put it on his wrist, he saw that he still had 20 minutes until his wand would be ready, so he took a little stroll to Borgin and Burke's. "May I help you?" asked the owner in his oily voice. "Yes," Harry, still in his cloak, replied in his fake voice as he stepped inside. "I would like to buy that cabinet," he said, indicating the vanishing cabinet that had later brought a group of Death Eaters into Hogwarts and contributed to the headmaster's death. "Not this time." Borgin shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "That's been here for a long time. It'll be good to get rid of it. I'll let it go for only 1,000 galleons. I'll bet you don't even know where the matching one is, if it even exists," replied Harry. "I'll give you 500 galleons. I won't take a canute less than 900. He replied icily. "I guess you want to keep it here for another 20 years. How many offers have you had on that in the last 10 years? Borgin's feet shifted on the floor as he answered, "Many people have looked at it. And never offered to take it off your hands," Harry replied confidently. Looking upset, the shopkeeper conceded, "Fine. 500 galleons. It's a deal," said Harry happily. He then counted the money out of his bottomless bag and handed it to Borgin, who took it greedily before saying, "It can't be shrunk, and I'm not delivering it." "You don't need to," responded Harry as he took off his watch. He laid it on the floor, touched it and said, "Trunk." The shopkeeper seemed mildly surprised to see the watch morph into a full-size trunk. Harry then opened up one of the compartments. "Would you mind giving me a hand getting this cabinet into my trunk?" Without a word, Borgin flicked his wand and the cabinet floated into the trunk. It barely fit in, but it made it into the apartment undamaged. After turning his trunk back into a wristwatch, he made his way back to the wand shop, figuring his spare wand was ready by now. Once he entered the shop, Gwendolyn, with her silky voice, stated, "I just completed your wand." She then showed him the finished product. It looked polished. "Do you have the money?" "Right here," Harry answered, and he counted out the 100 galleons for the wand, and took out the extra 20 he'd need for the holster, but put it in his pocket. She gave him the wand, and the moment his fingers gripped it, a light show much more spectacular than what his other wand did, something more along the lines of magical fireworks that Fred and George would make, exploded from the tip of the wand, lighting the place up. "An excellent fit," she commented, acting like there was nothing strange about that reaction. However, Harry could see surprise and a hint of fear in her eyes. "Now, you said you were also interested in holsters." A few minutes later, Harry left the shop with his new wand in an invisible holster attached to his left hand. To retrieve his wand, he simply had to say, "Release wand," and the wand would shoot right into his hand for him to catch. Figuring it was too late to do any more shopping, he made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry got up early the next morning and, after putting his school trunk into his apartment trunk, went shopping yet again. He picked up some extra books at Flourish and Blotts, including the one on hexes he'd noticed with Hagrid, as well as an advanced transfiguration book that explained how to remove Dudley's tail. He then found a shop that carried the last expensive thing he wanted to buy, a pensieve. He figured that he'd get a lot of good use out of that. He also picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet, which had a story on the front page that said the goblins caught and killed Professor Quirrell for attempting to break into a vault. It had a rather graphic picture on the front that showed what he looked like after the goblins got through with him. Harry figured that no one who saw that newspaper would ever consider breaking into Gringotts, and got very nervous when he remembered that a Horcrux was inside Bellatrix's vault. He had no idea how he would retrieve that. He then entered Muggle London, where he bought a month's worth of food, as well as a few other useful Muggle items including new clothes that fit, and put it in his trunk apartment. He then summoned the night bus and arrived at Privet Drive at about 10 o'clock, where a snowy owl immediately flew to his shoulder. Harry smiled brightly at his familiar as he pet her. "Good morning, Hedwig." With Hedwig on his shoulder and watch on his wrist, Harry opened the door to number 4 Privet Drive, where the Dursleys were all sitting around the television. Harry had to hold back his laughter at how uncomfortable Dudley looked sitting with a tail. When he closed the door, all attention was turned toward him. Dudley ran upstairs with his hand on his bottom while the adults glared at Harry, half angry and half terrified. Harry spoke. "Uncle, I would like to make you a deal." Vernon's face began turning red as he stood up and approached. "Deal, boy? What makes you think you can just waltz in here and make a deal after that?" When he was younger, Harry would have run to his cupboard when his uncle was this mad, but not today. "Because I can remove Dudley's tail. If you can remove that blasted thing, then do it now." He towered threateningly over his hated nephew, causing Hedwig to fly out of Vernon's reach as she squawked. "And what's that bloody bird doing here?" "Hedwig was a gift from Hagrid, and he'd be very upset if you hurt her," said Harry, causing his uncle to pale. "No, I'm not removing Dudley's tail right now," Harry replied calmly to his uncle's request. "I have conditions that you must meet." At this point, Vernon's face was turning puce. "Conditions? You'll do it now if you want any food." "That's part of the deal," explained Harry calmly, which he could tell only served to infuriate his uncle more. He noticed that Petunia was watching the exchange silently from the sofa, and was certain that Dudley was listening, though he was nowhere in sight. "I won't need your food or even your bathroom. I can take care of that magically." His uncle's face was dark purple now, but he didn't speak. "All I need is my room. I'll spend most of my time there. If I leave the room, it'll be to leave the house. If you simply leave me alone for the rest of the summer, that means no chores, not being bothered by any of you, then on the 31st of August, I will remove Dudley's tail. On the 1st of September, I'll leave for school. You won't need to give me a ride anywhere. I'll try to make other arrangements, but if I do return next summer, you won't have to pick me up, even if you get a letter that says you should." Vernon was breathing heavily, but trying not to lose his temper. Harry knew that his uncle didn't want to endure the humiliation of having a doctor remove the tail. "How do we know that you can remove that tail or that you will, boy?" "I promise that I will, but even if I didn't, then you wouldn't have actually lost anything. Besides, I'm your only chance without involving outsiders." "Fine," snarled Vernon, "but if I find that you've stolen one crumb of moldy cheese." Ignoring the rest of his uncle's rant, Harry said, "Come on, Hedwig," and walked up to his room with her flying behind him. As he passed Dudley's room, he heard his cousin's scared voice come out of it, but couldn't see Big D anywhere. "Why, you can remove it." "Yes," Harry answered, "but I won't if you or your parents bug me this summer." But none of you has ever given me a reason to be nice to you, so that's why I'm waiting until the end of the summer. Anyway, now I need to read up on more interesting hexes than that one. Bye." Harry walked into his room and closed the door. He wanted to charm the door not to open, but knew that magic would be detected in the house. He took off his watch and resized it. The first thing he did is remove a lock he'd bought for his bedroom door, and some tools to install it. It was not an easy job for an 11-year-old, but he was used to working hard all the time, and had no problems with it. Now, he could lock his room from the inside. When his aunt noticed what he was doing, he told her that, "None of you is to mess with this lock." Once that was done, Harry decided that he was ready for lunch, so he climbed the ladder down into his trunk apartment, where he heated a frozen pepperoni pizza. While it was in the oven, he made out a daily schedule. He decided that he didn't like being a scrawny, little kid, so he decided to start exercising. He would do some exercises like sit-ups and push-ups, along with some stretches and running. He set aside an hour for that after deciding to take a trip to a store that sold exercise equipment, in hopes of getting a treadmill and perhaps an exercise mat. He also thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a book on exercising, to make sure he wouldn't overdo it. He'd then spend a few hours studying his school books, to make sure he didn't forget what he'd learned his first year. He planned on using his pensieve to find all the assignments that he'd had to do for the year so he could prepare them in advance, and do better on them. He'd then practice occlumency, which he'd bought a book on the previous day. He'd then practice Dada, although for the moment it would mainly be target practice. He was hoping that the room of requirement at Hogwarts would help him with that once school started. Not to mention that he'd get a sparring partner once the 18-year-old Hermione returned a few weeks after school started. He sighed as he realized how much he missed her. Over the next few weeks, he quickly got into a routine. He did manage to purchase the exercise equipment he wished, and so he was soon working out. He managed to get through an average of 3 assignments per day, and had practiced his magic, which he thought was a bit more powerful than before, but wasn't actually sure because he'd never pushed himself this hard back then. He'd relearned how to apparate, as well as become his animagus form, all within his trunk. He'd even learned from a book how to store a memory into a memory sphere, like had been in the Department of Mysteries. He thought about attending concerts and selling memory spheres of them at Hogwarts. Maybe he'd do it once he finished his primary objective, destroy Voldemort and his followers before they start killing again. During the last week of August, he felt he was ready for his first mission. He'd considered breaking into the burrow and capturing Pettigrew, but felt that it was too risky. In a month, it would be much easier to catch him at Hogwarts. As much as he wanted Sirius out of Azkaban, he could not risk being caught, because he knew he couldn't get himself to fight the Weasleys if they caught him. He also didn't know whether Scabbers would be in Ron's or Percy's room at this time. Besides, he'd decided that he was only going to do this one mission without Hermione because it was absolutely necessary to achieve before school started, and would wait for her before he did anything else. While inside his trunk, he got into his disguise, performed a disillusion spell on himself, and apparated at midnight. He popped into existence in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Harry was glad he'd thought to put a silencing charm on his boots as he began walking. He'd considered apparating directly to the Department of Mysteries, but thought that would be pushing his luck. As it was, he was worried that his apparition had been detected, but he felt that was unavoidable. He got up and, with his special wand, quickly put a Confundus charm on the guard that was on duty so he wouldn't notice the lift opening when he got to it. Once he was on the lift, Harry told it to take him to level 9, wishing there had been stairs that he could have used instead as he listened to the loud noise it made. When the lift opened, he noticed a guard watching to see who was in the lift. He had his wand pointed in Harry's direction. The guard was obviously looking to see who had come to this floor, so Harry performed a Confundus charm on him and moved on. He soon found himself in the spinning room, and used the same method as before to find the appropriate, shiny room that contained the time turners, marking each door as he tried it before the room spun around. He stepped into the room and walked through it, making his way quickly into the Hall of Prophecy. No one was inside, so he quickly found row 97 and the memory sphere with his name on it. He removed it, putting it into a large pocket, and replaced it with a duplicate, where he'd recorded a different message, just in case someone wanted to listen to it. Satisfied with himself, he walked back into the time room, opening the door to find the last person he would expect. "Who's in there? Show yourself," shouted a squat, toad-like woman that elicited more anger from Harry than he'd expected. In another life, she was actually the first person he'd ever killed. He'd killed her right after she'd murdered Arthur Weasley. Bringing himself back to the present, Harry saw that she was pointing her wand. Remembering that she wasn't a Death Eater, even if he did hate her, he decided to try not to kill her. He tried to hit her with a Confundus charm, but she dodged it. He ran from his position, but she laughed, "I can see your outline." She then shot a curse at him but missed, instead hitting the cabinet full of time turners, smashing a few in the process. "Stupefy," shouted Harry, hitting her square in the face, and she fell down. Grinning, Harry got an idea. He quickly grabbed a handful of time turners, both broken and not. He didn't know if the ministry checked for fingerprints, but he'd worn gloves anyway so he wouldn't have to worry about it. He put one of the good ones around his neck, and placed the others around Umbridge's neck. He performed a charm he'd read about that imitated intoxication, and then performed another that shot liquor from his wand and sprayed her mouth, face, and clothes. He then heard a guard coming, so he grabbed his new necklace and turned the hourglass twice, going back 2 hours just as an unspeakable burst into the room and found Umbridge, passed out on the floor of the time room. Harry quickly made his way out, and arrived back in his trunk the moment he left. That was the reason he wanted a time turner, so that he'd have a perfect alibi for any mission that he performed. After what had happened, Harry couldn't resist getting the Daily Prophet for the next day, and laughed his head off when he saw the front-page article. It had a picture of Umbridge right where he'd left her, still unconscious. The headline read, "Senior Undersecretary to Minister Fudge Revealed to be a Drunk," by Rita Skeeter. Early this morning, after a disturbance was detected at the Ministry of Magic, Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge was found drunk, passed out and reeking of liquor with rare, priceless artifacts from the fabled Department of Mysteries hanging from her neck, several of them broken. She claimed that she'd been responding to a disturbance, but fooled no one as she was summarily fired and sentenced to Azkaban for 6 months at an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. Minister Fudge said, "I have no tolerance for such preposterous behavior from members of my staff." However, he had no further comment when asked how such a person had managed to join his staff in the first place. The article went on to tell about the Toad Woman's record, and detailed the exact crimes she was punished for: destruction of ministry property and attempted theft of ministry property. Harry did notice that the paper never actually mentioned time turners by name, though, and figured that they weren't supposed to be common knowledge, which left him to wonder why a third-year student would be given one just to make it to extra classes. He gave up understanding that when he found he was developing a headache. A few days later was August 31st, and Harry decided to honor his agreement, just in case he had to come back the next year. For the first time in a month, Harry unlocked and opened the door to his room at breakfast time. When he arrived in the dining room, all three Dursleys stopped eating and looked at him. "Good morning," he greeted cheerily. "If Dudley would come with me into my room, I'll remove his tail." Vernon, with a venomous look that was actually quite frightening to most people, replied, "He'd better be all right when you're done. If I find out you've done something else to him, he'll be perfectly fine, but we'll have to be alone in my room." "We'll give you 5 minutes," bellowed Vernon. 10 minutes, countered Harry. "If you come banging on the door while I'm working, it could ruin my concentration. Who knows what'll happen then?" Dudley at this point was shaking. Maybe I should just." "You'll be fine, Dudley." He then looked at his aunt and uncle, and managed to stop himself from smiling at the new shade of purple that Vernon's face turned when he added, "As long as no one interrupts." "Fine, but so help me, if you've—" "Don't worry," assured Harry calmly. "Dudley will be fine." He turned to his cousin. "Let's go." Reluctantly, looking very frightened, the oversized 11-year-old walked up the stairs as though he were on his way to the execution chamber. "Go on in," encouraged Harry when they arrived at his door. Dudley pulled the door open and stepped inside, noticing the open trunk in the middle. Harry had just locked the door behind them when the frightened boy asked, "How, when did you get a trunk? You didn't bring anything with you." With a grin, Harry answered, "Magic. Look in the trunk. You'll find a ladder. You'll need to climb down it and I'll follow you." What? How will we fit?" "Magic," Harry repeated, shrugging his shoulders. "Contrary to what your family might believe, magic is actually quite useful." "Fine, but if you're tricking me," Harry then said, "Release wand," and his special wand seemed to appear in his left hand, causing Dudley's eyes to widen. He then hurried down the ladder. Harry laughed and then followed. When Harry got down to his apartment, he found Dudley staring around the living room in amazement. "Yeah, this is a nice apartment, isn't it?" Dudley merely nodded. "All right, I'll perform the spell on you to remove the tail. Just stand still." Dudley gulped before saying, "Oh okay." Harry pointed his wand at Dudley and said a Latin incantation, Eximocata. "There. That should do it." Dudley then put his hands on his bottom and felt it. A smile started forming on his face as he reached his hands beneath his pants. "It's gone." "Then we're done here," said Harry. "Let's go before your parents break down the door." After Vernon had taken Dudley to the bathroom and confirmed that the tail was indeed gone, he told Harry, "You're just lucky it's gone. Otherwise, you'd be out on your ear right now, boy." "I'll be leaving tomorrow, anyway," replied Harry. He then added, "I'll be trying to make other arrangements for next summer, but if I do have to return, it'll be the same arrangement as this time. You just make sure you make those arrangements." Surely you'll be able to trick one of those freaks into being friends with you. Petunia added, but if you have to have house space, we'll let you in the room again, but we're not giving you any food. Fine, said Vernon, before walking off. Harry returned to his room, a bit disappointed that they didn't even thank him, but not surprised. With plenty of time to spare, Harry exited the night bus at King's Cross Station. He quickly found a secluded spot where he got his school trunk out of his special trunk, so that he wouldn't look strange not having luggage. He also took out a book to read. He then sat in a spot that had full view of platforms 9 and 10 and waited for a certain family to make an appearance. Within 10 minutes, he heard the voices he was listening for. Are you sure that you've properly understood your instructions, Hermione? Asked a woman's voice, calling Harry's attention from his book. He couldn't stop the huge grin that formed on his face when he saw a little girl with bushy hair and buckteeth, pushing her trunk on a cart as tall as her, with her parents behind her. He wanted to her right there, realizing just how much he'd missed his girlfriend for the past month. However, he knew that if things did go properly, she wouldn't be her old self for 19 more days and would not appreciate his assault. However, that was no reason not to be friendly with her before then. He carefully marked his place as Hermione answered, yes. To get to platform 9 3/4. Excuse me, interrupted Harry, who had by this time approached them. The three Grangers looked uncomfortable, and he figured they thought he was a muggle and had overheard them. Could you tell me how to get on platform 9 3/4? Hermione's ears turned pink and she started looking at her shoes. I was joking. Of course there isn't a platform 9 3/4. No, you weren't, he replied in a whisper. I'm going to Hogwarts, too, he said, holding up his large tome to her. The cover said, Hogwarts, a History. Hermione's face lit up. Before she could respond, Harry continued. The only problem is that Hagrid, the one who told me about the magical world, forgot to tell me how to get onto the platform. How dreadful, declared Hermione, obviously appalled that someone would forget such an important detail. Professor McGonagall, who delivered my letter, told me straight away. She then went into what Harry recognized as her lecture mode. What we need to do is walk straight into the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Wow, he replied, acting amazed. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and these are my parents, she said, holding out her hand to shake his. And you are? Taking a deep breath, he answered, I'm Harry Potter. Her eyes widened before looking up to his legendary scar. You are him, aren't you? She then frowned. You're having me on. You knew full well how to get through. That was very rude, Hermione, chastised her mother. I was not, Harry said quickly, now worried that he'd ruined Hermione's first impression of him and he would have to wait 3 weeks to be friends with her. He phrased his words very carefully so that he wasn't lying to her. I was raised by muggles who hate magic, and I didn't even find out I was a wizard until I got my letter. He took a deep breath. Hagrid brought me the letter and took me shopping in Diagon Alley, but he forgot to tell me how to get onto the platform. He then decided to add, that was also the first I'd heard the truth about my scar. My aunt told me I got it in the car crash that killed my parents. For the second time, Hermione looked appalled. A car crash. They didn't even tell you the truth about yourself. How awful. Yeah, Harry agreed. Anyway, I think it's time we got onto the platform. I want to get a good seat. Do you want to sit with me? He didn't notice the grins that appeared on Mr. and Mrs. Granger's faces when they saw that someone seemed to be befriending their often lonely daughter, but he did see her smile. Sure, she replied simply before adding, let's go. Side by side, they ran through the barrier. Wow, said Harry, gazing at the train. Yeah, she agreed, also transfixed with the sight. Her parents appeared directly behind them. It really worked, commented Mr. Granger, sounding a bit surprised as he looked around. Well, honey, I guess we'll get your stuff on the train. He took Hermione's trunk off her cart as Harry did the same with his. They quickly found an empty compartment with Hermione and her mother behind them. Thanks to his having previously reduced its weight magically, Harry managed to get his school trunk on the shelf without help. Hermione was hugged by both of her parents, who then turned to Harry. It was good to meet you, Harry, said her father. It was good to meet you, too, sir, he replied while shaking his hand. Hermione's mum shook his hand as well, and they exited the train just as the whistle blew, signaling passengers to board the express. The two sat in silence for a few moments before Hermione spoke. "How do you like Hogwarts, a history?" she asked. Harry grinned. "It's actually not bad. I've been reading as much as I could for the past month to try and prepare." Her face lit up. "So have I. There are so many things that kids raised in the wizarding world take for granted that Muggle-borns don't know, and I really want to do well." "You will," assured Harry confidently and sincerely. "I'm sure of it. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up being head girl like my mum. She was Muggle-born, too, you know." Hermione was blushing from the praise until the last sentence, when she looked a bit irritated. "The books that mention you never said that. They said the Potter family was an old pureblood one, but nothing about your mother." Before Harry could respond to that, the door to their compartment was opened. A small, shy red-headed boy was on the other side. Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Harry had to blink back tears as he saw his old friend alive. He resisted the urge to hug him as he answered, "Sure. Come on in. This is Hermione Granger, and I'm Harry Potter." Harry had to admit that despite how happy he was to see Ron, he was still irritated by the star-struck look he was giving him, especially when the red-headed boy glanced at his famous scar. "Ron Weasley," replied the boy as he sat down. Harry tensed up when he saw the cage that Ron was holding. When he actually saw the rat, he had a very hard time not pulling out his wand. "This is Scabbers," said Ron, not looking at Harry as he put down the cage. When he finally turned around and saw Harry's expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" Shaking his head for a moment, the boy who lived forced himself to calm down. "It's nothing. I once had a bad experience with a rat. That's all." "Oh, well, you don't have to worry about Scabbers. He's been in the family for years and never hurt anyone. He's a family pet. He first belonged to my brother Percy, but since he was made prefect this year and got an owl, I got Scabbers." "I thought that only owls, cats and toads were allowed at Hogwarts as pets," commented Hermione. Harry looked flabbergasted. He'd never noticed that before. "It said that on my letter, too." Ron's ears turned pink. "They let Percy keep him." "I'm not doubting that, Ron," explained Harry, "but it does seem a bit strange that they'd only mention those animals if any pet were fine." "Yes," added Hermione, "they should say that rats are allowed as well, and any other animal that they don't mind, like perhaps gerbils." "I suppose so," agreed Ron, now that he wasn't being defensive. At that moment the snack trolley arrived, and Harry bought a bunch of snacks that he shared with his two friends, although Ron ate a lot more than him and Hermione put together. Harry managed to catch his chocolate frog before it got away this time. A short while later, Harry grinned when Neville arrived and asked if they'd seen his toad. "Can't say that I have," replied Harry, "but I'm sure he'll turn up." "Why don't you sit down for a little while?" "I suppose," said the shy boy as he complied. "I'm Harry, this is Hermione, this is Ron." Neville's eyes flicked up to see the scar. "You're Harry Potter. That's what my Hogwarts letter said. Would you like a chocolate frog?" "Sure," replied Neville. "My gran doesn't let me have any. She thinks they'll escape before I eat them." "Sometimes they do," said Ron. "We should probably close the window, just in case." The frog did leap for the window, but was stopped by it, and Neville grabbed the frog in the air and bit off its head. While Ron and Neville were looking at chocolate frog cards, Harry turned back to Hermione and spoke softly. "The reason that no books mention that my mother was Muggle-born is because of a ridiculous prejudice against Muggle-borns that exists among a small minority of the wizarding world." He sighed as he saw her start to frown. "Unfortunately, that minority currently holds the most wealth and political power. It actually has no basis in." At that moment, the door opened yet again, revealing Draco Malfoy and his two cronies. He glanced at each person in the compartment with a look of disgust, and then his eyes settled on Harry and did the familiar flick upward to his scar. "You're Harry Potter," he exclaimed. "You lied to me at Madame Malkin's." When Hermione looked confused, Harry explained while chuckling. "You see, we got our school robes at the same time, and he didn't know who I was while we were talking. I told him I was Muggle-born, and suddenly he sniffed the air and said it stunk, like there really was some sort of difference between us. It was hilarious. Harry's laughter was contagious as his other companions joined in laughing at how red Draco's ears were turning. He's obviously been taught he's superior to us, especially you, even though he can't tell the difference between himself and the people he's supposed to be superior to. Harry was excitedly gesturing with his hands as he happily pointed out how stupid Draco's beliefs were. If I'd have said I was a pureblood, he'd have claimed he could tell I was wonderful like him. Then again, if he finds a pureblood like Neville or Ron that disagrees with him, then they're automatically inferior, too. Hermione was laughing out loud as Harry continued. I told him that idea was just like Hitler with the Jews and he lost his temper and said, "Stop laughing, you filthy mud-blood." Harry completed in a mocking tone. Is that all you can say, you stupid bigot? The reason imbeciles like you say things like that is because most of the Muggle-borns are smarter and more powerful than you, therefore taking away some of the influence your worthless families have. The simple fact is that you and your family are afraid of Muggle-borns replacing you. That's why Moldy Shorts was able to get the stupidest of the rich purebloods to join him. I wonder if your family was among them. He must have really enjoyed the irony of having those prejudiced purebloods in his half-blood behind. The Dark Lord was not a half-blood. Yes, the Dork Lord was. His name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he went to school at Hogwarts, even became head boy. He rearranged the letters of his name to form the sentence, I am Lord Voldemort, and started using that name so he could deceive the fools that followed him into believing he was a pureblood. Malfoy and his goons stormed out of there with red faces. Harry didn't know if that helped the situation or not, but it felt good to tell Draco off. He'd thought about betting Draco that Hermione would do better than him in all their classes, but realized Malfoy would cheat, probably by getting Hermione injured so she couldn't study. Is that true, about you-know-who? Asked Ron when the dust settled. Yes, answered Harry. It's not known by many people, but once I learned about my parents, I made it my business to learn everything about him that I could, including the fact that he got an award for special services to the school while he was a prefect. According to the book I read, it's on display at Hogwarts right now. What book was that? Asked Hermione, looking very interested. I forget. When she looked disappointed, he said, I'll figure it out and let you borrow the book before the end of the month, I promise. I'll hold you to that, she replied. Then she pulled out her wand. Have any of you practiced any spells? Harry and Neville shook their heads, but Ron spoke. My brother Fred told me one that I tried yesterday, but it didn't work. It's supposed to turn Scabbers yellow, he explained, indicating his rat. Harry thought of a few spells he'd like to practice on Scabbers, that would do a lot more than turn him yellow. The redhead pointed his wand at his slumbering rat. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers stayed gray and fast asleep. Hermione looked skeptically at Ron, and Harry had a very hard time not laughing when she asked, Are you sure that's a real spell? Well, it's not very good, is it? Ron, said Harry, trying to stop an argument, asked, Is there any chance that the spell could have been a joke? Ron's ears turned pink. I'll bet it was, he responded angrily. Fred was having me on. That's awful, replied Hermione. It's hard enough to learn magic without being lied to. That's why I always read about spells before using them. Ron seemed irritated at that statement, but Harry said, I agree. Books aren't always perfect, but they're more reliable than an older brother pulling a prank. What spells have you learned, Hermione? He was curious what spell she would demonstrate, since he'd repaired his own glasses a few days after he returned to the past. Hermione pulled her wand out, along with a book of matches. I read about this spell in A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. One of the first spells is to change a match into a needle. She then took out a match and set it on the seat. After her first attempt, the match was silvery and pointed, but clearly it was still a match. She put down her head in shame. Harry said, Hermione, I think you didn't move your wand exactly right. Let me show you. He then demonstrated the movement with his wand, and she tried again. This time it became a needle. Hermione smiled brightly at him. Thanks, Harry, no problem. That's what friends are for. He heard her whisper, friends, as her eyes lit up. Harry had to fight the impulse to snog her right there and remembered that he was only 11, and she barely knew him. Do you think you can help me with that spell, too, Harry?" asked his nervous-looking Neville. "Of course," answered Harry, as he went over it again. He noticed Ron pretending not to pay attention, but moving his wand in the exact pattern the spell required. The rest of the ride went by smoothly, as the four friends got to know each other, or in Harry's case, got reacquainted. Before long, the train came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. "Furs years," shouted Hagrid for all to hear as Harry and his three new friends made their way off the train. "Hi, Hagrid," greeted Harry enthusiastically as they caught up to him. "Hiya, Harry. These are Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley. They're first years, too. It's good to meet ya. Now, you'll have to get in a boat. Ya four can share." He then raised his voice for the other first years to hear. "No more in four to a boat." The quartet got on a boat and enjoyed the ride. Harry realized just how much he missed Hogwarts when he saw the castle. He did manage to simply gaze at it silently like the others. Hagrid found Neville's toad in one of the boats while they were disembarking. Harry, along with the others, followed Professor McGonagall into the castle, and decided that saying anything to alleviate his friend's fears about the sorting would make him look suspicious, so he stayed silent. Besides, he was nervous of what the hat would say when it was put on his head. The sorting went exactly the same as before. After the hat sang his song, Hermione and Neville both went to Gryffindor, Malfoy went to Slytherin. Finally, McGonagall announced, "Potter, Harry." He totally ignored the whispering about him as he approached the bench and put on the hat. Almost immediately, he heard the hat speaking in his head. Well, what do we have here, Mr. Potter? Not something I've seen often. It's been at least a few centuries." "Really?" thought Harry. "There have been others. Who? I'm afraid I can't tell you or anyone else what I see in other students' heads, which answers your next question. No, I can't tell anyone, not even the headmaster. Godric enabled me to read minds for the sole purpose of sorting students, not spying on them. I suppose you'll want Gryffindor again, although this is a very Slytherin plan you have." "Yes, please. It will be very helpful." "Very well. I do hope that you're more careful with your time meddling than the last one I encountered. Perhaps the older Miss Granger will be of some help to you when she returns." "I hope so," thought Harry. "Good luck," the hat said in Harry's mind before shouting, "Gryffindor." For all to hear. With great relief, and ignoring the cheers from the Weasley twins, Harry took off the hat and sat next to Neville and across from Hermione, waiting patiently until Ron was sorted into Gryffindor as well. After Dumbledore said a few words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, the tables filled with food. Harry remembered how much he'd enjoyed this meal the first time he'd sat through this feast. He'd never been able to eat his fill before then and was malnourished. However, now, he'd been eating much better for the past month, so eating his fill wasn't as foreign a concept to him now, so he didn't really enjoy the feast as much, and really couldn't understand how Ron, who lived at the Burrow where feasts were common, could possibly be as enthusiastic about meals as he obviously was. He passed his time conversing with Hermione about classes, letting her do most of the talking. To Harry's surprise, Neville joined in the conversation as well, expressing gratitude that Harry and Hermione had helped him some in Transfiguration. The last time around, all Neville talked about was how he was surprised to be accepted at Hogwarts. Ron was busily eating, and wouldn't have noticed if a Death Eater attack occurred unless his food was destroyed in the process. While Harry was taking a bite of steak, he glanced up at the staff table and started choking. He knew that Quirrell had been killed by the goblins, but hadn't given any thought as to who his replacement would be until that moment. Sitting close to Dumbledore, with Snape, who Harry hated no matter what the headmaster said, glaring at him, was none other than Remus Lupin. He was wearing shabby clothes similar to what he had been wearing the first time Harry had met him. Apparently, he hadn't taken the train this time. Truthfully, Harry had wondered why he'd taken the train during third year in the previous timeline. Surely if he could have woken up long enough to get on the train, he could have apparated. Harry guessed that Dumbledore had asked him to be on the train because of the Dementors, which turned out to be a good idea. Neville slapped Harry on the back, which was sufficient to stop his choking. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked a concerned-looking Hermione. "I'm fine," he answered quickly. "Just went down wrong." He looked at the staff table again, and was actually pleased to see Professor Trelawney sitting there. Her death had occurred on September 2nd of what would have been Harry's 7th year, a few months before the other teachers were murdered. Voldemort had come to the school and mined her with legilimency until he got the prophecy out of her broken psyche, leaving her as a complete vegetable until he mercifully killed her after having some fun with her body for a few hours. Harry had witnessed most of the interrogation through his link to Voldemort while he was still mourning Arthur Weasley, who'd been killed the day before. The newspaper had said nothing about the divination professor's death. He then finished his meal and awaited the headmaster's announcements, which, besides introducing Moony, did include advising staying off the third-floor corridor, to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death, so he knew that the Philosopher's Stone was still at the school. However, since Quirrell had been killed, it was likely that Voldemort was forced to go back to Albania since he had no one to help him. Harry would keep an eye out for any sign that Voldemort was still after the stone, but didn't think he would find any. After Dumbledore forced them all to sing the school song, Harry, along with all the other first years, followed Percy down the longest path between the Great Hall and Gryffindor Tower. Obviously, the pompous prefect had no idea of all the secret passages that existed in the castle. With a soft pop, Harry's small group appeared elsewhere. The boy who lived was relieved they'd gotten out of Malfoy Manor alive. Harry opened his eyes and looked around to see trees everywhere. They were obviously in the middle of a forest. Dobby had been apparating them to an Order member's house, but Harry had felt something go wrong in mid-apparition and tried to help. He decided to ask the elf what happened. He turned toward his little friend before hearing Hermione shriek. Wondering if she was suffering a side effect from the torture she'd just endured at the hand of Bellatrix Lestrange, he turned toward her. She was on the ground pointing her wand at Neville, who was bleeding badly from the Sectum Sempra spell Draco had cast at his back. From the way he was still bleeding, and the frustration his best friend was showing, Harry could tell that the wound wasn't healing. How he yet again wished Snape, that murderer, hadn't managed to save Draco's life the year before when he'd used that spell on Malfoy. That was when he heard a thump and looked to see Dobby lying on the ground with a knife blade protruding from the elf's heaving. "Dobby," Harry cried as he watched a dark stain of blood spreading across his little friend's front. "No, don't die." The elf's eyes found him, and his lips trembled with the effort to form words. "Harry Potter." And then with a little shudder the elf became quite still, and his eyes were nothing more than great glassy orbs, sprinkled with light from the stars they could not see. Before Harry could react, he heard Neville's weak voice saying, "I avenged my parents." He turned to see his former dorm mate's eyes grow as lifeless as Dobby's. Hermione sniffed as tears flowed from her eyes. Harry understood that Neville had managed to kill Bellatrix, and that it actually was a good victory for their side, but all he could think about was the boy who was looking for his toad on the Hogwarts Express 7 years before. And here Harry thought he'd run out of tears during the past year. He'd never remember who'd initiated it, but before long, he was locked in an embrace with Hermione, each of them crying on the other's shoulder as they mourned the loss of their friends, not only these two, but the countless others. Neither actually said it, but they both realized that they were now truly alone in the world. Eventually, they separated and Hermione pulled a knife out of the bottomless bag she'd managed to hold onto. "We're going to have to dig graves." "I'll do it," said Harry, holding out his hand for the knife. "You need to recover." He held out one of the wands he'd managed to steal from Malfoy Manor. "Can you cast the privacy charms before you sit down, though?" Neither of them knew how long it had taken Harry to dig the graves before Hermione, after having rested a few hours, levitated their two friends' earthly remains into them. They marked the graves and said a few words about Neville and Dobby before collapsing into each other's arms again. The next morning, Harry got up a few minutes before everyone else and quickly grabbed a robe and slippers. He was very tired. First, he'd had a hard time sleeping in the same room as Pettigrew, even with his curtains spelled shut. He had decided to leave Peter alone until Hermione was back so that they could choose the proper way to handle the situation, but he was finding it very difficult to do so. He wanted so much to torture and kill the rat. Then, when he finally got to sleep, he'd had that nightmare, reliving one of his worst memories from the war. He supposed it was only natural that seeing his friends again would make him think about the day he and Hermione lost the last of their friends. Once more, he reaffirmed his vow not to let it happen this time. He left Gryffindor Tower and walked to the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and looked at his watch. It was 6:55 a.m. He walked back and forth in front of the painting thinking, "I need a room to train in," over and over again. The door appeared, he opened it and walked in, leaving the door open. While he was setting the alarm on his watch to go off at 7:55 a.m., the door shut. He found the room had everything he wanted, from Muggle exercise equipment like a treadmill to magical dueling dummies. He did some stretches to warm up, and started his training, first on the treadmill. Before the session was over, he was dueling 2 practice dummies that would move around and shoot the magical equivalent of paintballs at him while he dodged and fired without using shields. Harry's reasoning was that if he got hit by any spell a Death Eater shot at him, it would penetrate his shield and he'd probably be dead, so it wouldn't matter what the dummies used as long as he could tell when he got hit. His plan was to keep increasing the number of opponents he could face at the same time without getting hit. When his watch alarm went off, he was very sweaty. He disillusioned himself, pulled his time turner out from under his shirt and turned it back an hour. He waited for the door to open and watched himself walk in. He hurried out the door and shut it behind him. Once it was closed, he made himself visible, walked to Gryffindor Tower and took a shower. Harry kept up his routine every day and managed to find all his classes just in time so that he wouldn't appear to already know his way around the castle. However, he made sure he was never late to class. He allowed Hermione to be the first to learn a spell in most classes, but he was always second. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to fool Hermione in Transfiguration when they were instructed to turn matches into needles. Since Hermione had seen him do it, there was no way he could convince her that he couldn't. Consequently, he was given 5 house points for successfully completing the assignment first. Hermione and Neville did it soon afterward, and Ron was able to change his match's color to silver. Ron was unhappy about this, despite the fact that no one else in class even achieved as much as him. Harry had taken Hermione's suggestion of studying together, mainly to spend time with her, and soon Neville had joined them as well. However, Harry always had his homework done before the study sessions since he'd done it all during the summer. Hermione was happy to look it over anyway, and much to his chagrin, the first year Hermione was still able to find errors in his assignments. Despite being invited, Ron didn't want to study with them or anyone else. Instead, he spent most of his time playing chess with Seamus or Dean. Harry couldn't worry about that at the present moment, because he was preparing for potions class by memorizing as many advanced potions as possible. Despite what Dumbledore had told him, Harry seriously considered killing Snape, but figured that he'd never get away with doing it at Hogwarts. He had another idea about how to handle the greasy git. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity," the potions master said softly in the middle of attendance, entertaining Draco and his goons. He soon went into his speech about bottling fame and brewing glory, although Harry knew that if Snape really could do that, he wouldn't be a schoolteacher. The so-called professor then stated that most of his students were dunderheads. The boy who lived was more than prepared when suddenly the former Death Eater rounded on him. "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "A sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death, sir," Harry answered in a neutral voice. Snape's ears turned pink. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. A bezoar is a stone that will save people from most poisons." Snape's normally pale face was now turning a shade of pink. He looked very upset. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" he growled. "Nothing, sir," answered Harry calmly. "They're the same plant, and it also goes by the name of aconite." 5 points will be taken for your cheek, Potter," Snape declared, causing all the Gryffindors to glare at him while the Slytherins laughed. You're just as arrogant as your father was. Harry had a very hard time not screaming what he was thinking. It wasn't enough that you as good as killed my father, but you've got to insult him, too. The instructor then yelled, "Why aren't you all writing this down?" 5 points from Gryffindor, Longbottom, for not paying attention. Keeping his plan in mind, Harry was able to stay calm during class, keeping his eyes lowered to make sure Snape couldn't use his legilimency on him, and even made his potion to cure boils correctly. Not that it mattered. Snape vanished it as soon as he turned it in, giving him a 0 for the day. After class, Harry immediately went to the closest empty classroom and pulled 3 vials with caps out of his book bag and set them on a desk. He then pulled out his wand and held it to his temple. There were 2 different spells for extracting memories for a pensieve. One removed it from your mind, the other simply copied it. Harry copied the memory of that class 3 times and capped the bottles. He put a label on one of the vials and put it in his bag. He then took out 2 sheets of parchment to write letters. One was addressed to Professor McGonagall, and the other to Headmaster Dumbledore. They both were the same. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. I have just come from my first potions class, and would like to lodge a complaint against Professor Snape. He immediately singled me out, asking me 3 questions that are beyond first-year material. Fortunately, I studied ahead and answered them correctly. However, he took 5 points from me for doing so. He then said that I was as arrogant as my father. At the end of class, for no reason whatsoever, he vanished my potion and gave me a 0 for the day. However, I'm not the only person that Professor Snape singled out and treated unfairly. He acted rudely toward all Gryffindors. I'm not sure how it is in the wizarding world, but in the Muggle world, if one of my teachers acted like that, they'd be sacked for behaving in a non-professional manner. I did not come to Hogwarts to be insulted or to have my father insulted. If this continues, I'll have to consider transferring to another school. Perhaps Durmstrang would be more to my liking. My guardians don't care one way or another what school I go to, as long as I'm out of their hair. I have enclosed a memory of the class. Last August, I made a second trip to Diagon Alley and bought a pensieve and learned how to use it. It took a lot of practice, but I learned to copy my memories. It helps me to review my classes. If you don't have a pensieve, I'd be more than glad to allow you to view the memories in mine. Sincerely, Harry Potter. P.S. I have also sent the same message and memory to Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry had made sure to remove all memories from his pensieve the night before and put some new ones of different classes in it, just in case one of the professors inspected it. He'd given memories instead of thought spheres because that spell was even more advanced than the one he was using, and no first year should be able to perform it. When he was finished with the notes, Harry went to the Ollery and tied the parcels to Hedwig's legs, instructing her to first go to McGonagall and then Dumbledore, just in case the headmaster would remove Minerva's message in his efforts to protect Snape. Not that he thought this would actually do any good, he just felt like he should give the headmaster a chance to correct things on his own before Harry went over his head. Harry arrived at lunch a bit late, but still had time to eat a few sandwiches after he sat next to Hermione. "Hi," he greeted. "What took you so long?" asked Hermione. "I was putting together a complaint against Snape for McGonagall and Dumbledore." As if on cue, Hedwig flew into the hall, which was unusual for this meal, and went straight to the staff table. Harry watched McGonagall take her package while Hermione said, "If I knew you were going to complain about his unfair treatment, I would have helped you." Harry smiled at her. "I know, but I think it would be better if you complained alone. It would be better to have tons of complaints against him than just one. Besides, I sent a memory of the class, too. That should be enough proof." "A memory?" she asked. Apparently, she hadn't read about pensieves yet. "Yes," he replied, and then explained all about pensieves, claiming that he'd bought his for studying purposes, and knowing that he'd have to show it to her that day. Since Ron wasn't hanging out with him, Harry took Neville and Hermione to see Hagrid that afternoon. He realized that Ron had a lot of growing up to do before they'd really get along. The red-headed boy had the nerve to act like an 11-year-old. He didn't hold it against Ron, but the fact was that they currently had very little in common. Hermione always was a bit mature for her age, and Neville was happy to have people to hang out with and wasn't obsessed with games. Harry always enjoyed games, especially Quidditch, but that wasn't the only thing he ever wanted to talk about. When they arrived at Hagrid's hut, Harry immediately noticed the newspaper about Quirrell's failed attempt at robbing Gringotts and realized with shame that he'd spent more time milking his first friend for information than actually just enjoying his company, and vowed to change things this time around. He got Hagrid to talk about himself and his time at Hogwarts. The gamekeeper even talked a bit about both Harry and Neville's parents before they left. Harry wasn't surprised during dinner when both McGonagall and Dumbledore approached his table. They didn't look happy. Hermione, who had some idea what it was about, stopped eating and paid attention to them. "Hello, professors," said Harry. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," greeted the headmaster with a twinkle in his eye. "I feel that it is time for me to properly meet you. Would you mind coming to my office after dinner?" "Certainly," he answered, "if one of you will show me where it is." "I'll escort you," offered Minerva. "May I come, too?" asked Hermione. Dumbledore gave her a grandfatherly smile. "I'm afraid not, Miss Granger. This is a private matter. It's about Harry's complaint against that vile man, isn't it?" "Yes it is, but you should refer to Professor Snape with respect, Miss Granger," corrected their head of house. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, but Professor Snape doesn't deserve respect," she replied courteously. "He behaved in a completely non-professional manner." Minerva sighed. "Yes, I know. I watched the memory. I believe that we should continue this discussion in private." "I quite agree," stated the headmaster. "If you'll finish eating." "I'm done," said Harry, putting down his fork. "Me, too," agreed Hermione, mimicking his action. "Very well. You may come too," said McGonagall. "Let's go." They walked out of the Great Hall and up to the 7th floor, until they came to a statue of a gargoyle. Harry couldn't hear the password Albus whispered to the Guardian, but it moved aside and revealed a staircase. Once they were inside the office and had turned down the headmaster's offer of a drop, Dumbledore stated, "Mr. Potter, I'm sure that you realize it's not good policy to complain every time an instructor has a bad day." "Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm sure you agree that it's not good policy to blatantly favor one house over another, nor to speak ill of the dead." Harry then paused for a moment as though thinking. "Did Snape know my father?" "Yes, Professor Snape was acquainted with James," answered Dumbledore. Minerva added, "They hated each other," earning a glare from the headmaster that lasted a fraction of a second, "and obviously Professor Snape wishes to carry on that hatred. I'm sure that it was just shock at how much you look like your father that threw our potions master off balance today," explained Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes. Hermione questioned, "Then how does it explain how much he blatantly favors Slytherins and docks points from Gryffindors for no reason at all? We'd all heard his reputation before class from the other Gryffindors, but I didn't believe he would be this bad." She then took a deep breath. Harry asked, "How many times has Slytherin gotten the House Cup since he's been working here?" Minerva answered, "All but 1 year, when points were awarded at the leaving feast." "Why do you ask?" "Because he's been cheating in giving and taking house points," stated Harry calmly, making the House Cup a joke. McGonagall was turning red, but her anger wasn't directed at Harry. He added, "I dare you to look up the records of the points he's taken and given since he's been working here." "While that may be an interesting observation," Dumbledore interrupted, "the most important issue is that you expressed a desire to leave Hogwarts that we wish to dissuade you of." "Are you sacking Snape?" asked Harry. "I will speak with him," said Dumbledore in a patronizing manner. "Then I'll still be considering it. I believe that there are magic schools where teachers don't insult students and their families. I believe I mentioned Durmstrang. I would strongly advise against going there," said Dumbledore sternly. "Even if you decide to leave Hogwarts, I beg you not to attend Durmstrang. The headmaster there is a former follower of Voldemort and teaches the dark arts." "How could a former Death Eater be worse than Snape?" asked Harry, causing Dumbledore to pale for a moment as Minerva glared at the headmaster. Harry had a hard time not laughing at the irony of that question and wondered if he could get them to admit Snape had been a Death Eater as well. When he saw they were silent, he added, "I suppose I won't go there. Perhaps Beauxbatons would be better." Hermione added, "That's the one in France. I seriously considered going there myself." "Your parents would have wanted you to attend Hogwarts," stated Dumbledore to the boy who lived, trying to manipulate Harry's emotions. "Would my father have wanted me to put up with Snape?" Harry countered. Getting no reply, Harry said, "I'll continue sending you both memories of potions classes. If things haven't improved by the end of the month, I will take action. Professor McGonagall, I suggest you ask students from other years to share their memories of Snape." "If that's all, Mr. Potter," interrupted Dumbledore, "I cannot allow you to be so insubordinate. I must take 1 point from Gryffindor." "It doesn't make any difference anyway," declared Harry as he turned around. "You may leave, Miss Granger," said McGonagall's voice, letting Harry know his friend had waited to be dismissed. She stated, "While I admit that Harry was a bit disrespectful, I agree with everything he said. Good day." Harry couldn't help but smile as he started walking, with her right behind him. Once they were away from the office, she asked, "What did you mean by take action? What can you do?" He signaled for her to follow him into an empty classroom. Once he shut the door, he asked, "How would the public feel if they knew the kind of treatment Snape is giving the boy who lived?" "They'd be furious," she answered pensively. "That he was publicly insulting the late James Potter, a hero of the war." "Even angrier," replied Hermione. "At the end of the month, I'm going to send my memories, along with a letter all about Snape, to the Daily Prophet." He then extracted his memory of the meeting he'd just left for his collection. She grinned. "That's a great way to use your fame. Perhaps we can collect more memories from students in other years. We can demand a proper potions teacher." The famous diadem worn by Rowena Ravenclaw, on which is inscribed the phrase, "would beyond measure as man's greatest treasure," was rumored to bestow wisdom when worn. However, it was never located among Ravenclaw's possessions after her death, so no one has seen it for over 1,000 years. "What are you reading?" Harry's best friend's voice caused him to look up from the tome he was rereading. He'd been wondering if Ravenclaw's diadem could possibly be one of the missing Horcruxes. He grinned at Hermione. "Surely you recognize this book." She looked a bit more closely at it, and immediately smiled at him. "Hogwarts, a History. I didn't think you'd reread it. I thought I was the only one. It's a fascinating book. I was just reading about Rowena Ravenclaw. She was supposed to have something to wear on her head that made her wise." "Her tiara," she stated. "You mean diadem," Harry corrected. "They mean the same thing," she explained with a grin. "Do you know if any books have a picture of it?" "I haven't seen any, but there are probably some in the library." "Why?" "No reason," he answered quickly. "Harry, people have been trying to find it for 1,000 years. Don't tell me you think you will?" she asked in her sometimes annoying know-it-all tone of voice. Not wanting to argue with her, and knowing that he couldn't explain his true interest in it until she was her old self, in a few weeks, Harry replied, "No, I don't." "Good," she replied, though she didn't seem convinced. "Besides, I think using something like that would be cheating. You're supposed to learn by studying and gaining experience, not by wearing a magical device." Over the next week, Harry and Hermione collected memories of Snape from Gryffindors of every year, most of which told them that McGonagall had done the same. They had decided not to include Fred and George, since their memories would probably contain a provocation for Snape's behavior. They also asked each donor to keep it a secret so that Dumbledore wouldn't find out about it and interfere. Mainly because he really wanted to play Quidditch again, Harry decided to let the Remembrall incident during flying lessons happen exactly as it had the first time around, and, just as before, McGonagall put him on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, Harry had different plans for the aftermath. Harry was sitting with his friends at Gryffindor table when Malfoy showed up, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Having a last meal, Potter? When are you getting the train back to the Muggles?" he asked, ignorant of what had actually happened, believing that Potter was being expelled. Harry repeated the words he'd said the first time around. "You're a lot braver now that you're back on the ground and you've got your little friends with you." "I'd take you on any time on my own," said Malfoy. "Tonight, if you want." "Wizard's duel." Loudly, so that his voice would carry, Harry replied, "That sounds like an excellent idea, but not tonight." Professor Lupin, could you come here? The DADA instructor got up from the staff table, looking puzzled. Harry noticed that now almost every eye in the Great Hall was on him. Draco and the others were all looking at Harry strangely. Once Lupin was close enough, he explained, Malfoy here has just challenged me to a wizard's duel, and I'd like to accept. I was hoping it could be for extra credit. Harry, what are you doing? Hissed Hermione into his ear. The marauder looked from Harry's determined face to Draco's frightened one, and a small grin appeared on his face. An excellent suggestion, Mr. Potter, he replied. When and where would you like it? Draco answered, in your classroom in a week. Nonsense, retorted Harry cheerfully. When I beat you I want it to be in front of everybody, right here, and I'd like it to be right after dinner. He then looked into Draco's eyes. Unless you're scared and need time to plan how to cheat. I'm not scared, he declared stubbornly, causing Harry to smile even brighter. Excellent, said Lupin, whom Harry realized knew all about Draco and his Death Eater father. We'll keep it wands only, a duel until one of you is disarmed or incapacitated. No dark curses. We'll also only allow first years as your seconds. Speaking of which, he looked at them expectantly. The boy who lived turned to his best friend. Hermione, would you be my second? She looked a bit pale. Are you sure? I don't. You're the smartest witch in our year, Hermione. I have full confidence in you. She blushed slightly at his praise. If you're sure, then I accept. Draco looked at his companions. Crabbe is my second, he stated arrogantly. Very well. I'll arrange it with the headmaster, replied Remus before leaving them. 2 purebloods against a half-blood and a mudblood, commented Draco. With the same look in his eyes he'd had when he killed Umbridge in Another Time, Harry promised, before the duel is over, I'm gonna see some of your pure blood on the floor. Draco gulped but tried to look brave as he said, we've got to get back to the Slytherin table. While Harry was watching his minor enemies make their way to their table, he could already hear Fred and George taking bets on the duel. He even heard Neville put a galleon on him. The gossip about the upcoming fight had spread across all the tables, so that it really was unnecessary when Dumbledore made his announcement at the end of the meal. May I have your attention, everyone? It seems that we will have some entertainment tonight. Mr. Malfoy of Slytherin and Mr. Potter of Gryffindor have agreed to duel for all who wish to observe, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eyes. The winner will receive extra credit in defense against the dark arts, as well as 10 house points. Professor Lupin will be referee. Harry actually believed that Albus liked the idea, but he could tell that McGonagall was against it. Snape was currently whispering in Draco's ear, no doubt trying to teach the half-squib some spells. If you'd all stand against the walls, I shall rearrange the furniture to accommodate this distraction. All the students complied, and before long, Dumbledore was waving his wand, causing 2 of the tables to combine and then transform into a dueling platform. The other tables were transfigured into bleachers. Harry found himself standing at one end with Hermione and Professor McGonagall, while Malfoy, Crabbe and Snape were at the other end. Minerva wasn't pleased, but she was there as his head of house. Harry noticed that Madame Pomfrey was nearby and didn't look happy. McGonagall looked at Harry. I can't believe you got yourself into this, Mr. Potter. With the most innocent expression he could make, Harry answered, he wanted us to have the duel at midnight, against the rules. Now, I can't just refuse and act like a coward. I am a Gryffindor, and I'm not afraid of him. He does nothing but spout that pureblood nonsense, and I'm gonna put him in his place. Fighting isn't always the answer, Mr. Potter. With a stern look, he faced his head of house. My parents, along with countless others, gave their lives to stop this prejudice. I will not put up with it. Very well, she agreed. Make Gryffindor proud. Hermione then said, good luck. He grinned at her and winked. Thanks. At that moment, Lupin performed a sonorous spell on his throat. Duelists, take your positions. Harry walked up to a red X that was on the floor and took out his wand, assuming a dueling stance. Harry wondered if Draco would start early, and was ready to respond. You'll duel until one of you is disarmed or incapacitated. Remember, no dark spells. Professor Dumbledore shielded the platform so no spells can accidentally hit the audience. You'll begin at the count of 3. 1, 2, Serpensortia, Draco bellowed, causing a long, black S to shoot out of his wand. As quickly as possible, Harry said, Evanesco, vanishing the S, followed by Wingardium Leviosa, causing Draco to begin rising above the floor. The Slytherin was moving about unevenly as Harry moved his wand a bit to cause turbulence while he rose higher from the ground. His face was obviously terrified, and people in the crowd were snickering at him. When he was about 6 feet above the platform, he managed to say, let me down, Potter, trying to sound brave. Ignoring him, and in a condescending tone, Harry asked, didn't your mummy ever teach you how to count? 3 comes after 2. Or is it different for purebloods? Lots of people laughed out loud at that as Draco rose further toward the ceiling. Let me down, you son of a mudblood, he shouted, clearly scared. Many people in the crowd gasped at his language. Draco finally was beginning to aim his wand despite the unsteadiness of his ascent, so Harry let the spell go for a moment, causing him to fall from 15 feet toward the ground. He caught Malfoy at the last second with another casual, Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, everyone noticed a small trickle of liquid leaking out of the left leg of Draco's trousers and laughed. However, Harry ignored that as he scolded Malfoy while shaking his head in mock disappointment. Such language. Very well. From about 3 feet up, Harry released the spell and his victim fell. Harry calmly waited for him to get up while faking a yawn. Rictusempra, Draco shouted from the floor, shooting a jet of silver light at Harry's face. He quickly squatted and the beam went over his head. Harry then shot a cheering charm at his opponent, which hit him square in the. Malfoy started laughing uncontrollably, doubling over in mirth as the rest of the crowd laughed at his predicament. With a trembling hand, Draco pointed his wand at Harry again, who decided to put him in a leg locker curse. While still laughing, the Prince of Slytherin was now hopping and desperately trying to avoid falling on his face. Harry decided to end it now. He pointed his wand at Draco and shouted, Infligo. A yellow light shot out of his wand and hit Malfoy in the nose, simulating the affect of punching him. Nose bleeding, Draco dropped his wand before falling over backwards, tears now streaming from his eyes, yet still laughing. Most of the crowd cheered. Remembering how this boy had murdered Neville by shooting him in the back, Harry showed no pity as he walked forward and picked up Draco's wand. Harry faced the crowd and loudly announced with a smirk, look at the rich, pure blood flowing freely from his nose. I've never seen such blood before. And the magnificent grace with which he fell on his. Mr. Potter. That's quite enough, McGonagall interrupted him sternly, causing the crowd to laugh some more. Lupin announced, Harry Potter is the winner. And allowed Madame Pomfrey to treat Malfoy. When Harry arrived at Gryffindor Tower, he was given a hero's welcome. Fred and George had acquired butterbeer for the spontaneous party while many of his fellow Gryffindors were congratulating him for humiliating that Slytherin. That was said Fred. Good show, said George. Even Percy commented that Harry made an excellent use of the levitation charm, and was impressed that he'd already mastered it over a month before Professor Flitwick covered it in his first-year charms class. Harry admitted to reading ahead, and also to having purchased a book on common jinxes that he learned the other spells he'd used in the duel from. He figured that was the best explanation for his skills. He had made sure not to use any spell that was too advanced for someone his physical age to have mastered. Others were laughing at how Draco had been humiliated so thoroughly. Lee Jordan commented that Draco probably had a house elf take his math classes before he came to Hogwarts as a possible explanation to his starting the duel early. Others commented on the puddle of urine Draco left on the floor while many complimented how Harry had commented on Malfoy's pure blood. In the midst of all the celebration, Harry noticed that Hermione was silently sitting alone in a corner. He made his way to her as quickly as he could, which wasn't very fast in the midst of all the congratulating going on. Harry thought his back would break if one more person patted it by the time he reached his best friend. You're awfully quiet, he commented, sitting directly across from her. She looked up from the book she was reading. Oh, I didn't see you sit down. She then put on a fake smile. Congratulations. You dueled very well. Thanks, he said. Now, do you want to tell me what's bothering you? Nothing. Ignoring that lie, Harry asked, it's not the fact that I dueled Malfoy, is it? No, she answered. I understand why you had to do it. Good, he replied. So what's wrong? After marking her place in her book, she looked in his eyes. She took a deep breath before saying, I heard what you told Professor McGonagall about how many people died over prejudice against Muggle-borns. I'd even read about it before coming here, but the books I have said that the prejudice is gone. You even said that it's the minority that believes it. She looked ready to cry. He sighed. I also said that minority has influence. But that's why people who believe that nonsense have to be proven wrong. That's what the duel was all about. Draco thinks that he's more powerful than everyone of lesser blood than him, and he's completely wrong. Harry grinned at her. My mother was a Muggle-born, so he thought he'd beat me. You proved him wrong about that, she agreed, but I'll bet he still believes that. Yes, he does believe that stupidity, he sighed. But that duel will change a lot of other people's minds. I hope so, she stated, but I just can't understand how people really believe that so strongly. I understand, he said. But you can't let it get you down. Opinions are slowly changing, and we've got to help them change. I would suggest that you stay on your guard around Malfoy and his friends. You never know if they'll try something. She sighed. I guess so. Do you think the Malfoy family will cause problems about this? He shook his head. I don't think so. Draco challenged me to the wizard's duel and cheated at the beginning. Then I beat him fair and square. There's nothing his father can do about it, and he knows it. He paused for a moment and smiled dreamily. Draco might be in trouble with his family for it, though. Maybe he'll be taken out of Hogwarts. In your dreams, Harry. Yes, he replied with a smirk. In my dreams. Lucius Malfoy did not show up at the school in the aftermath of the duel, but Draco did seem depressed. Harry also noticed a lot of people picking on the arrogant pureblood and wondered if there would be repercussions for his duel. His hope was that if he consistently reinforced the idea that Malfoy is no better than anyone else, he'd eventually believe it, or at least stop acting like he thinks he's better than everybody. Before they'd gone back in time, he and Hermione had discussed the children of Death Eaters. I don't think we should attack them, said Hermione. Because they might not end up the way they are now. We'll be taking away the influence of their criminal parents while they're still young, so they may turn out differently. I suppose, agreed Harry. And besides, they haven't committed any crimes yet. People like Lucius Malfoy have already committed countless atrocities and bribed their way out of prison, but at age 11, kids like Draco haven't. They just have very bad manners. And should be slapped around, not executed, he finished. Exactly. It was only the memory of that conversation that kept Harry from seriously hurting Draco during the duel. In fact, he'd wanted to throw Neville's killer off the Hogwarts Express before they even arrived at school, but had decided that it was better to discredit his father's teaching than to just kill the Git. And if discrediting that philosophy required humiliating Draco to prove he's not superior to anyone, Harry would gladly do it. Harry was pleased with the result of Malfoy no longer arrogantly strutting around the school as if he owned it. He was also happy to note that nobody seemed afraid of Draco anymore and the Slytherins seemed subdued. Harry's only fear was that Malfoy would try to get revenge in a sneaky way, shooting him in the back, as was Draco's preferred method, so he was quite careful. He had no fear of a direct, fair confrontation, but knew that no Malfoy ever fought fairly. Snape was worse than ever in his classes, so Harry had plenty of memories for his collection. Copies were still being sent to McGonagall and Dumbledore, for all the good they would do, and one set kept being added to the package for the Daily Prophet. It was after dinner on September 18, less than 6 hours before the older Hermione was supposed to show up, and Harry was walking down the hall with the younger version of her. His anticipation had him in a very good mood. So, she asked, when are we going to send in those memories of Snape? I figured we'll do that at the end of the month, he replied with a smile. All right, she agreed. And don't forget to loan me that book about you-know-who you mentioned on the Hogwarts Express. You promised to get it to me by the end of the month. Harry grinned at her. He'd actually forgotten his promise to the younger girl. Don't worry. Soon, you'll know everything I do about Voldemort. Good, she smiled back. At that moment, they turned a corner and saw something on the floor in front of them. Harry immediately recognized it as a photograph that he'd seen in McGonagall's office in another time. It appeared to be a family photo. Minerva was about 30 years old and was standing next to a tall, dark-haired man about the same age, and sitting in a carriage in front of them was a baby. Every few seconds the man would squeeze Professor McGonagall's shoulder while she looked down at the infant with an expression of joy and love that Harry had never seen on his head of house in real life. He'd never had the opportunity to ask her about it before. "What's that?" asked Hermione, indicating the photograph. "It looks like a young Professor McGonagall." He noticed a huge crack across the frame and pulled out his wand. "Reparo." Boom. Instead of repairing, the photograph exploded with a loud noise. It wasn't a powerful explosion, but it was strong enough to destroy the picture. Harry and Hermione were both too stunned to move for the couple seconds it took for a few people to arrive, the first of which was the head of Gryffindor. "Mr. Potter," she asked, "what happened? What are you aiming your wand at? Don't you remember that no magic is to be performed in the hallways?" As Harry was putting his wand away, he noticed Malfoy at the front of the crowd smirking at him and realized that Draco was behind it. He turned back toward the Transfiguration Professor. "It's a picture of..." He paused when he heard her gasp as she looked at the broken face of the baby in a fragment of the photo that survived. It was silently crying. "What were you doing with that photograph, Mr. Potter?" she asked harshly. Her lips were thinner than he'd ever seen them, and her face was pink. She was clearly madder than she'd been when he and Ron drove a flying car to Hogwarts in another life. "Hermione and I found it on the floor there." "How did it leave my office?" she asked. "We don't know," answered Hermione. "We just found it on the floor." "And you decided to blow it up?" she questioned. "No," said Hermione. "The frame was cracked, so Harry performed a reparo spell on it and it blew up." McGonagall turned to Harry. "Am I to believe that you, a top student here, suddenly have your spells going this badly?" The boy who lived couldn't help but notice the look of satisfaction on Draco's face behind Minerva. "Professor, I think that Malfoy had something to do with this." I wasn't even on this floor when I heard the explosion," he yelled. McGonagall asked, "Did you see Mr. Malfoy do something with that photo?" "Well, no, but what, Mr. Potter?" "Nothing, Professor," he answered, knowing that he had no proof. "Very well, Mr. Potter. I am taking 30 points from Gryffindor, and you will be serving 2 detentions. I'll let you know when at a later time. For now, clean up this mess the Muggle way and then go straight to Gryffindor Tower." She turned to the caretaker, who'd shown up with his beloved cat. "Mr. Filch, please loan Mr. Potter your cleaning equipment and watch him clean this mess up." "Yes, Professor," he answered. As the crowd began to disperse, Harry vowed vengeance on Draco, but for now, he was still looking forward to tomorrow's reunion with the love of his life. Hermione Granger pulled her bed curtains closed on the eve of her 12th birthday. The last few weeks had been among the best of her life. For the first time, she had actual friends. In her other schools, sometimes someone would pretend to befriend her and then try to get her to do his or her homework. When she refused, they left her alone or began picking on her like most of the other kids, calling her a buck-toothed, bushy-haired bookworm and similar insults. When she'd gotten her visit from Professor McGonagall, who brought her Hogwarts letter, she'd hoped that explained why she was different from all the other kids. She had hoped she'd be able to make friends with her new classmates who were also magical, and she had. Harry Potter had befriended her even before they got onto the platform, and had helped her gain other friends. She felt that she should be happy about how things had worked out, and she was. However, tonight she was sad and couldn't blame anyone but herself. Her birthday was tomorrow, and she knew that nobody would wish her a happy birthday or acknowledge it in any way, because she hadn't told anyone. How could she expect her friends to remember information they'd never been exposed to? Everybody in the wizarding world knew Harry Potter's birthday, but she didn't know any of her other friends' birthdays. They'd never talked about them. The subject simply hadn't come up. She wouldn't feel right telling everyone that it's her birthday tomorrow, as though she were looking for attention. She almost laughed at herself, because whether she wanted to admit it or not, she did want a bit of attention on her birthday. She decided that the best birthday present she could have was true friendship, whether her friends knew it was her birthday or not. It was with these thoughts that the girl went to sleep, never to be the same again. At the stroke of midnight, a Hermione Granger woke up at Hogwarts, but it wasn't the one who went to sleep. Staring at the dark ceiling, the 18-year-old woman in a 12-year-old body gasped as she felt information from the past 19 days begin pouring into her head. Just when the process was beginning to give her a headache, it was over. She could clearly remember her first time boarding the Hogwarts Express and helping Neville find his toad, meeting Harry and Ron in the process. However, she could also remember meeting Harry outside of platform 9 3/4. She could very clearly see what he'd changed in this timeline, and found herself wanting to snog Harry senseless for how wonderfully he'd treated her younger self this time around. She was a bit sad that they didn't get along as well with Ron this time, but realized that at this point in his life, he wasn't very mature and shouldn't be expected to be. She was glad that he was alive again, but realized that they didn't have much in common now. She also wondered what changes Harry had made that he didn't tell anyone about. She remembered Harry's interest in Ravenclaw's tiara, and now realized what that was about. She felt a bit foolish for accusing him of wanting to wear the diadem, and fully believed that Harry had laughed at her for that once he was alone. She wondered if he'd made any progress with that. With a grin, she recalled his promise that she'd soon know everything about Voldemort that he did, and realized that he wasn't lying to her when he said that. She realized that Professor Quirrell wasn't there and wondered how Harry had accomplished that. She also wondered if he'd been behind Professor Lupin getting the DADA job. She loved Harry's idea about getting Snape fired. With the reasonable doubt brought on by Dumbledore in the in-between place, she wouldn't feel right executing the greasy git, but she agreed that he needed to get out of Hogwarts because he was doing a lot more harm than whatever good he did. She realized the negative effect Snape's teaching was having on the wizarding world. With the way he acted, hardly any non-Slytherins continued potions after OWLs, even if they somehow got his required O in the subject despite his poor instruction. She remembered that even with Slughorn's lowered requirement, only 12 students were in their 6th-year class. Consequently, there were a lot fewer Auror recruits every year that Snape taught at Hogwarts, which was part of the reason Voldemort had had such an easy time taking over the ministry. She wondered just how many careers that single professor had stopped before they began, not only as Aurors but as healers and countless other occupations. She had so many questions for Harry, and couldn't wait to talk to him. She smiled as she remembered how happy he'd been acting the day before, even after getting those unfair detentions, and realized that he knew it would be her birthday and she'd be back. She also wondered what it was like for him to get to know her younger self all over again. She giggled as she thought back to the way he'd introduced himself to her this time, claiming he didn't know how to get onto the platform. From previous conversations, she realized that the first time around, he hadn't known how to get there, and that had been how he'd met the Weasleys, and he'd worded his explanations so that they were technically true. She then remembered that his sorting took longer than before and wondered how he'd convinced the Hat not to cause any problems. She just couldn't wait to interrogate him about everything he'd done since the 31st of July. After tossing and turning for a few hours, she realized that she wasn't going back to sleep, so she quietly got a book out of her trunk and went down to the common room to read. She sat down on a comfortable chair facing the fireplace and read until sleep finally overtook her. "Do you think anybody lives there?" asked a 17-year-old Harry Potter as he and his only friend came across an obviously old cabin. He had his right arm around her shoulders. In the few days since Neville and Dobby died, they'd hardly been separated at all. They even slept on the ground next to each other, and woke up holding hands. "It doesn't look like it," answered Hermione. She then performed a quick spell at the door, which briefly changed color to a light shade of orange. "It looks like this door hasn't been opened for over 100 years. Maybe we can use it as a base," suggested Harry. "I don't know about you, but I'm tired of moving around all the time." "But it wouldn't be safe, unless," she walked forward, leaving Harry behind as she was in deep thought. "I could try it, what do we have to lose?" she muttered to herself as Harry watched. He'd never before realized how cute she was when she had an idea. She suddenly turned around with a determined expression on her face. I'd like to try putting this under the Fidelius charm. His eyes widened. You know how to cast that? Sorry, stupid question. He shrugged his shoulders. That's fine with me. She grinned at him. Good, because I want you to be secret keeper. Why me? Why not you? I'll be casting the charm. It's more difficult to make yourself secret keeper. And besides, if I'm captured, I don't want to be able to betray you no matter. I don't want to betray you, either. He interrupted. But you're more important, she argued. I am not. The prophecy makes you more important. She took a deep breath as she thought of a way to calm him down. It won't matter anyway, because we'll look out for each other, right? He nodded, still looking skeptical. Then we should do the one that's easier for me, and that's having you being secret keeper. That was the end of the argument, and Harry did cooperate, mainly because he did want to stop traveling. When the charm had been cast, Hermione looked exhausted. We should get you to bed. Not yet, she countered, looking a bit uncomfortable. I need to do one more thing. What's that? Her ears were pink, but Harry couldn't figure out what was bothering her. I need to make a lavatory. What? She looked at him, exasperated. Surely you know what a... I know what it is, he commented, but there is an outhouse. I'd also like a shower. She snapped at him. Taking a deep breath, she continued, look, it'll only take 5 minutes, and then finally we can start living like civilized people again. Okay, he said, backing away from her. I'm sorry, she sighed. I'm sorry, too. I think the stress has been getting to both of us. He walked up and put his arms around her. I don't think I ever properly thanked you for coming with me. When she started to protest, he continued, you could have gone with your parents to Australia, and no one, including me, would have thought lesser of you. I couldn't. I know. He hugged her tightly for a moment before loosening her to separate just enough that he could look in her eyes. For some reason I'll never understand, you've never abandoned me. I've always been able to count on you like no one else. He took a deep breath. I'd never have made it this far without you, and I need you to know I do appreciate everything you've done and everything you've given up for me. You're important to me, she said, looking him straight in the eyes. And you mean more to me than anything else. I don't know what I'd do without you. You're not without me, and you mean more to me than anything else, too. They were still gazing intently into each other's eyes as their breathing became a bit shallow. Harry finally spoke. I need you. Temporarily losing control of himself, he crossed a mental barrier he'd put up years before as his lips met Hermione's for the first time. Harry woke up with a smile on his face as he recalled the memory of his first with Hermione. He remembered that it was over an hour before she got back to work. Checking his watch, Harry saw it was just after midnight. He figured that she was back already, but thought she'd sleep through the night and wake up a different person. He couldn't wait to see her again. He did his best to go back to sleep. Hermione got up with a start and grabbed her wand. She knew someone was in the room with her. She opened her eyes and turned just in time to see Harry, wearing a robe, jogging pants and trainers, groggily open the door. He looked half asleep as he stepped outside and closed it. She immediately got up and sprinted in that direction, hoping she could talk to him now. She pushed the door open, and to her astonishment, Harry was standing there facing her. Only now, he was full of sweat and panting like he'd run a mile. Not only that, but he looked wide awake. Hermione, he asked, anticipation radiating from his lovely green eyes. Is it you? She smirked at him. I feel like a new woman. He gazed in her eyes for a few seconds before the biggest grin she'd ever seen on her boyfriend formed. It is you. I've missed you so much. Without another word, he threw his arms around her and brought his lips to hers. For a few moments, Hermione couldn't remember anything except for her beloved. While she hadn't been separated from him as long as he'd been separated from her, it was still so easy to get lost in his love. Then, her brain started functioning again. Reluctantly, she pushed him away. She nearly cried when she saw his dejected look. Harry, I love you, but we can't. But, he began to argue. Remember, she whispered, just in case someone could hear, we're supposed to be first years. We can't risk being caught acting older. Can't we even? He asked with the cutest expression she'd ever seen. She felt herself going weak at the knees. Only when no one could possibly see us. Maybe in the room of requirement. He grinned, grabbed her arm and suggested, let's go. Not now, Harry, she replied while starting to giggle like a schoolgirl. It felt so good to be desired. You're all sweaty. Speaking of which, how did you get like that? I saw you leave less than a minute ago. The same way you. Hey, Harry, called Neville from the stairs. If you want to beat Ron to the shower, you'd better hurry up. Harry answered, I'll be right there, before turning back to Hermione. I've got to go. Ron takes forever in the shower. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to get cleaned up until tonight. We'll talk later. He took her hand and rubbed it affectionately with his thumb. He whispered, I love you, as he let go and walked off with a spring in his step she distinctly remembered that he hadn't had before in this time. She decided it was time to take her own shower. She would have to make a note in her journal that her feelings were that of a teenager and not a little girl. After they both cleaned up, they walked down to breakfast side by side. For a moment, they'd held hands until they realized they were doing it. They sat next to each other, across from Neville, in silence for a few seconds. The Longbottom boy seemed to be acting nervous as he said, Hermione, good morning. Good morning, Neville, replied Hermione. Hi, Neville, greeted Harry as he piled up his plate. Hi, Harry. Breakfast went on, and Harry finished eating before Hermione. He silently sat and waited for her to finish her first decent meal in months as she heartily dug in. When she was done, Harry asked, Hermione, could you come with me? There's something I'd like to talk to you about before class. She glanced at her watch before looking at her unofficial boyfriend. I'm not sure we have time. He cut her off with a huge grin. We have all the time we need. Trust me. Looking down at the table and back at Harry, she decided, I do trust you. You'd better not make me late to Transfiguration. I won't, I promise. Let's go. He took her hand and pulled her out of the great hall, through the entrance hall and into an empty classroom and set their school bags down on a desk. After Harry closed the door, Hermione asked, what is it that can't, oh? She just spotted the time turner that he pulled out from under his robes. Where did you? Hold on, he said as he put the necklace around her neck as well. He turned the hourglass 3 times, sending them back that many hours. After tucking the time turner back under his robes, he commanded, release wand, and his Hungarian horntail heartstring and wand shot into his left hand, causing his girlfriend to gasp. He pointed the wand at the door and performed several privacy charms to make sure no one disturbed them. He then took off his watch and expanded it into a trunk, much to Hermione's surprise. He opened it to his apartment. Indicating for her to climb down the ladder, he said, after you. She climbed down, looking in all directions, followed by him. After she was comfortably seated across from her boyfriend, she grinned. You certainly are full of surprises today. Tell me everything. How'd you get that time? Putting his hands up, he calmly suggested, let me start from the beginning, and I'll answer any questions you have after that. For the next 2 hours, the boy who lived told the girl he loved everything he'd done from the time he got back on his birthday. She approved of his extra shopping, and his deal with the Dursleys. She loved how he let the goblins handle Quirrell. When he told her about his break-in at the Ministry, she exclaimed, that was a brilliant idea to get the time turner. I wish I'd thought of it, but it was very dangerous. However, when he mentioned how Umbridge had been arrested, she started laughing her head off. When he showed her the newspaper he'd kept with the picture of her passed out and dripping with liquor, she nearly fell off her chair. When he explained his training, she easily understood what she'd witnessed earlier. Finally, she got to the point where she started telling him how foolish it was for him to duel Draco like he had. You've shown everybody how powerful you are. By using a few first-year charms and something from a basic book of hexes. He retorted, maybe so, but you've still brought attention to yourself, and that's not a good idea. Putting his head in his hands, he said, look, I can't stand being on the same continent as that murderer, let alone the same castle. He looked into her eyes. He's lucky I didn't kill him on the spot. You saw what he did to Neville. He took a deep breath. I thought I did a good job controlling my temper during the duel. Sighing, Hermione replied, I understand, Harry. I'm sure I'll have a hard time dealing with him, too. Not if every time he bothers you I kick his. Harry, language. Sorry, dear, he said in mock penitence. Moving on, she continued, ignoring him, I know you were reading up on Ravenclaw's tiara. Have you found out anything new about it? Like whether or not Riddle could have turned it into a Horcrux? No, he answered, shaking his head. I haven't even found a picture of it. The thing disappeared a long time ago, and no one alive knows anything about it. Have you talked to the Ravenclaw ghost? He stared at her for a few moments before smiling and quickly ing her. Good idea. You don't know how much I've missed having you with me. From the time we met, I don't think I ever tried to muddle my way through anything without your help before. It's a wonder I haven't ruined everything yet. You've done a good job, she argued, but thanks. I'm glad I can contribute. We should make sure to do that this week. You should also start training with me every morning. She nodded in agreement before glancing around the room. Her eyes widened. Harry, isn't that the vanishing cabinet that Draco? Slapping his forehead, Harry nodded. Yeah, I forgot. I bought that my first He stopped speaking when she planted her lips on his. He returned the. After about 2 minutes of snogging, she pulled back. That was brilliant. He agreed in a daze, nodding his head lazily. It sure was. I don't mean that, well, that was brilliant, too. I meant buying the cabinet before Draco could use it. We should collect the other one, and then we can use them. Maybe we could keep one at my house. Sure, he nodded absently. It had been a while since he'd made out with his girlfriend, and had forgotten just how good it felt. We'll also have to set some ground rules for our relationship now. We should probably stop ing. That got him alert. And no, we don't need to do that. She put her hands on his shoulders. I know it feels really good, but I'm afraid that if we don't set limits, then we could make mistakes. We're physically too young to be even dating. I don't think we should officially date until 3rd year. His eyes widened. 3rd year. I barely made it 7 weeks without you. Now, she put a hand over his mouth. Just let me finish. We can a bit in private, perhaps once a week, but we can't get too affectionate. It'll just make things harder. It sure will, he said suggestively, causing her to blush. Ignoring that statement, she replied, we need to begin making plans. They discussed Horcrux ideas, as well as Death Eaters for a while, and decided that they'd get Hermione a new wand the next time they left Hogwarts. They also decided that she wouldn't need a special trunk like Harry's. He simply keyed her into the wards so that she could use it if she needed. While they were talking, Harry remembered that the other vanishing cabinet had been above Filch's office during their 2nd year, when Peeves broke it, so they decided to disillusion themselves and see if they could find it before their 3 extra hours were up. Since they thought it might be risky to just go into the other cabinet, not knowing exactly where it was, they snuck out of the room and up the stairs with no problem, easily avoiding the students that were on their way to breakfast. They only had to look in 3 rooms before spotting the familiar large black and gold cabinet standing alone in an unused classroom. They quickly walked in and warded the room for privacy. After Harry had re-enlarged his trunk, they levitated the cabinet into his apartment next to the other one. They decided to test them, and found that working the 2 was very easy. They're so easy to operate, even Death Eaters can use them, commented Harry, earning a light slap in the arm. They made their way back to the room they started in, knowing they had only 10 minutes left until their counterparts entered it. Staying disillusioned and leaving the door unwarded, they waited in silence until it opened, revealing themselves coming in. They watched the other Harry close the door before putting the time turner around the other Hermione's neck, and watched both disappear backwards in time. The couple made themselves visible, picked up their school bags and walked out of the classroom just in time to find Neville looking for them. It's about time for McGonagall's class, he said. Are you ready to go? HP. They easily made it through Transfiguration, History of Magic and Charms classes that day, and after dinner, Harry asked Hermione to talk to him in an unused classroom near Gryffindor Tower. She went along with it, but while Harry was opening the door she was saying, if you need to talk to me alone, we should go to the room of surprise. Her eyes went wide as she processed the fact that all the Gryffindor first years, along with a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, were in the room staring at her. She also noticed a table with cake that had 12 lit candles on it. "What?" she whispered. She'd never had a birthday party at Hogwarts before. Her close friends had given her gifts and wished her well, but never thrown a party for her. As Harry ushered her inside, they all started singing, "Happy Birthday to You." And Hermione felt her eyes moisten, but she quickly blinked back the tears. Thanks, guys," she managed. At that moment, she wasn't sure whether she felt 18 or 12 years old. All she knew is that Harry was the only one who knew it was her birthday, so he had to have been responsible for this. She really wished it would have been appropriate to snog him senseless right then and there. The party passed in a blur. She blew out the candles and ate a piece of cake. She opened presents, all of which were small, inexpensive things, mostly candy, but that didn't matter. She was touched that everyone came to the party and gave her a gift. Harry had only given her a homework planner, but she knew that this gift was for show. He was planning on buying her a new wand and holster once they could get out of the castle. When they got back to the common room, Hermione did give Harry a hug to thank him for the party and whispered, "I wish I could really show you how much I appreciate this." "So do I," he responded before inconspicuously casting the Muffliato charm around them. "I'll be down here just before 7 to join you for training," said Hermione. "If I can open my eyes long enough to notice you. I was so tired this morning that I had no idea anyone was in the common room. I'd think that by now you'd be used to getting up early and not be so tired." "You have no idea how hard it is to go to sleep in a room with Wormtail," complained Harry, deciding not to mention his dream of their first. With a devious grin, Hermione promised, "We'll take care of Pettigrew tomorrow morning." "I do believe you're a bit better at dueling now than you were when we killed ourselves," commented Hermione. She and Harry were in the room of requirement training, and had 10 minutes left before they had to leave. He was fighting 3 dueling dummies at once, whereas she'd only fought one just before his turn came. She knew her muscles would be sore the next morning after the workout they'd had, but realized that she needed to get herself in good shape if they were going to prevent the war with Voldemort. He grinned as he blasted one of his opponents to bits. It helps to have proper training facilities. He ducked at that moment, barely avoiding getting hit before using a cutting hex to decapitate the magical mannequin. By this point, he was panting and his brow was filled with sweat. "I suppose I should be glad you haven't done that to Draco yet. It's no more than he deserves. Sectum Sempra." He shot his final opponent in the throat, ending the match. He turned to his girlfriend. He thought she looked cute with her awkward bushy hair and buckteeth. While there were a few attributes that he missed from her older self, he still felt very attracted to her. "So, are we clear in what we're doing about Wormtail?" "Yes. Can we share a good luck?" "You were incorrigible," she stated with a grin so Harry knew she wasn't really mad. "We already discussed that. What am I going to do with you?" "Me," he suggested. The happy couple left the training room at the proper time after going back an hour, showered, and went to breakfast. After an uneventful meal sitting across from Neville, the couple went into the same room they'd used the day before, disillusioned themselves and silenced their shoes. Holding hands, they made their way to Gryffindor Tower, with Hermione revealing herself and telling the password to the fat lady. The door opened and they walked in, ignoring the painting's warnings that she'd be late for class. They climbed the stairs to the first-year Gryffindor boys' dorm, and Harry, still invisible, opened the door. Hermione had kept in the hall, in case Pettigrew managed to run out of the room. Harry had his special wand in his hand as he looked at the rat, who was currently staring at the door to see who had entered the room. He thought, "Stupefy," and Scabbers was hit between the eyes with a red beam of light. "I got him," Harry announced, so that Hermione would know to come in. He took off his watch and resized it to be his trunk. He then re-stupefied the rat, put him in the full-body bind, and incarcerated the traitor before locking him in a secure compartment of his trunk where he could not escape. Then he opened a different compartment and pulled out a few black cloaks, tossing one to Hermione. As she put it on, pulling the hood over her face, she asked, "Are you ready?" He nodded while shrinking his trunk back into a watch and putting it on his wrist. He attached his cloak as they walked down the stairs. Together, they snuck through the one-eyed witch passage and into Hogsmeade. They didn't bother opening the trapdoor to Honeydukes, opting to apparate straight out of the passage to their destination once they were out of Hogwarts wards. They found themselves in a secluded spot in Diagon Alley, where they were not likely to be noticed. They looked around, and seeing no threats, began to make their way toward Knockturn Alley. Within 10 minutes, they were inside the shop called Wendellin's Wands. The pale, dark-haired woman behind the counter asked with her silky voice, "May I help you?" "Yes," replied Harry, using the same rough-sounding voice he'd done last time as he summoned the wand she'd made. "A few months ago, you made this wand for me." "Yes, I remember now. Horntail Heartstring and you. Surely you haven't had any trouble with it." "No, it's worked quite well. So well in fact, that my friend would like one of your wands, too." "Very good, sir." She turned to Hermione, whose face was obscured by her cloak just like Harry's. "I'll need you to put your hand over the box of wood and say, 'May Talia.'" After Hermione had gotten her core substances, Hippogriff Feather and Holly, they left the shop with the promise to return in about an hour for the completed wand. Once they were out of sight, they cast Notice Me Not charms on themselves and apparated directly to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. It was quite busy that day, and so they blended in with all the magical beings of all sizes as they walked in the line. They easily got past the wand inspector by not being noticed and got into the lift. They rode the lift until they heard, "Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement." They exited and got into a secluded corner, where Harry removed the rat from his trunk, re-stunning him in the process, and put Wormtail into the pocket of his robe. After replacing his watch trunk, he and Hermione walked directly to Kingsley Shacklebolt's cubicle. Harry remembered it from his first trip to the Ministry in the previous timeline. At that time, the cubicle had been covered in pictures of Sirius Black, but this time it was covered in wanted posters of various wizards and witches Harry was unfamiliar with. Apparently, Kingsley wasn't currently concentrating on a specific case. "Hello. My name is Auror Shacklebolt. How may I help you?" Kingsley was speaking in a friendly voice, but Harry could see that his hand was near his wand. It appeared that his cubicle was warded against Notice Me Not charms. As Harry looked at his past-future acquaintance, he couldn't help but remember reading about how he'd died fighting a horde of Death Eaters, taking out 20 in the process. He blinked back the memory and got back to the business at hand. "Auror Shacklebolt," he asked in his disguised voice. "May we speak to you someplace a bit more private?" Looking warily at the two figures obscured by dark robes, he answered, "I can put up a few privacy spells here so we're not overheard, but that's it. It's not Auror policy to purposely allow ourselves to be outnumbered by people we don't know." Harry grinned at this. "An old Auror I once met would be proud of you." He liked talking about having constant vigilance, completed Shacklebolt with a grin. "Mad-Eye Moody." He then pulled out his wand and silently cast a few spells. "All right. No one can hear us. What's this all about?" Harry reached in his pocket and pulled out the stupefied rat. "This is an unregistered animagus. Would you please perform the spell to force him back into human form?" He placed him on the desk. Looking skeptical, Kingsley replied, "Okay. I'll play along for now." He pointed his wand at the unconscious rodent and performed the transfiguration. The shocked look on his face was priceless as the rat morphed into a short, balding man. Speaking for the first time during the meeting, Hermione reached into her robe pocket, pulling out a roll of parchment as she said, "This is Peter Pettigrew, a man who was believed to be dead." "What?" asked Kingsley. "This letter will explain everything," she continued. "Just make sure he doesn't escape." Once Shacklebolt took the scroll from her, the young couple turned around and walked out of the building, finally apparating back to Knockturn Alley when they got to the atrium. After picking up and paying for Hermione's new wand, along with a holster like Harry's, they returned to Hogwarts through the Honeydukes passage. Using the time turner, they were able to get to class on time with no problems. Harry was informed that his first detention with McGonagall would be that night an hour after dinner. Ron went upstairs to the dorm while Harry and Hermione were sitting in front of the fireplace waiting for it to be time for the boy who lived to serve his unjust punishment. They weren't surprised when they heard the childish scream from Harry's dorm. Every Gryffindor was looking at the boys' staircase as a red-faced and red-haired first-year stomped down the stairs. "Scabbers is missing," he declared angrily. After that announcement, Harry turned to Hermione and said, "I think it's time I went to McGonagall's office. Hopefully, she'll be calmer now and I can clear this matter up." Harry stood outside his head of house's office, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door, hoping that his gifts would be received. "Come in." "The door's open," her voice called out. She sounded neither angry nor happy. He opened the door. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she said neutrally. He walked in and looked around. Professor McGonagall's office was just as Harry remembered it, with two exceptions. One was that it didn't contain the Quidditch cup and the other was the missing photograph. "Your detention will be cleaning the Transfiguration classroom. The supplies you'll need are already there." "Yes, Professor, but could I speak to you for a minute before I begin?" Sighing, she nodded. "Very well, Mr. Potter. First of all, I'd like to apologize for my part in that picture being destroyed, even though it was a minor, accidental role." When she appeared about to object, he continued, "I know you don't believe me, but someone else took the photo and sabotaged it. And you're still asserting that it was Mr. Malfoy. He is my primary suspect, but I admit that I don't have any proof of who did it. I only know that I didn't." He took a deep breath. "That picture seemed important to you, so I did come up with a way for you to replace it." He then pulled a small glass orb out of his book bag. "This is a thought sphere. My book about storing memories talks about them. You could permanently put a memory of those people in it." He pulled out the mentioned tome and lied, "I can't do it myself, but I'm sure that you could follow the book's instructions." He didn't want to make her too suspicious of his abilities by being able to perform such a complicated spell. It was amazing enough that he could operate a pensieve, but he had to reveal that to accomplish his goals. She appeared to be touched by the gesture, but maintained her composure. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. That was very thoughtful." He then pulled a corked vial out of his pocket and held it out to her. "This is my memory of what happened regarding that picture. It's all I know about it." She took the memory, which contained everything from the time Harry and Hermione found the picture until he started cleaning the floor. It included Draco's expressions. "Now, I'll get to work." He left and went to the classroom. An hour after leaving Professor McGonagall, Harry was on his hands and knees scrubbing the floor of the Transfiguration classroom. His body was used to this from his time with the Dursleys, so he didn't really mind doing it. He just didn't like being punished for something he didn't do. He was busily scrubbing a mud spot on the floor when the door opened. Before he looked up, he heard his head of house say, "Harry, I think you've scrubbed enough. Could you come back to my office?" After putting the cleaning tools away, he followed her and they sat down on opposite sides of her desk. He was going to speak when she interrupted by saying, "I want to thank you, first of all, for your thought sphere." It was then that he noticed it on her desk. She put a hand on it, and the same scene that had been in the destroyed photograph was being played out in 3D above the orb. He smiled at it. "I'm glad you like it." "I do." She took a deep breath. "I don't like to talk about it often, but I once was married and had a child. This is them, Jeremiah and Elizabeth." She blinked her eyes a few times, as though to hold back tears. "Lizzie and her father were killed early on in you-know-who's rise to power." Minerva sniffed. "She was only a baby." "I'm sorry," said Harry, sympathetically. "We both have lost our families to him, left only with pictures," she trailed off before sighing. "When I saw that photograph destroyed, I'm afraid I lost my temper, something I try not to do." She sighed again. "You must now think that I'm as bad as Professor Snape." "Never," he assured her softly, shaking his head. "Your punishment is over and I've restored the points I deducted, with my apologies. I wish I could punish Mr. Malfoy, but without any evidence." "I understand." He was tempted to add, "I'll take care of it," but figured he'd end up in more trouble. "There is one other matter we need to take care of," she stated, as her lips formed into a small grin. Harry, smiling brightly and carrying a long wooden device, arrived back in the Gryffindor common room a few minutes later to find most of his housemates had gone to bed. However, both Hermione and Neville were waiting for him. "How'd it go?" asked Longbottom. Still grinning ear to ear, he replied, "Fantastic." McGonagall changed her mind about the second detention and gave me. "Is that," asked Hermione in surprise, "a Nimbus 2000? "Yes," he declared happily, showing off his original broom. Both friends eyed it appreciatively, although Harry knew his girlfriend was doing it more to show her support than being excited about a broom. She might also be wondering if it was the exact one he'd gotten last time around. As superior as his firebolt was, his first broom would always hold a special place in his heart. "Now, I know I can win the first Quidditch match." "I hope so," said Neville happily. "Good night." He got up and walked away. "Just remember," whispered Hermione with a smirk. "When you play that game, try catching the snitch with your hand and not your mouth." "Ha ha, very funny," he hissed back. "You know perfectly well that it was because of Quirrell." "If you say so," she commented before winking at him. "Good night." Before he could respond, she gave him a on the cheek and walked up the stairs. That Saturday after Quidditch practice, Harry and Hermione were walking around the corridors of Hogwarts, on a particular mission. They were looking for the Ravenclaw house ghost, most commonly known as the Grey Lady. It wasn't long until they did see a ghostly figure drift by them, but the pearly white figure they spotted wasn't the one they wanted. However, Hermione thought he might be of help. "Excuse me, sir," she asked timidly. "Aren't you the Hufflepuff ghost?" "Why, yes I am, dear child," he answered delightfully. "Most people call me the Fat Friar. It's good to meet you. I'm Harry. Mr. Potter, everyone at Hogwarts, even the ghosts, knows who you are." "I'm Hermione Granger," said the boy-who-lived's companion quickly, to cover up his unease at being reminded of his fame. "It is good to meet you both. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Actually," replied Hermione, "there is. You see, we're trying to meet all the house ghosts, rather than just our own." "A rather splendid idea," he commented with a grin. "Perhaps we can help bring about school unity. Hopefully the Baron will be agreeable. I do hope that Sir Nicholas doesn't mind," he added, eyeing their Gryffindor robes. "Oh," said Harry, "he doesn't mind." He took a deep breath. "Do you happen to know where the Ravenclaw ghost is?" "Why, yes," he responded. "I just left the Grey Lady a few minutes ago. She was around that corner and down the hall a bit." He pointed in the proper direction. "Thank you," both Harry and Hermione said at once as they took off. "You're welcome," the Fat Friar joyfully shouted toward their backs. He muttered, "Kids today, always in a hurry. Oh well, at least they're on a noble task of friendship." "Hello, Grey Lady," shouted Harry as he spotted the lovely ghost floating away from him. She consented to stop and turn around. "Hello," she nodded. Harry thought she looked haughty and proud, but didn't say so. "You're the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower." "That is correct." Her tone was not encouraging. Hermione asked, "Do you know anything about the lost diadem?" A cold smile curved her lips. "I am afraid," she replied, turning to leave, "that I cannot help you." "Did Tom Riddle ever ask you about it?" asked Harry. The ghost stopped again. "He did, didn't he?" asked Hermione. "And you told him, didn't you?" she added softly. "I had no idea," she stammered apologetically. "You weren't the first person Voldemort wormed things out of," stated Harry sympathetically, "nor the last." Realizing that he didn't need the whole story, just specific information, he asked, "Do you know where there's a picture of it?" "No book we've looked at has one," Hermione added. "No portrait of it was ever painted, and the photographs you take today didn't exist then," she answered, sounding unusually sentimental. Harry looked down, sighing disappointedly. "I'm sorry to have bothered you." He turned. "Wait," said the Grey Lady. "While what I said is true, a sculpture of my mother was made while she was wearing the diadem." Harry turned, looking perplexed. "Your mother?" "Yes," she nodded. "When I lived, I was Helena Ravenclaw." "Where?" began Hermione before being interrupted. "It is in Ravenclaw Tower's common room." The next day, Sunday, after breakfast, Harry and Hermione walked up to the shortest member of Hogwarts' staff. They'd discussed various methods of sneaking into Ravenclaw Tower, and had come to the conclusion that sometimes the direct approach was better. If it failed, they could always try sneaking in later. They approached the enthusiastic Charms teacher as he was leaving the Great Hall. Hermione asked, "Professor Flitwick, could we have a moment of your time?" Certainly, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter. How may I help you? Well, she replied nervously, clearing her throat as she looked down at the floor. We've both read Hogwarts, a History, and are absolutely fascinated by the founders. Yes, the head of Ravenclaw agreed, they were remarkable people. Right, agreed Harry. We, heard that there's a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in Ravenclaw Tower and, we were wondering if you would allow us to look at it, finished Hermione. Certainly, he replied happily. Come with me. He began walking in the appropriate direction as he commented, I wish more students would take interest in Hogwarts history. Did you know that Rowena Ravenclaw was one of the first? He rattled off what seemed like the entire history of the founder in question as they headed toward the tower. Harry was bored beyond belief, but managed to fake interest enough to convince Flitwick he was listening. Hermione, on the other hand, had pulled out a muggle pen and tablet and was taking notes. It was much harder to handle parchment, quill and ink while walking up a spiral staircase. When they reached their destination, Flitwick answered a riddle that had been asked by the Eagle door knocker in order to gain entrance. Harry knew he'd absolutely hate to have to answer a riddle every time he wanted to go to bed. He further realized that it wasn't a secure method at all. Any clever person could answer a riddle, whether they belonged in Ravenclaw Tower or not. He much preferred having a password. After the door opened, Harry and his girlfriend got their first glimpse of Ravenclaw Tower. It was a wide, circular room, with graceful arched windows punctuating the walls, which were hung with blue and bronze silks. The boy who lived gazed at the spectacular view of the surrounding mountains. Hermione was in awe of the bookcases filled with glorious tomes that took up most of the wall space. Several Ravenclaws who had been sitting at the table studying looked up at their three visitors when Flitwick said to his guests, Welcome to Ravenclaw Tower. The statue is right over there. While the students went back to their books, he indicated a niche opposite the door that contained a tall statue of white marble, Rowena Ravenclaw. She was beautiful, commented Hermione as they walked toward it. The statue stood beside a door that Harry guessed led to dormitories above. That must be her famous tiara, commented Hermione, trying to sound casual about it. Yes, indeed, replied Flitwick. While the professor began speaking about the headpiece, Harry examined the delicate-looking circlet on top of Ravenclaw's head and had a flashback to the first day he'd seriously hurt someone. At the time, he'd been full of Draco Malfoy's blood and trying to find a place to hide Snape's old potions book, although he hadn't known that at the moment. He had been relieved that Snape had saved Draco's life at the time, but now he wished the ferret had died. It would have saved a lot more lives later on. Not for the first time, he wondered why Albus considered Draco's life so much more important than Katie and Ron's. He'd nearly killed both of them and Dumbledore knew it, yet he let the ferret walk freely so that he could sneak Death Eaters into the school. Refocusing his thoughts on the current issue, Harry remembered seeing that very diadem, albeit dusty and tarnished, in the room of requirement while he was hiding the book. He'd even picked it up, just like the locket at Grimmauld Place. He held his temper again as he considered how much easier things would have been if Dumbledore hadn't kept all his secrets to himself. If they'd been told about the Horcruxes as soon as Voldemort returned, if not sooner, the war might have gone a lot differently. However, Dumbledore enjoyed being the master of information, giving out too little and too late to do any good, far too often. And so, people have been searching for it ever since. Flitwick appeared to have finished telling his story, so Harry smiled. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, he said with a grin. This truly is a wonderful work of art. Thank you very much for allowing us to see it. You are welcome, Mr. Potter. Have you both gotten a good look at the statue? They both nodded. Very well. He began walking toward the exit, and they followed. They walked down the spiraling staircase they'd walked up minutes before, and finally, the professor asked, Will you be able to find your way from here? Yes, replied Harry. Thanks, again. You're welcome. Once Flitwick was out of sight, Harry turned to his girlfriend and whispered, I know where Ravenclaw's tiara is. Come on. I need a place to hide my book. I need a place to hide my book. I need a place to hide my book. Harry paced back and forth while Hermione stood waiting for the door to appear. They hadn't spoken since he told her he knew where the tiara was located, and he started walking as fast as he could toward the room of requirement, with her practically running to keep up. The door opened and he walked in quickly, letting Hermione enter before closing the door. She looked around, and appeared irritated. "Harry, how do you expect to talk in a room like this? There should be a nice couch and a relaxed atmosphere." "This is exactly what I wanted," declared Harry. "Why? And where is the diadem?" "It's in here," he answered simply. "I saw it in 6th year when I was hiding the Half-Blood Prince's book." "What?" she asked, her eyes bulging. "I'd never heard of the tiara at the time," he explained. "I'd just learned about Horcruxes, but Dumbledore never mentioned any items that he didn't have a memory of Riddle looking at. If he'd shown me the tiara as a possibility, then I'd have recognized it." "Hold on." He closed his eyes to calm down and think, getting his bearings and remembering the route he'd taken when he hid his book. He opened his eyes and looked at each corridor, and seeing a familiar item, he stated, "This way." In silence, they walked past an enormous stuffed troll, took a left at the empty spot where the infamous vanishing cabinet had once stood, and finally paused beside a large cupboard that seemed to have had acid thrown at its blistered surface. "It's right in this area," he declared as his eyes searched around him. "This is it," Hermione said in awe as she carefully picked up the desecrated piece of wizarding history. Harry looked at it and nodded. "Good work." He took a deep breath. "Since we don't have a basilisk tooth or Gryffindor's sword available, we'll have to just hold onto it." He took off his watch, resized it into a trunk, and placed the diadem inside it. "Now that we've got the headpiece," stated Harry as the ROR reshaped itself into a more comfortable setting, "we've got other important matters to discuss, like what we're going to do to Draco." Rolling her eyes with a smirk on her face, Hermione answered, "Only you would put revenge on the ferret at nearly the same priority as our mission." "You're right," admitted Harry with a grin. "It should have taken higher priority." Hermione mumbled something that sounded like, "boys," while stifling her laughter. "I figured that since he got me in trouble with McGonagall, we've got to get him in trouble with Snape." "We?" she asked, putting on an expression of mock shock. "I don't recall Malfoy doing anything to me to warrant such a response." Harry shrugged his shoulders, knowing she was kidding, yet playing along. "If you don't want in on the prank, that's all right with me." "You know I was kidding," she replied. "I'd never turn down a chance to bring the pureblood Ponce down a peg." "Good," he said. "It needs to be something that will force Snape to punish him. Then it'll have to be public." About an hour later, the couple left the ROR to go to lunch. They were halfway to the Great Hall when two ghosts approached them. Actually, nearly headless Nick seemed to be pleading with the other one, a grim, silent, terrifying ghost covered with bloodstains. Harry and Hermione both instantly recognized him as the Bloody Baron, and wondered why Nick was apparently trying to introduce them. "There you are, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," greeted Nicholas happily. "It is good to see you. How has your weekend been going?" Fine," answered Harry. "It's, good to see you, too." "Yes," agreed Hermione. "How are you doing, Sir Nicholas?" "Splendidly," he replied jovially. "The Fat Friar has recently informed me of your desire to meet all of the house ghosts, and I thought that was a wonderful idea. It is good to be well connected, even in the world of ghosts, as long as you know that I will always be more than happy to fulfill your ghostly services. In that regard, I felt it best that I personally introduce you to the Bloody Baron." He unnecessarily indicated the specter to his left. "Baron, these are Harry Potter and Hermione Granger." The Slytherin ghost made no indication that he'd noticed them. It's good to meet you, Baron," greeted Harry. He did not respond. Nick nervously explained, "Sometimes he's a bit shy." "I'm, glad to have met you," said Hermione. The Bloody Baron turned his back to her and floated away. She could have sworn she heard the word, mudblood, coming from the ghost in a soft, disgusted voice. Harry turned to the Gryffindor ghost, deciding he should be polite. He was, after all, only trying to help. "Thanks, Nick. I appreciate your efforts." Hermione nodded in agreement. "You're welcome. I'm afraid he's not very friendly to most people, especially the living. Perhaps one day, he'll come around." "Yeah, sure," agreed Harry doubtfully. "We've got to get to lunch now," stated Hermione. "Bye." "Stir once clockwise and then twice counterclockwise," read Harry as he was working on his latest potions assignment. It was Friday, September 27th, and Snape had been more unbearable than ever. Harry had continued sending memories to Dumbledore and McGonagall, for all the good that was doing. The head of Slytherin obviously knew. He could do anything short of casting unforgivable curses at his students with no fear of reprisals. The boy who lived followed the instructions exactly, and the dissolving potion turned the exact light shade of green that the book described. He was about to bottle it when his cauldron floated up and toward him, tipping over to spill its contents all over Harry's clothes, which started instantly dissolving into pink gas that floated away. He turned to see Snape making a show of putting his wand away while sneering at him. 50 points from Gryffindor for your clumsiness, Potter, along with a detention cleaning this room tonight after dinner. All the Slytherins started laughing at Harry, none louder than Draco. The Gryffindors were all glaring at the so-called teacher. Another 50 for being out of uniform. Harry looked down to see that his robe was gone, along with his shirt, and that his pants were now starting to dissolve. His face turned red with embarrassment as he grabbed his bag and ran out of the room, just in time to hear, 50 more points from Gryffindor for leaving before being dismissed, along with a second detention with Mr. Filch tomorrow. It took all the restraint Harry had in him not to murder Snape right there. Harry knew this would be added to the memories. He supposed he should be glad that the potion didn't work on Skin, or he'd be running to the hospital wing instead of Gryffindor Tower. As soon as he saw no one was around, he disillusioned himself so that no one would see him wandering the corridors Starkers. Harry was sitting on his bed wearing a new school uniform while extracting memories when there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Hermione," he said, having a good idea who it must be. The door opened, revealing his partner in time, who asked, "How did you know it was me?" "My roommates wouldn't have knocked. In fact, no other guys would have knocked, which left females. I figured that you were the most likely suspect. It could have been McGonagall if she'd heard what happened," she offered. "Too soon. I figured that you packed up your stuff, along with whatever I forgot, and ran here after me." She couldn't deny the fact that she was panting, and had indeed done just as he'd predicted. She had a very hard expression on her face. "I can't believe that mean, cruel, vindictive bot. Hermione, language," he admonished with a laugh. "This is serious," snapped Hermione. "That thing, actually." "I know what he did," interrupted Harry. His face took on a stern expression. "He moved up my timetable by a couple days. I'm sending the package of memories to the Daily Prophet tonight." "I see you've got new clothes on," sneered Draco, flanked by his two flunkies. He was standing next to the Gryffindor table at dinner to taunt Harry. "Do you want another duel?" Harry asked, sneering right back at the git. Draco took a half step backwards and gulped before sneering once more. "Big talk. Too bad you've got that detention. And all those house points lost, too. Everyone knows the House Cup has been a complete joke since Snape started working here, and it doesn't mean anything either way." "I wouldn't go that far, Mr. Potter," said a voice from the other side of Harry. He turned to see his head of house. "But I can certainly understand why you feel that way. Mr. Malfoy, unless you want a detention, I'd suggest you and your friends return to the Slytherin table." The Three Stooges left. Once they were out of earshot, Minerva turned her attention back to Harry. "I watched your memory of this morning's potions class, Mr. Potter, and I've never been more appalled at Professor Snape's behavior. You can rest assured that—" "I wouldn't be so hasty, Minerva," came Professor Dumbledore's voice. Snape was standing behind him with an evil smirk. It was a very disturbing expression. She turned toward her boss. "You saw what Snape did, Albus. How can you? A professor has full authority in his classroom to handle discipline as he sees fit," Dumbledore interrupted. "But this matter is closed. Harry has detention tonight and tomorrow, and has lost several of Gryffindor's house points. For being victimized by this monster. Calm yourself, Minerva. You will not interfere with Mr. Potter's discipline. It would be seen as preferential treatment if one professor overrides another. We cannot have the staff fighting amongst itself. It is a poor example for the students." She gazed at the man she used to admire in disbelief. Poor example. Severus is. That is my final word, Minerva. Good evening. He turned around and began walking. I'll expect you in the dungeons in 10 minutes, Potter. You won't require protective gloves, Snape sneered and walked away. I'm sorry, Harry. Making a spur-of-the-moment decision, Harry decided to trust his head of house. With a whispered tone, he asked, could Hermione speak to you alone for a few minutes while I'm in detention, Professor McGonagall? Hermione looked at Harry in confusion. Certainly, if she wants to. The head of Gryffindor was looking in between the two of them. Harry looked at his girlfriend and said in a low voice, would you tell her what I plan to do with my memories after the detention? What we've been planning for weeks. If you're sure, Hermione answered in a whisper. He smiled at her, and then at McGonagall. I think we can trust her. She can probably even be of help. He took a breath. I'd appreciate it if you'd have the package ready when I'm done, although I'll probably have a new memory to add. 2, unless one of you provides the conversation we just had. I will, promised Hermione. After a grueling 3 hours with Snape, being insulted as he scrubbed the floor with a cleaning solution that gave his hands many slight burns, Harry started making his way toward Gryffindor Tower. He couldn't see very well, because his glasses had been splashed with the stuff, making him glad for once that he had glasses, otherwise he'd probably be blind, and he didn't want to ruin his clothes by trying to clean it off his glasses with them. He was trying to wait until he got to the boys' bathroom near his dorm. He'd just rounded the corner away from the dungeon when 2 people surprised him. Hi, Harry, greeted Hermione. We thought we'd meet you here. Are you all right? The other person was Professor McGonagall. Miss Granger explained your plan, and while normally I wouldn't approve, Professor Snape has gotten away with too much for too long, and Professor Dumbledore won't do anything about it. Therefore, I decided to help. Let me see your hands, Mr. Potter. Here they are. He showed his palms to the 2 females. Hermione winced at the sight of all those burns. Excellent, said Minerva. I mean, it's terrible this happened, but excellent for our case. Let's get you to the hospital wing, and we'll be able to add Poppy's report to our package. I've also added the complete list of house points that Professor Snape has given and taken during his tenure here, as well as some memories of other students I've collected over the past few weeks. Good idea, replied Harry with a grin. Harry wasn't surprised that the story on Snape didn't appear in the next day's Daily Prophet. He figured it would take at least a day to do some investigation. The downside was that he still had to put up with Snape and Malfoy, and he had another detention to serve. He and Hermione knew that if they were to pull a prank on both Draco and Snivellus, it would have to be today. However, it had to wait until after Harry's Saturday morning Quidditch practice, wherein the driver known as Oliver Wood did his best to make sure everyone on the team hated Quidditch. At lunch, Harry and Hermione saw the perfect opportunity. Draco got up from his table and walked to the staff table. He started to hand Snape a piece of parchment. That's probably the answer key to the test Snape plans to give us next week, commented Harry. I wouldn't be a bit surprised, agreed his girlfriend. She looked at her watch. It's now exactly 12:23. Harry grinned evilly. Perfect. The parchment in question suddenly became a glass full of a potion and spilled all over Snape, dissolving his clothes. Harry picked up his sandwich and took another bite. I suppose we couldn't think of anything that would work better than that, he commented. Apparently not, agreed Hermione. A furious Snape screeched, detention for a month, Malfoy, calling attention to his situation. At this point, there was a huge hole in the front of his robes, revealing his hairless, pale. The whole crowd, Slytherins included, began laughing hysterically as the greasy git bolted from the room, leaving the arms of his robe behind. It was rather effective, commented Harry. And was certainly fair, agreed Hermione before taking a gulp of her pumpkin juice. They stared at each other for a few seconds longer before Harry burst out laughing with the others, followed a moment later by his girlfriend. Once he caught his breath, Harry suggested, we'd better hurry up and prepare. Right after he said those words, Professor Dumbledore approached the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Good afternoon, Headmaster, the couple replied together. Mr. Malfoy has implicated that you two had something to do with the unfortunate accident that Professor Snape suffered a few minutes ago. If you're going to accuse them, then I, as their head of house, should be here, too," declared McGonagall as she approached. She was slightly flushed, indicating that she'd really been in a hurry. "Naturally, Minerva," agreed Albus, "you may be present while they are questioned." Harry looked at them, bringing up his occlumency shields, which were improving, but wouldn't withstand an all-out assault. He was hoping Dumbledore wouldn't try reading his mind. Why does Malfoy think I had anything to do with that? Because he claims that a switching spell was performed, and that a piece of parchment was replaced with a glass of the same potion you suffered an accident with yesterday. He looked at them incredulously while McGonagall asked, "That's your proof?" 50 first years handled that potion yesterday, and every other student has brewed it in their first year. Add to that the fact that a switching spell is too advanced for them and your accusation is absolutely ridiculous. "I haven't performed a single spell today," declared Harry. "Neither have I," said Hermione. Minerva suggested, "Why don't we settle this by performing priori incantatem on their wands?" "An excellent suggestion, Minerva," agreed Albus, who turned to the Gryffindor students. "Might I see your wands for a moment?" "Sure, Professor, if it'll clear this up so I can finish my lunch," stated Harry. "It will." They both handed the headmaster their wands, and he performed the charm. "Well, this proves that they didn't do it. I'll let Mr. Malfoy know he was mistaken. Good afternoon." Both professors returned to the head table while Harry and Hermione returned to their lunches. They quickly finished up and left the Great Hall, heading straight for their common room. "You wait here while I get the potion," Hermione instructed. "I'm glad that I thought to save some of it after." "What happened to you?" "Me, too," agreed Harry to her retreating back. Less than a minute later, she returned with a familiar cup. "Let's disillusion ourselves now so no one sees us with that." Once they were invisible, they left the common room and headed back toward the Great Hall. Harry whispered, "You wanna bet that the parchment was a cheat sheet?" "No," answered Hermione. "I'm sure it was, but we'll find out for sure, won't we?" They snuck near a doorway of the Great Hall and waited for the right time. Harry pulled out his time turner and put it around both their necks and gave the hourglass one turn, taking them back an hour. When they saw Draco approach Professor Snape, Hermione performed the switching spell and they both ran off to the room of requirement to stay out of the way for an hour. "Was I right?" asked Harry after they were seated comfortably on a love seat. "Actually," answered Hermione, "it's more than just an answer key. This is an actual test with the answers marked. Do you think the fact that Draco had to return it means that it's the original, and Snape hadn't made any copies yet?" asked Harry. "I'm not sure," said Hermione, "but I'm willing to guess." She then performed an incendio spell on the parchment, quickly burning it to ashes. That night, Harry grudgingly served his other detention with Filch, scrubbing the floors for 2 hours listening to the crazy squib praising the old punishments. In the morning, however, the article that he'd been waiting for appeared in the Daily Prophet. Death Eater routinely insults and assaults the boy who lived at Hogwarts, while Dumbledore looks the other way. By Rita Skeeter. According to Professor Dumbledore, head of Slytherin House and Potions Master Severus Snape, is a former Death Eater who changed his ways before Harry Potter, the famed boy who lived, defeated you-know-who. However, his record at Hogwarts, as well as several pensive memories provided by several students, including young Mr. Potter, proves otherwise. This reporter has seen with her own eyes the utter contempt that Mr. Snape showed Mr. Potter from the moment he first stepped into his classroom. Not only has he repeatedly insulted the boy who lived, but has insulted the memory of his father, the late James Potter, another hero of our world. The only reason this reporter can think of for Mr. Snape to hold such hatred for the Potter family is that he is angry that they vanquished his master. On and on the story went, taking up 5 pages, and ending with the account of Friday morning's incident with the potion that Snape deliberately poured on Harry's clothes. It went over his punishments, including the burns he'd received that Poppy had easily healed. It talked about how unfairly Snape handed out awards and punishments, using the actual records that were provided by the deputy headmistress. It talked about how blatantly he favored the Slytherins, and about the severe drop in the number of students to pass their potions owls, as well as the number of students who even took the potions newts, over the past decade. Skeeter had even looked up Snape's criminal record, noting that he'd been accused of using an unforgivable curse, but Dumbledore got him off without even a trial, claiming he'd turned spy. She strongly indicated that the headmaster was either a complete fool to trust Snape or Snape was blackmailing him, which indicated that Albus had something big to hide. The article called the citizens of the Wizarding World, as well as the Board of Governors, to do something about the situation. Harry noticed Dumbledore and Snape both glaring daggers at him, and he smiled back at them. "You shouldn't go out of your way to make them even more angry," chastised Hermione, who was sitting next to him. "Impossible," replied Harry. "Nothing could make them angrier." At that moment, about 100 howlers arrived and flew to the head table, half going to the headmaster and the other half going to Snape. While they were enduring that, Harry commented, actually yelled over the noise, "I can't believe we haven't seen anything in the paper about Wormtail or Padfoot yet." "Me, neither. Maybe we should write Kingsley." "Yeah, let's do that tonight." That night, they did send off a letter to Shacklebolt, and the next morning, a Monday, they had a surprise. The headmaster, as well as all 4 heads of house, was not there. Professor Vector made an announcement that the Board of Governors was meeting with the missing staff, and that all charms, transfiguration, herbology and potions classes were cancelled for the day. This gave the first-year Gryffindors a free day, so Harry and Hermione decided to spend it hanging out with Neville, who they'd been accidentally ignoring for the past few days. Harry definitely did want to make sure that Neville didn't feel too left out, even though they couldn't involve him in their secrets. The next morning, Harry noticed with a grin that all the staff of Hogwarts was back with one exception. The greasy git wasn't there. Dumbledore stood up during breakfast to make an announcement. "I'm afraid that I have some bad news. Due to certain erroneous complaints, Professor Snape has elected to pursue his life goals elsewhere, and therefore," at this moment, the room exploded with applause. Everybody at 3 of the 4 house tables was standing up, clapping and shouting for joy. Fred and George managed to set off some wet start fireworks in celebration of this grand event. Obviously, they'd come prepared. Shouts of "No more Snape" echoed throughout the room. Some of the staff, including McGonagall, found themselves accidentally joining in the chant. It was nearly 10 minutes later when the room was settled down enough for the headmaster to continue his announcement. "I'm sure Mr. Snape will be gratified to know how happy you are for him, how excited you are that he has chosen a new vocation, brewing potions to be sold in a store that will open soon in Diagon Alley. I will be taking over potions lessons for the next week or so until I locate a new potions master. I have already sent an owl to a few prospects, but not received a reply yet. Professor Vector will act as the Slytherin head of house for the time being. That is all." He then sat back down and breakfast continued. Before Harry had gotten too far in his meal, an owl dropped a note for him that was written with Dumbledore's loopy handwriting, telling him to see him after dinner. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans," stated Harry, convincing the gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office to move. "Good luck," said Hermione, who'd walked with him, but hadn't been invited to this meeting. She ate his cheek and walked off toward the library. Harry took a deep breath and walked up the stairs. "Come in, Mr. Potter," greeted the headmaster from the other side of the door. Harry opened it and walked in. "Have a seat. Would you like a drop?" Harry had always suspected that the candy was laced with something, perhaps just a calming draft or something worse, but had never been able to prove it. "Yes, please," he replied, and took the offered sweet. Instead of putting it in his mouth, he pretended to and slipped it into his pocket. "I suppose I'll find out sooner or later, but why exactly did you ask for a meeting?" With his eyes twinkling, and the most grandfatherly expression possible, he replied, "It's just that you've been exhibiting certain characteristics that can be dangerous." "Yeah, like thinking. For myself," thought Harry. "Am I?" he simply asked. "Yes. It seems that you are intolerant of others, and are using your fame to discredit those with whom you disagree. I must say I was quite disappointed with how you used the press to lash out at Professor Snape like that." "Really?" asked Harry, now getting angry. Dumbledore was trying to make him out to be the bad guy. His eyes narrowed as his face began getting red. Yes, Professor Snape might not be as friendly as Professor Flitwick, but that does not mean. Harry refused to listen to a fictional excuse for Snape's behavior, especially as he remembered everything the man had done in both timelines. He interrupted Dumbledore by yelling, "I've put up with that kind of treatment all my life from the Dursleys. According to Hagrid, it was your idea to put me there, and I'm not putting up with it anymore." That person was supposed to be a teacher, but instead of teaching, all he seemed to be able to do is insult my father, me and the other Gryffindors, and blatantly favor Slytherin. I tried letting you know, but obviously you don't care about the quality of education here. I don't know if you're Snape's lover or what, but you're supposed to be a headmaster, but you've proven to me that you don't deserve that title. I wonder how many other teachers you have working here for personal reasons that have nothing to do with education. Calmly, the headmaster replied, although Harry could swear he paled for a moment at that last statement. I do care about the quality of education here, and I'll not have an 11-year-old accusing me otherwise. I'm afraid that this sort of insubordination calls for punishment. I am removing 10 points from Gryffindor and assigning you a detention. You were dismissed. Professor McGonagall will see you about your detention. Goodbye, sir, said Harry civilly before walking out the door. He was surprised to find Hermione waiting for him. Hi, Hermione. I thought you'd be in the library. I couldn't concentrate. How did it go? He said he was disappointed in me for not tolerating Snape. I yelled at him and he gave me a detention. Oh, dear, how do you feel? I'm still a bit angry. I thought I'd go to the room of requirement to clear my head. Want to come? Sure, she replied. Within a few minutes, they were sitting on a loveseat talking about the sacking of Severus Snape. Hermione asked Harry, why didn't we do that before? It was so simple. Because at the time, we completely trusted Dumbledore and worshipped the ground he walked on. I suppose, she agreed. We praised the toilet he. That's enough, Harry, she interrupted, making it clear that she did not want him to finish that statement. He closed his mouth before getting another idea. Maybe at order meetings they sang songs about him. I highly doubt that, she replied. Harry then started making up new words for one of the few hymns he knew. He'd heard it on the telly a few times when Dudley left it on in the middle of the night while he was living in his cupboard. Oh, Dumbledore, when I in awesome wonder, consider all the plans thy mind hath made. Thou hast founded the Order of the Phoenix, and let us do everything thou hast said. Then sings my soul, my headmaster to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my headmaster to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. At first, Hermione was scowling at him, but by the time he got to the chorus, singing in his worst possible voice, she was laughing her head off, making it difficult for him to finish. The sad thing is, commented Hermione between giggles, is that many people really feel that way. I know, agreed Harry. After they'd laughed together for a few moments, Hermione's expression turned serious. I think it's time to go after the other Death Eaters. Throughout the next week, Harry and Hermione half expected to see Horace Slughorn show up at breakfast, but surprisingly, he never did. They both had to admit that they enjoyed the first potions lesson that Dumbledore, who was an alchemist and had worked with Nicholas Flamel, taught. Good morning, class, he greeted jovially, with a twinkle in his eyes. It has been a long time since I actually got to teach. As headmaster, I find myself too busy with other responsibilities to actually do what I enjoy most, teaching. Today, we will be learning about the potion used to reduce pain when rubbed on your skin. Does anybody know what it's called? It was no great surprise to the class when Hermione raised her hand. Harry smiled to himself over the fact of that one quality that did not change in his girlfriend over the years. Yes, Miss Granger, it must be the Pina Macero potion. The other possibility, the Excrucio Macero potion, is stronger, but far too complex for anything less than a NEWT level class. That is correct, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor. He then pointed his wand at the blackboard, which suddenly had the instructions listed. Who can tell me the attributes of the first ingredient? The class went on like that, so for the first 15 minutes, the class discussed the potion and its ingredients, so that they actually learned something about the potion they were brewing, as opposed to just following instructions. Dumbledore did give points to the few Slytherins who were able to answer his questions. Draco Malfoy was not among those. He just sat there silently with a scowl on his face until it was time to start brewing. Harry was surprised that Neville had answered some of the questions about the ingredients. Harry was cutting up his first ingredient when he heard Professor Dumbledore's jovial voice. "Mr. Malfoy, would you be so kind as to explain why you are emptying that bottle of completed Pinot Macero into your cauldron?" Harry grinned as Draco paled. "I made it earlier today." In a friendly tone, Dumbledore replied while walking up to Malfoy, "Then the package I saw you receive this morning from Antonio's apothecary has absolutely nothing to do with it. And the fact that the bottle in your hand has their logo clearly printed on it is just a coincidence. I just had the bottle from a long time ago and—" "I see." Dumbledore took the container from him. "Since you are an expert brewer of this potion, I'd like to observe your process firsthand. Perhaps I will learn a new trick or two." The whole class chuckled at the way the headmaster sounded completely sincere, yet made it obvious to everyone that he knew Draco was planning on cheating. Harry went back to chopping ingredients and managed a nearly perfect light blue potion, whereas Draco's ended up looking like tar. "I always suspected that Malfoy had cheated his way through potions class, and now we have the proof," stated Harry as he and his girlfriend walked out of class with Neville. "Always?" the Longbottom heir asked. "We've only been here a bit more than a month." Harry and Hermione looked at each other for a moment before Harry explained, "That's what I meant. For this whole month, I've thought he was always cheating. I don't think he ever does his own work, not just in potions. That's why it was so easy to beat him in that duel. He's all talk." "Yeah," agreed Neville. "I doubt he's much smarter than those goons he hangs out with." "What are their names?" "Crabbe and Goyle," answered Hermione. "By the way, I noticed that your potion looked better than Harry's today." The boy who lived glared at her for a second. Neville blushed as he answered, "Potions is actually pretty easy if you understand the ingredients. It's just that before, with Snape breathing down my neck." "Say no more," said Harry. "We all understand. Anyway, since we actually talked about the ingredients, I realize that we've worked with most of them in herbology, and the few we haven't studied are in the next few chapters of the book." It was the next day that Harry finally saw a new face at the head table. It was a fairly attractive middle-aged woman with black curly hair that went just past her shoulders. She had blue eyes and brown skin and was wearing light purple robes. Professor Dumbledore stood up to make an announcement. "Good morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce our new potions mistress, Felicity Brewster. As Professor Brewster is a Gryffindor alumna, Professor Vector will continue on as the head of Slytherin." The Gryffindors were cheering loudly while everyone else was politely clapping. Draco looked like Christmas had been cancelled for the year. A few minutes after the announcement, Harry received an owl that left a letter which read, "Dear Mr. Potter, Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to oversee the detention he assigned you during your meeting with him last week. Please report to my office after dinner tonight to serve it. Professor McGonagall." "What do you think she'll have you do?" asked Hermione when she read the note. He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, but I doubt it'll be terrible. She still feels bad about the last detention she gave me and knows about the 2 detentions I had to serve for allowing Snape to pour that potion on me. She did specify that she was only giving you a detention at all because the headmaster told her to," commented Neville, who was sitting across from them. "True," agreed Hermione, who looked at Harry. "I don't think you'll have anything to worry about." That night, Harry found himself warmly welcomed into Professor McGonagall's office after supper. "Good evening, Harry," she greeted before closing the door and performing a few privacy charms. "Good evening, Professor," he replied. "Have a seat." As he sat down, he noticed that the memory sphere he'd given her was still in a place of prominence. McGonagall sat down at her desk. "Mr. Potter, firstly, I'd like to thank you for pushing to improve this school, specifically the way potions class was handled. Mr. Snape was an embarrassment to have as a colleague, and was slowly eroding Hogwarts' reputation as the finest magical institution in Europe. I wish that we hadn't needed to go to the press, using your celebrity status, but since the headmaster refused to listen to anybody regarding Mr. Snape, I know we did the right thing. At this moment, the headmaster is unaware of the fact that I helped you prepare your press package, and I would like to keep it that way. Harry nodded with a grin and she continued. I'm also aware that in the short month you've been here, you have already served a number of unfair detentions and know that Mr. Malfoy has managed to avoid the detentions assigned to him by Mr. Snape. I hope that you haven't already developed a hatred for Hogwarts. He chuckled a bit. No, I haven't. Hogwarts just needed a house cleaning. He then looked thoughtful. I wonder if anything can be done about Binns. No one ever learns anything in his class, either. Professor Binns has been teaching at Hogwarts for longer than any other staff member, and has no record of bullying or otherwise harassing students. It would be rather difficult to get him sacked solely because his lectures are less than captivating. I understand, replied Harry. Very good. She sighed. All that I've mentioned being true, plus the fact that Professor Dumbledore was unreasonably stubborn. Regarding Mr. Snape does not negate the fact that you were insubordinate to the headmaster. You must at least respect his position. Harry sighed, remembering how at different points in the previous timeline both Umbridge and Snape had served in Dumbledore's position at Hogwarts. I don't respect positions, just people. If someone behaves in a manner that I respect, then they have my respect. If they abuse their position, then they don't have my respect. He sighed. Snape obviously abused his position, and I believe that the headmaster was abusing his by insisting that Snape continue on here no matter how many students, parents and staff members disagreed. It's like he was dictator here and was going to have his way no matter who didn't like it. Harry then added, he didn't even care what his deputy headmistress thought. Minerva seemed to be silently agreeing with his statements, although Harry knew she'd never admit it. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, she replied, You speak much more like an adult than a child. I haven't really been a child since Dumbledore abandoned me on the Dursleys' porch, he replied sadly. Her face paled slightly. That day, I watched your family as a cat and tried to talk the headmaster out of leaving you there. She seemed hesitant, but pressed on like a true Gryffindor. How bad is it with them? Harry decided that bluntness was the best approach, but truthfully had never really told anyone but Hermione about his time with his family. Even then, he only skimmed over to worst parts. He took a deep breath, deciding to start with a simple fact. You may or may not know it, but my first Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. What? She asked, clearly shocked. He nodded nervously, taking another breath, while beginning to feel a slight stinging sensation behind his eyes. That's because that was my bedroom. He blinked his eyes, realizing that tears were actually threatening to come. He thought he'd done enough crying for his lifetime while locked alone in his cupboard, and hadn't cried in years. My cousin Dudley had 2 rooms to himself while I was locked in a cupboard, and only let out when they had chores for me to do while their baby whale sat in front of the telly. Now, he wasn't just feeling self-pity, he was feeling rage that he'd suppressed for years. He half yelled, I didn't know my name or birthday until they had to send me to school. I was always called boy or freak, and told my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. She looked down at her desk, obviously battling her own emotions. Hagrid mentioned that last part to me, she said softly. She looked thoughtful for a moment before continuing, Will you be all right spending the summer with them? He shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes, trying to get his emotions back under control. I'm not sure. We came to a deal last summer after I met Hagrid. They want me to find other arrangements for this summer, and to tell you the truth, I'd just as soon never see them again. Sighing heavily, Minerva stated, That'll be all. Your detention is over. With a slight smirk, she added, If anybody asks, I had you scrubbing the floor of the Transfiguration classroom until you passed out in exhaustion. He grinned at her. Thanks, Professor McGonagall. The next morning at breakfast, a brown owl flew in with the rest of the mail and landed in front of Harry. He gave it a piece of bacon before relieving it of its rolled-up parchment. He carefully held it so that only he could read it, mainly because he didn't want Neville or anyone else to see it. He'd tell Hermione what it said later. Tonks. I hope this letter reaches you, since I doubt Tonks is your real name. As requested, I made A few inquiries regarding Pettigrew and found out that he's been put in Azkaban, but they're still investigating his case and identity. Barty Crouch originally threw Sirius Black into prison without a trial, and it seems like he's using his influence to delay proving that he was wrong and literally stole 10 years from an innocent man's life because he didn't follow proper procedure. I've been assured that they will eventually conduct a trial, but I had the distinct feeling that the person speaking was trying to pacify me. I'll let you know any new developments. Or Shacklebolt. P.S. Write me back so that I at least know that this parchment addressed to Tox reached you. Harry frowned as he read most of the letter, but smiled at the end. He had performed a particular spell that caused owls to recognize him as both Harry Potter and Tox, the marauder name he'd given to himself. He sighed as he thought about the rest of the letter. The more he thought about the evil actions of Barty Crouch, the better he felt about his and Hermione's plan. On Thursday morning, after breakfast, Harry and Hermione disguised and disillusioned themselves and then made their way to the One-Eyed Witch Passage. As before, once they were clear of Hogwarts' anti-apparition field, they popped away. They popped in while still invisible outside of a house that they'd had to previously locate on a map. They were glad that Crouch Manor was floatable. The young couple gazed at the 3-story mansion made of white brick. It was very elegant looking to Harry. He pulled a previously written note out of his pocket and stated, "It's time for Phase 1. On the pristine floor of the kitchen, a small figure was on her hands and knees scrubbing the floor until it practically glowed. The house elf appeared to enjoy her work, and was hardly paying any attention to her environment because her master would punish her if everything wasn't exactly perfect. She didn't notice the great horned owl flying in through the window until it hooted at her. The elf turned around and saw the beautiful bird with mostly brown and white feathers looking at her with its wide eyes. It had a small note tied to its leg. "Master isn't being here to get the note," said the elf, causing the owl to fly closer and move its leg so that the servant could read whom the note was addressed to. "The Crouch family elf. That is being Winky," she declared before untying the scroll. "Winky isn't ever receiving post before." She unrolled it and continued reading. "Mr. Crouch is feeling a bit under the weather, and has requested that his elf purchase some pepper-up potion at an apothecary and bring it to him at the ministry. Percival Weatherby." Winky looked terrified. "Master is ill. Master is ill. Winky must be helping him." With that, she popped off. The owl flew to the window and hooted once. 1 minute later, Harry and Hermione were standing in the bedroom where Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. was lying. Harry had pulled the invisibility cloak off of the fugitive and saw that he was lying perfectly still, under the effects of Crouch Sr.'s spells. He handed the cloak to Hermione. "Here, hold on to this and go to the other room. There's no reason you need to see this." She took his left hand with her right while stuffing the cloak into a pocket with her other hand. "We're in this together. If you're doing wrong, then we both are. We know what this Death Eater has done, and what he wants to do. The Ministry can't keep criminals in Azkaban, so this is the only way to make sure they can't hurt anyone else." Taking a deep breath, he pointed his wand at Barty Crouch Jr.'s throat. Sectum Sempra. Harry had aimed so that death was instantaneous and painless. "Let's get." Pop. Harry turned, to see a house elf with the most enraged expression he'd ever imagined. "You've killed young master," she shouted at the 2 cloaked strangers before holding out her hand. Boom. Both figures found themselves thrown into the wall, the wind knocked out of them. Harry knew he'd be bruised up and guessed the same was true of Hermione, who was holding her ribcage and appeared to be in tremendous pain. He pointed his wand at the mad elf. Stupefy. She dodged it and sent another spell toward Hermione. He grabbed his girlfriend and pulled her out of the way, with her screaming obscenities at him the whole time. He wondered if her ribs were broken. Harry didn't want to hurt Winky seriously, but he had to defend himself as well as his girlfriend, so he shouted, "Reducto," while pointing his wand at the floor in front of the elf. The floor broke open, causing the elf to lose her footing. "Stupefy," he shouted again. This time, he caught the house elf in the knocking her out. Harry picked up and carried Hermione quickly to the door and apparated as soon as they were clear of the house's defenses, glancing at his watch before disappearing with a small pop. They reappeared inside the poorly lit tunnel beneath Honeydukes, and Harry could finally take the time to examine his love, who was crying in pain. During their months dodging Voldemort, he had learned a basic healing spell that would mend bones but not heal the surrounding muscle and flesh. The result was that the person could move, but was in some pain. He performed the spell on Hermione. "Thanks," she said. "I think my ribs are all right and nothing was permanently damaged." She got up and winced. "I'll be in a bit of pain for a few days, but I should be all right." "Winky sure packed quite a wallop," he commented before putting his arm around her. "Let's get to class. Once we're at the passage, we'll see how much time we need to make." Upon arriving at the exit of their passage, Harry glanced at his watch, lighting the display so he could read it. He stated, "If we go back 2 hours, we'll have plenty of time," as he put the necklace around both of them. "Miss Granger, how did you get that bruise on your cheek?" Both Harry and Hermione paled as the rest of the class turned to look at Miss Granger. Harry muttered an expletive under his breath as he saw the galleon-sized bruise on the left side of her face. Hermione muttered nervously, You see. Did someone hit you, Miss Granger? You don't have to be afraid to tell me. That sort of behavior is not tolerated here." "No, no," she answered. "What happened is, it was my fault," interrupted Harry, who was a much better liar than his girlfriend. He looked sincerely sorry. "I was running in the hall and accidentally knocked her into a wall." He looked at his girlfriend and sincerely said, "I'm sorry you got hurt." He then turned to the teacher. "I know running in the halls isn't allowed, so tell me my punishment." McGonagall seemed torn on what to do. It sounded like a simple accident, and that Harry had learned his lesson. She decided to consult the victim. "Miss Granger, what sort of punishment do you believe Mr. Potter deserves?" "None, Professor McGonagall," she responded quickly. "Harry didn't intend any harm toward me. He wasn't trying to push me and certainly not trying to bruise me. He feels bad enough about this as it is. I'd like to just drop the matter and begin our lesson." Minerva smiled at the girl's thirst for knowledge. "While I agree with you that Mr. Potter had no malicious intent, I feel that he should receive some punishment for running in the halls." She turned toward him. 1 point from Gryffindor. Immediately after class, Harry and Hermione went to the Ollery, where Hedwig flew directly to Harry. "Hi, girl, it's great to see you," he greeted, stroking her feathers. "I was wondering if you would mind carrying a letter from Hermione to her parents." The owl moved her head down a bit, nodding in the affirmative. "Thanks, Hedwig," said Hermione, pulling a note out of her pocket and tying it to her leg. He then took the time turner off his neck and put it around Hermione's before giving her a quick peck on the lips. "Here you go. Do I need to explain how to use it?" "Not hardly." As soon as the snowy owl flew away, Harry commented, "I wish I'd realized that all I had to do to keep her happy was to send Hedwig off with another letter whenever I wanted to use a different owl for something important." He turned to his girlfriend. "Are you ready?" In response, Hermione grinned and closed her eyes in concentration. Harry watched as the love of his life morphed into a beautiful great horned owl with brown and white feathers. "I wish my form could fly," commented Harry as he tied a note to Wing's leg. The pretty owl seemed to smirk at him. "Just remember to get it to Kingsley at exactly 9:43. That way he'll be too late to interfere with us and too early for Barty Sr. to hide his son's body." The owl nodded and flew away, stopping to peck him lightly on the cheek. Once Wings was out of sight, Harry turned around and walked out of the Ollery, opening the door to run into Hermione. "I'll never get used to this. How'd it go?" She glanced around to make sure no one could see and gave him a peck on the lips. "Perfectly," she replied happily. "I even watched Shacklebolt pour Veritaserum down Winky's throat." She paused, frowning. "I wonder what's going to happen to her." "Probably get the sack," answered Harry, shrugging. "She'll manage like she did last time. Maybe I'll see if I can hire her in a while if she hasn't found a new master, once this mess is cleared up." Hermione sighed. "I suppose she'd never accept pay, and would be insulted if you offered it." "Yeah," he said, nodding. "You won't hold that against me, will you?" "No," she sighed. "I understand." Then, changing the subject, she commented, "Hopefully, without Crouch around, Sirius will be set free." "Hopefully," he echoed her. They then walked together toward their next class, chatting amicably, when they were accosted by 3 hoodlums. "Ah, Potter and the Mudblood," declared Draco. "I should congratulate you, Potty. You finally started to give the Mudblood what she deserves." He indicated her bruise, and then motioned to Crabbe and Goyle. "Maybe we can add more bruises." Harry and Hermione were both summoning their special wands out of their invisible holsters when a female voice called out from behind them. "Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. 20 points from Slytherin, each. Along with 5 detentions each with Mr. Filch." Harry grinned as he watched Professor Vector, the new head of Slytherin, discipline her students. "You were a disgrace to the Slytherin house. I don't know what Snape taught you, but when I was a student, the Slytherins weren't a bunch of arrogant bullies trying to pick fights with people. By the way, you may not have noticed it, but Potter and Granger already had their wands in their hands, ready to curse you 3 into oblivion, and I just saved you a trip to the hospital wing. 10 points to Gryffindor for being prepared." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry, barely suppressing his laughter at the look on Draco's face as he saw that they did indeed have their wands at the ready. "Goodbye, Draco," said Hermione as she and her unofficial boyfriend walked off. Once they were out of earshot, they laughed heartily at Draco, Crabbe and Goyle's predicament, realizing that Vector was right about them being a disgrace to the house. Known for producing clever people, they knew that Tom Riddle would never have acted like Draco Malfoy. Not to excuse Snape in any way, but they did realize that whatever evil things he did, he had managed to effectively dumb down the Slytherin house. They just wondered if it was on purpose, or just an unintended side effect of his excesses. The next morning, Harry and Hermione had made sure they would receive the Daily Prophet, and were not disappointed in the article Rita Skeeter wrote. Above a picture of Barty Crouch Sr. sitting bound to a chair in courtroom 10 was the headline. "Bartemius Crouch sentenced to the Dementors for heinous crimes." By Rita Skeeter. Some of you may remember that the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch, had a son who turned out to be a Death Eater who participated in multiple crimes in you-know-who's service and supposedly died in Azkaban. Yesterday morning, Senor Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt discovered evidence that proved. The article went on to describe how Junior was broken out of Azkaban and was recently killed. Fudge had hurried up the Crouch trial in an effort to stop the press from finding out, but apparently Skeeter had been buzzing around the ministry at the time and got the story. For a change, she didn't have to make things up to keep the story as cruel and vindictive as possible. The article did mention that the elf was given clothes throughout the process, though she didn't go into any details about that, so Harry decided what he would do later that day. Harry and Hermione were alone in the room of requirement when Harry called out, "Winky the house elf, can you hear me?" Nothing happened for about 10 seconds. Harry was about to call a school elf to help him contact Winky when she popped into existence with a very loud noise. She was crying and trembling as she held onto a glove that had obviously been given to her the day before. "You was calling Winky," she sobbed, "the disgraced elf who couldn't protect young master." Harry knelt in front of her. "Not a disgraced elf. The noble elf of a once great family that has recently disgraced itself. It wasn't your fault." Harry was relieved that Winky didn't seem to realize that he was the one who'd killed Barty Jr. "No, Master is a good wizard." "He's not your master anymore," interrupted Harry while Hermione silently watched. "I'm Harry Potter. Would you like me to become your new master?" he asked gently. Winky looked completely flabbergasted as she gazed into Harry's face. You wants Winky." He grinned at the hopefulness in her eyes. "Only if you want to be my elf." "Winky does. Winky does. Then, how do you become my elf?" he asked, not sure if there was some kind of ritual. "You is taking Winky's right hand." He obeyed. "Now, you is saying, Winky is my elf." "Winky is my elf. Harry Potter is my master," the elf said solemnly, and then a white ball of light formed where their hands met and flashed for a moment, bathing the entire room in bright light before it was gone in a blink. "Now, we is bonded. What is master wanting?" "First," said Harry, "I want to introduce you to my friend, Hermione Granger. You will obey her like you would me." After a moment, he added, "unless she contradicts me," causing Hermione to stick her tongue out at him before smirking. "It is being an honor to be meeting Harry Potter's Grandee. I'm glad to meet you as well, Winky. Harry then suggested, while I'm here at Hogwarts, there won't be that much for you to do, so I suggest you work with the other elves in the kitchens for the time being. I'll call you whenever I have a specific task for you to do. Oh, added Hermione, if it's possible, don't tell anyone who your master is. He's kind of famous and doesn't want other people to know about his personal business. Winky understands, she replied, after seeing Harry nod in agreement. She then popped away. The weeks passed quickly after that, with still no definitive word about Sirius or Pettigrew, despite Mr. Crouch being taken out of the picture. The only thing Kingsley could reply to their inquiries was that Fudge was taking the suggestion for Black and Pettigrew's trial under advisement. Shacklebolt went as far as to suggest that if they planned anything illegal, that though he'd be sympathetic, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it, and didn't want to know about it. When Halloween arrived, Hermione found herself once again paired up with Ron Weasley for the charms lesson in which Flitwick went over the levitation spell. However, this time Hermione didn't comment on Ron's failures as she did last time, knowing that he wouldn't take it well. Both Harry and Hermione also waited until someone else performed the spell before they did. Consequently, Ron didn't make any comments about Hermione being an absolute nightmare. Harry had already fixed it so no one could say she didn't have any friends. They were happy to note that Neville had performed the spell before class was dismissed. The feast that night was wonderfully uninterrupted, so the young couple, who were sitting next to Neville, was able to enjoy the feast, as well as the decorations. However, although neither would admit it, both were expecting trouble that never came. After that, Harry and Hermione decided to target other free Death Eaters that they knew were murderers. These people had bribed and lied their way out of Azkaban and joined up with Voldemort the moment he returned. Harry and Hermione knew that the way to stop the proverbial dog from biting you on Monday was to kill the dog on Sunday, so they knew their mission, and began making plans while covertly observing the patterns of their targets using their time turner and invisibility cloak. Nervous? Questioned Oliver Wood as the Gryffindor team, including Harry, approached the pitch. It was November 9th, and they were about to face Slytherin. A little, Harry replied, though he wasn't nearly as nervous as he had been the first time he'd played this game. He was fairly certain that no one would enchant his broom this time, but was ready for it anyway. Minutes before, Hermione had reminded him to catch the snitch with his hands this time, instead of his mouth. I was nervous during my first game, too. This time, Harry didn't ask Oliver what happened. He'd learned his lesson the last time. After his final instruction to catch the snitch or die trying, Harry mounted his broom. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the year, announced Lee Jordan to tremendous applause, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The teams were then announced and the balls released. Angelina Johnson got the quaffle first. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. That's about the only thing that happened exactly the way that Harry remembered it. He was glad to see that Quidditch matches were too random to repeat. All that it took to change them was for one person, even if it was himself, to fly in a different direction, and the whole game was changed. However, one thing remained the same, Gryffindor destroying Slytherin. Oliver was definitely on his game that day as he blocked everything shot at him. Not that he had that many opportunities, since the Gryffindor chasers were dominating the pitch. When the score was 50-0, Harry noticed the golden snitch just above the Slytherin keeper's head. At the same time, Katie Bell, quaffle in hand, was approaching that goal. Harry noticed the Slytherin beaters close together taking aim at her, so he aimed himself and shot in between the two, distracting them long enough for Katie to shoot. At the same time, Harry zoomed to the left hoop, reaching out his hand. She scores, shouted Lee. 60-0. The crowd was still cheering when Harry raised his fist in victory. As that, Jordan announced, "It is. Harry Potter has caught the snitch." He was jumping up and down in the stands with McGonagall sitting next to him, shaking her head in embarrassment. Gryffindor skunks the Slytherins, 210-0. What a debut for Potter. Harry looked over toward them and noticed an unusually big smile on McGonagall's face before he felt two arms come around him from either side to pick him up. He grinned at the Weasley twins, but held onto his broomstick tightly with his knees. Most of the crowd was loudly chanting, "Pot tear, pot tear, pot tear." With a huge grin, he held the snitch up once more, to the crowd's approval, as they approached the rest of their excited team. Wood was ecstatic, shouting, "We'll get that cup. I know it." When they finally reached the ground, Hermione ran up to Harry and hugged him tightly. Their eyes locked. They came very close to Ing, but she looked down at the last second and let go. Hermione waited outside the locker room for Harry, and then they walked back toward the castle together. "You did great out there," she exclaimed. "You haven't lost your touch. Higgs didn't even see the snitch before it was in your hands." "Yeah, that's it. I'd forgotten that Seeker's name. I wonder if Malfoy will still buy his position next year." "Maybe not," she replied as they entered the school. "His father won't be there to buy the team. And Snape's not there to make sure he gets away with it," agreed Harry. Looking around and lowering her voice, she asked, "Are you ready for our mission?" "I believe it's time to pay Goyle Sr. a visit," whispered Harry, just before he and Hermione slipped unnoticed into an empty classroom and closed the door. They opened the door and left 10 seconds later, each looking like the cat that killed the canary. It was the same day, in fact during the Quidditch match thanks to the time turner, when Harry and Hermione under the Crouch invisibility cloak followed Goyle Sr. to a Muggle neighborhood. They silently observed him walk into a Muggle cinema for a matinee showing of what would definitely be considered a chick flick. Hermione insisted that they pay for tickets before sneaking into the film under the cloak so they wouldn't be spotted by Goyle. Hermione was enjoying the movie while Harry watched their target pull his wand out and point it at the attractive woman sitting alone in front of him. He tapped Hermione's shoulder in time for them both to hear the word, "Imperio," muttered before the victim's eyes glazed over. They were silently revolted as they watched the woman stand up and leave with Goyle following her. Hermione muttered, "I was enjoying this movie," as they followed Goyle from a distance. "We'll watch it later," Harry hissed as he hurried her. Once they went outside, it didn't take a genius to see they were headed straight for a hotel on the other side of the street. "That monster," hissed Hermione as her face turned red. "He's probably been doing this for years." "I'm sure he has," muttered Harry. "She's wearing a wedding ring," Hermione commented as Harry got his wand out of its holster. "Let me do it," she asked, with a scary expression on her face. Without saying a word, Harry replaced his wand back where it was stored. "Keep your eyes out for Muggles. The coast is clear," whispered Harry after taking a look to see no one was paying attention. Goyle stepped onto the street to cross it when Hermione performed a powerful banishing charm on a parked car he was directly in front of. It moved forward at about 100 km/h for the 3 feet between it and Goyle Sr., before ramming into him. His now broken body was hurled about 10 feet and fell to the ground. The woman's glazed expression turned into confusion. She looked around and started walking as fast as she could toward the theater, while putting her credit card back into her purse, wondering why she'd removed it. A crowd began to form around the bloody mess that used to be Goyle. "He's dead," someone shouted after feeling for a pulse. "I hope the person who owns that car has insurance," Harry muttered. "I'm sure they do," answered Hermione before putting her wand away. She had her credit card out. "Probably to pay for the room," commented Harry. Hermione looked even madder. "But don't you realize, when they get their bill, she'd never be able to keep it secret from her husband." Harry, having caught on, was now as angry as Hermione. He'd divorce her for having an affair. "I'm just glad we stopped him," she stated, obviously trying to calm down. "Now, we need to see that movie again." Harry and Hermione almost felt guilty when they saw how devastated Gregory Goyle was after being informed of his father's death, but they knew that they'd made the world a better place, with one less rapist murderer. A few days later, Hermione determined that the drop Harry had taken from Dumbledore did indeed have a mild calming draft mixed into it. They were relieved that it wasn't anything stronger. Goyle was the first of many Death Eaters that would meet with fatal accidents over the next year. Early in December, Walden McNair suffered an accident when a beast he was supposed to kill apparently killed him. Harry and Hermione planned that the executions would occur under very different, unpredictable circumstances, and very few people noticed the pattern or even suspected they were anything besides accidents. However, one person did. Professor Dumbledore was in his office speaking with his deputy headmistress. I'm going to have to put Severus under a Fidelius charm. Barty Crouch Jr., Goyle, McNair. All of these deaths have led me to one conclusion. There is a very clever vigilante out there who is killing the Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban. Minerva commented, I don't think there's any reason to interfere with his work. He's not giving them anything less than they deserve. Sighing, Albus confessed, I reluctantly agree with you, and hate to admit that I feel better with them off the streets. Therefore, I decided not to inform the minister of my suspicions. He took a deep breath. However, it is quite conceivable that this vigilante will group Severus with the rest. Therefore, I must do what I can to protect him. I understand. Now, on to other matters. Is Mr. Potter returning to his relatives for the holidays, or is he staying here? Actually, she replied, he informed me that he has accepted an invitation to spend the holidays with the Grangers. Frowning, Dumbledore replied, that's not good. Why ever not? Asked Minerva, now appearing angry. It's not safe there. Safe from what? Death Eaters, he answered as though it were obvious. I must put a stop to it. You'll do no such thing, Albus. First of all, the Death Eaters won't even know Harry is there, and secondly, they're probably too worried about this vigilante to bother with Harry Potter. But, I know you've already had harsh words with him, but you will not interfere with his friendships. He's told me some of what the Dursleys put him through, and we both know I warned you about them. Finally, he's finding a bit of happiness, and I will not have you ruin it. Sighing, Dumbledore relented. Very well. I will not interfere with his Christmas plans, but he will have to return to the Dursleys this summer. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, she replied. Yes, we will. Harry smiled to himself as he did something he hadn't done in the original timeline during first year. In fact, the only time he'd ever done this was during his 6th year. He boarded the Hogwarts Express to leave the castle for the Christmas holidays. During 5th year, he'd ridden a portkey to Grimmauld Place, but that just wasn't the same. He actually had planned on staying at the castle until a few days before McGonagall was to collect the names of those staying for the holidays. Harry was adding more scrambled eggs to his plate at breakfast when Hedwig arrived in the Great Hall and flew directly to Hermione. He glanced up and saw her untying a note from his owl's leg. Is that from your parents? He asked. Yes. Thanks again for letting me borrow Hedwig. It's no problem. I'm sure she enjoys the exercise, he replied while his girlfriend gave a piece of bacon to Hedwig. Besides, I don't have anyone to write out there. She quickly opened the letter and looked it over, letting out a small squeak as she grinned broadly. What is it? He asked, smiling at her obvious glee. I asked, and they said yes. Hedwig flew off her shoulder and onto Harry's, apparently scared by this display of emotion. He began absent-mindedly petting her. Harry was confused. As much as he tried, he couldn't imagine what she was talking about. Asked what? If you could spend Christmas with us, she answered happily. They said yes. He was genuinely surprised. Why you asked them? You didn't think I'd let you spend Christmas all alone here, did you? I just didn't think. Under the table, she took his hand in hers and lowered her voice. Harry, you know I wouldn't want you to be alone. Don't you want to spend Christmas with me? Of course, he replied. Good. Then I'll send them a note to expect you. She then whispered in his ear, it'll be our first Christmas as a couple. He smirked and whispered back, yet, not a couple. It was a few days later that McGonagall, knowing about his situation at home, asked him if he was staying for the holidays. She seemed absolutely delighted that he had someplace to spend Christmas. Neville, Harry and Hermione boarded the train and quickly found a compartment and settled in. Hermione quickly pulled out her wand and pointed it at the doorway, which glowed for a second while Harry was asking Neville about a plant to distract him. What she'd done is put what she called a Slytherin ward on the door, but didn't want Neville to know she could do spells of the level that she'd done, especially since she'd done it silently. Once the spell was cast, Hermione joined the conversation. So, you're saying that Devil's Snare can be useful in certain circumstances? She asked him. Absolutely, replied Neville enthusiastically. It can help defend a house, keeping out undesirables like At that moment, the door opened, revealing Crabbe, Goyle, and of course their leader, Malfoy. "Longbottom, how can a pureblood like you stand sitting in the same compartment as that mudblood?" he sneered as he stepped inside. "It's bad enough with Potter being a half, what's happening?" The three Slytherins' skin started to turn green while their hair turned silver. At the same time, they began to develop a terrible odor, but fortunately, the wards pushed them all out the door forcefully, before closing it. All three Gryffindors began laughing their heads off, and Harry could hear some laughter coming from outside the door as well. Obviously, the Three Stooges had been spotted. "What did you do to them?" asked Neville, once he'd regained enough composure to ask the question. "Just brought out their Slytherin side a bit," answered Hermione. "Yeah, but what kind of spell does that?" "It was in a book I picked up last summer," lied Harry. "I couldn't do it, but Hermione managed it somehow. She's really brilliant. I guess she's not at the top of our class for nothing," commented Neville, accepting the story. "But don't tell anyone about it," charged Harry. "We don't want to get in trouble." "No problem, mate." "Hello, Hermione," greeted Mrs. Granger happily as she pulled her daughter into her arms. "I missed you." Harry stood in the background watching this reunion. "I missed you, too, Mum," the girl muttered, holding her mother tightly. Hermione did her best to hold back the tears as she embraced the woman who'd been murdered about a year before she and Harry went back in time. "I love you," she added in a whisper. "I love you, too, Hermione," the woman replied. "Don't I get a hug?" came a man's voice from beside them. "Of course, Daddy," Hermione replied, letting go of her mother to embrace her father, who'd suffered the same fate as his wife in the previous timeline. Harry was able to see a lone tear making its way down his girlfriend's cheek. He grinned broadly as thought, "This is why we went back in time." "Hello, Harry," said Mrs. Granger, pulling him out of his thoughts, as she held out her hand to shake his. "You've been in every letter Hermione has sent us. Thanks for being such a good friend to her." "It's been my privilege," he replied with a grin. "Thanks for inviting me over for Christmas. Thank you for letting Hermione use your gorgeous owl to write us. Hedwig likes the exercise." He turned to the cage he was holding. "Don't you, girl?" she hooted affirmatively, causing Mrs. Granger to chuckle a bit. "You are an intelligent girl, aren't you?" Hedwig nodded in agreement. "Good to see you again, Harry," greeted Mr. Granger, before shaking his hand. "We'd better get going." Before long, Harry and Hermione were sitting in the back of a silver BMW, with the adult Grangers in the front. "So, Hermione," commented her father, "you haven't written much about the new potions teacher. The one who replaced that git, what's his name?" "I believe it was Snape," corrected Mrs. Granger. "Yeah," grumbled Harry. "That's his name. I understand he was especially cruel to you, Harry." "Yes, sir. I'm just glad you were able to get rid of him," said Mrs. Granger. "Me, too," agreed Hermione. "How are things going at the practice?" Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged a quick look that didn't go unnoticed by the kids. "It's been busy. Are you still having problems with Mr. Thorne?" "Not anymore. He dropped the case." "How do you know about that?" asked her father. Hermione looked nervous, suddenly, and Harry realized that his girlfriend was using information her parents hadn't given her yet. She eloquently stated, "You mentioned him in a letter." "I don't remember writing about him," replied Mrs. Granger, who always penned the letters, although her dad signed them, too, and added comments. "You've never shown any interest in the business before, so I don't know why I'd have mentioned it." "You must have, dear," stated Hermione's dad. "How else would she know about that lawsuit?" "I guess so," she conceded, but looked like she wasn't sure. Hermione would later tell Harry that while she'd read books on dentistry, she'd never shown interest in her parents' actual practice before first year, but that over that Christmas break, her parents had mentioned that man had tried to sue them because a tooth her father had worked on was broken later that day when he got into a fight. Harry exited the car and gazed at the house before him while he realized he'd never been to Hermione's home before. It was slightly smaller than the Dursley house, but, at least to Harry, it looked much more inviting. The lawn was covered in snow, so Harry couldn't tell if they kept a garden or not. The light blue paneling on the house appeared to be only a year or two old. "Well," said Mr. Granger, "here it is. Home, sweet home." He opened the boot of the BMW and grabbed his daughter's trunk. Harry then took his own. He'd elected to not keep it in his watch trunk to avoid uncomfortable questions, at least at the train station. He knew he'd have to answer some questions when he and Hermione set up the cabinet in her room, but at least there wouldn't be any students around listening. However, he didn't have much in his regular school trunk, so it was pretty light. He had no problems carrying it into the house, nor following Hermione to the guest room with it. The room was about the size of Dudley's second bedroom, but had a nice bed in it. It had tan carpet and white walls, as well as an old dresser. There was also a large bookcase filled with books, which made Harry raise an eyebrow. Hermione looked a bit embarrassed. "Well, you see, there's just not enough space in my bedroom to keep all my books, so I use the whole house," he completed with a smirk. She grinned and stuck her tongue out at him. "Not quite. Aren't you gonna show me your room?" he asked. "I believe your mum told you to show me around the house." "Already trying to get in my bedroom?" she asked in mock irritation. "I just want to see your wall-to-wall bookshelves." "Ha ha," she replied with a smirk. "Maybe the cabinet will have to go in here due to the lack of space." "That's actually not a bad idea," she commented. "Oh?" he asked. "Could you imagine my father's reaction if he ever found out what that cabinet can do if it were in my bedroom?" A look of fear came across Harry's face. "Good point. I think my parents should know what it is, anyway," she stated. "What?" he asked, surprised. "If not, then how will we be able to explain my disappearances or your sudden appearances when we use them?" She then smirked. "Besides, you can't use magic here, so how are you going to get the cabinet out of your trunk without Dad's help?" A few minutes later, Hermione, with Harry behind her, opened the door to her bedroom. "Well, here it, oh my." She slammed the door as her face turned bright red. Harry was amused with her embarrassed reaction. "What's wrong? Is it a mess?" "Not hardly," she replied. "It's just I forgot." "Forgot what?" She took a deep breath. Redecorated my room after second year." He looked a bit confused. "So, you don't like how it's decorated now?" She nodded. "That's no problem," he started to say while grabbing the handle. "I'm sure the walls are covered with books He clamped his mouth shut to stop him from laughing at his girlfriend. To say the room was girlish would be the understatement of the century. The walls were a bright shade of pink with purple hearts in a random pattern. Hermione's dresser was a light shade of purple, and her bed had sheets that matched the walls. The white carpet was all right, though. But that wasn't what embarrassed Hermione. Hanging on one wall were framed report cards. Another had several rows of framed test papers. Everything he saw was straight A's. Right below the test papers were pink bookcases next to each other, filling up that whole wall. All of those bookcases were full. "I'm going to redecorate now," she declared from behind Harry, absent-minded pulling out her wand. "No," he corrected her. "You'll get caught doing underage magic. We'll need to do it the Muggle way." "Fine. I'll ask my parents to pick up some paint and paintbrushes for us." "So, Harry," asked Mrs. Granger, "do you want to call your aunt and uncle and tell them you made it here all right?" It was the middle of dinner and she thought she was just making conversation. Harry dropped his fork and Hermione looked at her boyfriend with a concerned expression. "No," he replied. "That won't be necessary. But you've just been for a long train ride and are with people they've never met. Surely they'll want to know you're fine. Also, they haven't heard your voice for months." "They don't want to hear my voice," Harry said shakily. "And they don't want me to call them Mr. Granger's eyes narrowed slightly and Harry gulped. "They do know you're here, don't they? You haven't run away, have you?" "No, sir," answered Harry. "I haven't run away, but they don't know or care where I am." The adult Grangers glanced at each other for a moment before he spoke. "We'll have to see about that." "But, Daddy," started Hermione, starting to panic. "You can't send him." "Honey," he interrupted. "I'm not sending him back, but I am calling his family." Harry tensed even more. If his staying here is fine with them, then he'll stay. Otherwise, he let the sentence hang before turning to the boy who lived Harry, what's your phone number? The young couple was in the living room waiting while Mr. and Mrs. Granger were making the phone call in another room. What do you think the Dursleys will do? Asked Hermione. Try to talk your parents into letting me spend the summer here, too, he replied neutrally. If you're so sure of that, then why are you still nervous? He sighed. He could never hide his mood from her. It's just that they might want me brought to them just to make me miserable. I doubt they'd do that, she replied, not after you removed Dudley's tail. I don't know. I'm just hoping that they realize that my not being with them is what they really want. At that moment, the adults entered the room looking angry. Harry, you can spend the holiday here, stated Hermione's father. And may I say I have never spoken with such an irritating man before. You were right about them not caring, commented Hermione's mum sadly. She now looked sympathetic instead of angry as she put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Your uncle got mad when we suggested he speak to you on the phone. I'm sorry that you had to speak with him, Mrs. Granger. Marissa, Harry, call me Marissa. And you can call me Adam. Thank you, sir, I mean, Adam. So, what do you want to do tonight? Adam Granger asked, changing the subject. Actually, suggested Hermione, there's something we'd like your help with. Oh, Marissa asked, what's that? You know how Muggle magicians sometimes perform a magical vanishing cabinet trick? Yes, Harry explained, well, in our world, there really is such a thing as a vanishing cabinet. Both adults' eyes bulged out. Really? That's fascinating. They work in pairs, added Hermione, with one cabinet leading to the other. Commented Adam. While that's interesting, I still don't see what the favor is. I own a pair, answered Harry, and, would like to keep one here. Both adults were silent for a few seconds. Marissa finally asked, where? Where do you have them? Right here, Harry replied with a grin, pointing at his watch. The two adults watched in amazement as he removed his watch, set it on the floor and expanded it. As he was leading them down the ladder, he explained, this is where I spent my last month with the Dursleys after locking my door. It's an entire apartment, added Hermione. Her parents were speechless as they were given a brief tour. And these, stated Harry proudly, are the cabinets. He walked into one and out the other. Wow, said both adults. I wonder if they work for Muggles. Commented Hermione. Why don't we find out? Suggested Adam before entering one. After about 10 seconds, he exited the other. I guess they do. He took a deep breath. That leaves us with the question of whether I should allow one of these to be put in our home. Daddy, I'm sure you can see the advantages in it. We could visit you during the school year. I thought that castle was supposed to be secure so that no one could get in or out undetected. Harry and Hermione exchanged grim expressions for a moment as they remembered how Malfoy had used these cabinets, once upon a never. These do go past Hogwarts wards, admitted Harry. But they're very rare, added Hermione. How did Harry get them? Asked Marissa. I bought them at a wizard pawn shop. They were the only ones there and are considered antiques. They must have been expensive, commented Adam. They were, admitted Harry. I inherited a decent amount of money from my parents that I didn't learn about until I got my Hogwarts letter. Aside from these and my special trunk, I've been pretty frugal. Where do you plan to keep the cabinet if we agree? Asked Marissa. In the spare room, answered Hermione. Let's get back up to the house, suggested Adam. Sure, replied Harry. By the way, when magic is performed inside the trunk, our ministry can't detect it, so this could be a place to practice magic. I did last summer. Marissa smiled. Maybe later you two could give us a show of what you've learned. They exited the trunk and Hermione's parents went into another room to discuss it. What if when they're older, they use that trunk too, you know? Asked Adam. They'd be able to do that at Hogwarts, anyway, and at least with one cabinet in here, we could burst in on them at any time. I suppose, he admitted, it would be good for Hermione to be able to practice her magic during the holidays. He sighed. Besides, I never liked the idea of not being able to see what I was paying for my daughter to learn until she turned 17. He paused. I swear, the way she's been acting today, I'd think she already was that old. Have you noticed the change? Marissa nodded. Yes, I guess going off into a whole new world by yourself will do that. I suppose, he grumbled. But she even wants to redecorate her room. She just wants to show she's not a little girl anymore. Maybe, he grumbled. So, we're agreed about putting a cabinet here, then. Yes, she replied, grinning. I think it'll be fun to have it here. Yeah, he agreed with a grin, but if I catch him trying to sneak into Hermione's room, wizard or not, they're still young for that. But they'll grow up fast. I still can't believe Hermione's 12. I remember driving her home from the hospital like it was yesterday. We'll blink our eyes again and she'll be 18. Maybe I should talk to Hermione about boys before she goes back to school, commented Marissa. Anyway, let's get that cabinet in Harry's room. At the same time that a vanishing cabinet was being moved from Harry's trunk to the Grangers' spare room, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office staring at a cloak he'd once borrowed from the late James Potter. This was the first time he'd looked at the cloak in a decade. He'd been truly surprised all those years ago to find this particular cloak in James's possession, and he imagined that it was in Harry Potter's great-grandfather's possession at the time he and Grindelwald were seeking it out. Albus knew by rights that the cloak belonged to Harry, but at the same time, he felt the boy would probably use it to run away from the Dursleys, and then he'd never be found if he were careful. The only magical objects Dumbledore knew of that would allow someone to see through this cloak were his glasses and Alistair's wonderful eye. He had personally charmed both of those devices with his own wand that he'd won from Grindelwald, all those years ago. The Ministry Aurors used a cheap imitation of Dumbledore's glasses that could see through most invisibility cloaks, but not this one. Also, the headmaster simply didn't trust Harry. He'd already caused enough damage by sending all those memories to Rita Skeeter. Who knows what he'd do at Hogwarts if he could become invisible. He'd already shown that if he can't get his way, he'd have revenge, even if he had to use his celebrity status to do so, bashing the reputations of both himself and Severus in the process. The boy had no respect for authority. He'd probably use the cloak to discredit other teachers he doesn't like or to steal exam answer keys. He picked up the folded cloak and placed it back in its drawer, placing appropriate security charms. He'd return it when the boy turned 17. It was already in his will that Harry should receive that cloak if Albus died before then. What Harry didn't know wouldn't hurt him, and Dumbledore was positive that Remus didn't know he had the cloak. The werewolf most likely assumed it was destroyed when Voldemort killed James and Lily. Just before he went to bed, Harry was headed to the bathroom with his toothbrush and toothpaste. Even though he technically could brush his teeth in his trunk, he figured that it would be impolite to do so. He did that at the Dursleys because he wanted no part of them but didn't want to give that impression to the Grangers. As he approached the lavatory, the door swung open, revealing Hermione's father. "Hi, Harry. I hope I didn't keep you waiting." "No," he answered. "I was just on my way to brush my teeth." He held up his toothbrush as he spoke. "Doctor." Granger's eyes narrowed at the dental instrument that had obviously seen better days. "That toothbrush needs to be replaced." "How long have you had it?" He replied, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. "As long as I can remember." "Don't you get a new one at your dentist's office?" Now Harry's ears turned pink. He looked down at the floor as his feet started to shuffle. "You see, I haven't, I've never." It didn't take his doctorate to figure out what Harry was trying to say, especially after his earlier phone conversation with Vernon Dursley. "The Dursleys never took you to a dentist." It was a statement, not a question, but Harry nodded ashamedly. "We'll fix that tomorrow. I can fit you in at 10 for the works, X-rays and cleaning. Then, if I find any cavities I can take care of them before you go back to school." Although Harry contemplated the idea of being at the mercy of his girlfriend's father in a dentist chair despite the fact Adam didn't know he was Hermione's boyfriend, he shrugged his shoulders, deciding that he could probably benefit from dental services. "Sure, I can get the money at Gringotts if." "No, this one's on the house," said Marissa from behind Harry. She'd obviously been listening to the conversation. "You don't have to," he started to object. "We insist," stated Adam. "But for tonight, I do believe we may have a new toothbrush lying around somewhere." He walked back into the bathroom and opened the cabinet, revealing a stack of new toothbrushes. I don't suppose you've ever flossed, either. Flossed? Harry didn't even know what that meant. Adam sighed. I suppose you can wait one more night for that. I'll make sure to teach you how to floss tomorrow at your appointment. Harry took the new toothbrush and did what he'd intended, and then went to bed. That's when the nervousness set in. He knew Dudley always complained about the dentist, but realized that Dudley wasn't your average kid, so his complaints might not be valid. He started whispering to himself. I've faced Death Eaters. I've faced Voldemort. I've even injected myself with poison to come back in time. I can face a dentist. The next morning found a very tired, yet tense, Harry sitting next to Hermione in a waiting room. Calm down, Harry. Dad's not going to hurt you. Not if I sneak out, he replied with a smirk. Very funny, she replied, before he stuck his tongue out at her. It was about 15 minutes later that Harry was led into the exam room by the hygienist. Well, young man, I understand that this is your first dental cleaning. Yes, ma'am, Harry answered as he climbed into the odd chair. The next 45 minutes were very unpleasant. In between taking a fluoride treatment that was not really the flavor he'd requested, just a poor imitation, and having his teeth SCD by that pick, he discovered that his gums were very ticklish. Yet, at the same time, his gums, as well as the rest of his mouth, were in pain, especially as his teeth were being flossed. He couldn't imagine how Granger expected him to start doing that to himself every day. After the cleaning, his mouth was X-rayed from every imaginable angle. While he waited for the results, he wondered which was worse, a dental appointment or Voldemort's Cruciatus curse. He had just concluded that it depended on how long one was held under the spell when the door opened again. So, Harry, commented Adam Granger, that wasn't so bad, was it? The boy remained silent. I suppose it wasn't very pleasant. There's a reason for that. I'm afraid your teeth are in bad shape. How bad? Harry asked. Well, you have 6 cavities that I'll fill before you go back to school. Joy, replied Harry sarcastically. You've also got gingivitis. That's some kind of problem with my gums, right? Yes. You also have several loose teeth, as well as a few missing ones. His expression turned to one of concern. Did the Dursleys do that to you? Did they hit you in the mouth? Dudley did, admitted Harry as he looked down. Whenever I couldn't dodge. And the Dursleys did nothing about it. I was punished for hurting Dudley's hand with my teeth the day I lost one of them. Mr. Granger looked very upset. He took 2 deep breaths before speaking again. What I'd usually recommend is braces, but they'll need adjustments, where you have to come back here. The problem is your school. Can't I just use the cabinet to sneak into your house and go to this office from there? Harry asked. The dentist looked like he could hit himself. Of course. We can make Saturday appointments. More quietly he mumbled, I could do the same with Hermione. Looking back at his patient, he stated, Marissa is the orthodontist. She'll have to handle the braces. The problem is who will pay for them. He sighed. As much as we'd like to pay for everything, braces are more expensive than. I've got money at Gringotts, said Harry. It shouldn't be a problem. They spent the next few minutes discussing the price. Harry commented that it should just cover a trip to Flourish and Blotts for Hermione, but Adam retorted that they didn't charge that much for braces. Hermione wasn't entirely thrilled when she found out that she could now get braces, but Harry reminded her that they'd be able to disillusion them anyway so nobody would see them. They decided not to mention the time turners to her parents, just assuring them that they wouldn't be missed for a few hours on a Saturday. The truth is that they wouldn't be missing from Hogwarts at all when they would use the cabinets. After leaving the office, which was only a mile from the Grangers' house on foot, the kids stopped by a nearby store to get paint and supplies for redecorating Hermione's room. Her parents had given her some money for that. The couple had their hands full as they walked out of the store and around it, until they were out of sight. Harry then took off his watch, and they loaded their supplies into it. Walking a mile was much easier without being loaded down with cans of paint. Harry and Hermione spent the next few days wearing old clothes as they painted her room. The walls were painted light blue, and her parents got her new sheets to match. All her report cards and tests were put into a box and stored in the attic. The bookcases were painted a light shade of brown. Hermione embarrassed Harry by hanging a picture of him on her wall, along with a picture of her parents. However, on Christmas Eve, Harry dressed in a suit he'd bought along with his other clothes the previous summer. He'd apparently grown a bit since then, but was able to magically adjust its size while inside his trunk, safe from the Ministry's monitoring of magic. The adult Grangers had been very impressed the day before by a demonstration of some first-year spells inside that trunk. The reason Harry, as well as the Grangers, was dressed up was because they were going to church. The boy who lived personally had never been inside a place of worship before in his life, although the Dursleys attended on Christmas Eve as well as Easter every year. When he was little, he'd asked why he couldn't go and was told that the roof would cave in if a freak like him walked inside, before being locked in his cupboard. Now, he understood what Aunt Petunia had meant. She had mistaken muggles who try to be witches and wizards through rituals considered evil by the church with people like himself who are simply born with magic in their blood. As he understood it, although he was no expert by any means, what those muggles would do could easily be considered worship of something besides the Christian God, and some of them even did harmful things to others. His magic, on the other hand, had absolutely nothing to do with faith, worship or religion. It was just a natural talent, no different from being good at spelling, except that it was a lot rarer and required a special school to learn about. He also knew that no ritual, potion or spell could make a muggle magical, just as no ritual, potion or spell could take someone's magic from them. Otherwise the purebloods would have been taking magic from muggle-borns and giving it to squibs for the past 1,000 years. Overall, he found his first church experience fairly interesting, although he didn't completely understand some of what was being talked about. He did understand the concepts of loving your neighbor as yourself and doing unto others what you want them to do unto you, which the preacher said was a large part of true Christianity. With that in mind, Harry immediately decided something he'd long suspected but didn't know enough to prove: the Dursleys weren't really Christians. He, himself, didn't know what he believed in besides the concept of right and wrong. The other part of Christianity the preacher had talked about was something Harry didn't understand: a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. The next day, Harry celebrated his first Christmas away from the Dursleys for the second time. It began with a loud knock on his door. "Harry, wake up." Hermione's voice came through the door. "Happy Christmas." Shaking himself awake, he called out, "Happy Christmas, Hermione. Give me a minute. Just 1 minute, and you'd better be out by then." After wiping the sleep out of his eyes, putting on his glasses and yawning, he got himself out of bed and pulled a t-shirt on. He was already wearing a pair of jogging pants and opened the door. "Good morning, love," he whispered to his secret girlfriend before following her to the living room, where 4 stacks of presents were under the tree. "Happy Christmas, Harry," exclaimed both Adam and Marissa Granger. He smiled at them both and replied, "Happy Christmas. Let's get these presents open so we can eat breakfast," suggested Hermione's dad. "Sweetheart," he continued, indicating his daughter, "why don't you pass out the gifts?" "All right." She began passing the gifts out to the other 3 before opening anything of her own, until her mum suggested, "Honey, why don't you open that package?" She pointed at a rather large package, which turned out to be an encyclopedia set. Hermione's face lit up with joy upon seeing that. "We figured that Harry wouldn't mind storing that in his portable apartment," commented her father while Harry nodded his head, obviously delighted in seeing his girlfriend so happy. "We would have gotten them for you during the summer but knew they wouldn't fit in your school trunk, but now," he trailed off, not wasting his breath explaining how much room she had access to because of Harry. She quickly hugged both her parents. Although Harry had insisted that his dental checkup was enough of a gift, the Grangers given him a year's subscription to The Amazing Spider-Man comic, along with the current issue. He happily began flipping through it, saying, "Dudley would always tear his comics up when he got done with them, so I couldn't even think of borrowing them." Harry gave Hermione a collection of different colored inks, along with some fancy new quills, while Hermione got him a book on prank spells. They'd agreed to not give each other any romantic gifts to avoid suspicion until they started officially dating in 3rd year. It was about that time that there was a loud pop in the living room, and a crying female house elf appeared holding 2 small wrapped packages. "Master Harry is giving Winky a Christmas present." she exclaimed while sobbing. Winky is knowing Harry Potter is being a great wizard, but never has anyone been giving Winky a present. Happy Christmas, Winky, replied Harry. The crying elf then turned to Hermione. And Harry Potter's Grandee is also giving Winky a present. She is being a great witch. It was nothing, said Hermione. Happy Christmas. Aren't you going to open them? Asked Harry while the adult Grangers watched in silence. Oh, yes, Winky is being opening them. She then tore into the package from Harry like a toddler and gasped when she saw what it was. She began another round of bawling as she held the gold necklace in her hands. This is being too beautiful for Winky. It suits you, insisted Harry. Why don't you put it on? Let me help you, offered Hermione when she noticed the elf's trembling hands. Once it was on, she told Winky it looked very pretty on her. When she looked like she was about to start crying, Hermione suggested, now, open mine. When that package was torn open, it revealed a magical sewing kit, along with an instruction manual and supplies. Hermione explained, since we can't give you clothes, I thought I'd give you the means to make your own. Winky began bawling yet again. Winky is a bad elf. Winky isn't getting presents for Harry Potter and his Grandee. That's all right, Winky, assured Harry. You didn't know we were giving you presents. You didn't expect to celebrate Christmas with us, so you didn't think you'd need presents, added Hermione. You're not a bad elf. You're a good one, insisted Harry, and we hope you have a very happy Christmas. Winky cried more, and after thanking both of them yet again, she popped away with her gifts. That was unusual, said Hermione's father, once the elf was gone. Could you tell us what that was? Added her mother. Harry and Hermione briefly explained house elves and said that Harry had recently hired Winky. After that, they resumed opening their presents. Harry noted regretfully that he did not receive a Weasley sweater for Christmas, although this year he got something from the Grangers instead. Both he and Hermione exchanged a look when he got through all his presents and did not receive his father's invisibility cloak. The rest of Christmas Day passed happily, with Winky popping up later with gifts, a dozen huge platters stacked with Christmas cookies for Harry and 6 large cakes for Hermione. All the cakes were decorated with pictures of Christmas scenes inside different houses. A small Santa would set gifts under the tree in one house, step into the fireplace while throwing powder into it, the flames would turn green and he'd appear in the fireplace of another and start spreading out more gifts. Each of the houses looked different and had a different toddler sleeping on the couch that would occasionally be woken up. It was the next day that Hermione had one of the most awkward conversations of her life. Hermione, said Marissa Granger. Yes, Mum. Since your father is out picking up dinner with Harry, I thought it might be a good time for us to have a little chat. Oh, asked Hermione, what about? Marissa sighed. You seem to have changed quite a bit since you went to Hogwarts. The 19-year-old girl got nervous. Really? She replied, trying to look nonchalant. In what ways? For one thing, the woman answered, looking into her daughter's eyes, you seem happier. I am, she replied. I really like it there a lot more than any other school I've been to. She sighed and honestly admitted, I've finally got friends. I'm happy for you. The older woman seemed to hesitate for a few seconds. Which brings me to Harry. You've called him your best friend. Oh, absolutely. You saw that we became friends before we even got on the platform, and he's helped me make other friends. Without him, I don't think I'd have any other friends, so I wouldn't enjoy my time at Hogwarts at all. Is he just your best friend? Hermione coughed at this question as her cheeks involuntarily colored. Oh, no, she thought. I'm about to get the talk. In the previous timeline, she'd avoided this until just before her 3rd year. She decided to misunderstand. No, he's good friends with other people as well. I think Neville Longbottom would also consider Harry to be his best friend. With a slight grin on her face, Marissa gently countered, that's not what I mean, and you know it. Hermione swallowed. If I must spell it out, I'm asking if you fancy him. The young woman in a girl's body couldn't stand how this younger body was responding to this inquisition. Whereas before traveling through time, her 18-year-old body had stopped blushing at these kinds of questions, this 12-year-old one couldn't help it. She didn't say anything as she desperately tried to keep her expression under control. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, assured her mother. He's a nice boy and has been good to you. He's also cute, don't you think? Hermione absolutely hated the stupid grin that forced its way onto her face with that question. Deciding she had to say something, Hermione decided on being a bit honest. Yeah, a bit, I suppose. It was partially honest. The truth would have been a much stronger statement. Marissa giggled just a bit. And those eyes. Hermione replied, not trusting herself to say anything, such as describing how looking into those emerald eyes makes her want to do things that no 12-year-old should think about, at least in her opinion. Taking a deep breath, her mum continued. I was going to wait a few years for this, but since you're already close friends with such a fine young man, I think we should have this discussion now. You see, you're just on the threshold of your feelings about boys, expanding to the point where you'll want to do things with them. Hermione suppressed a laugh as she saw how her mother was now getting embarrassed. Like what? She asked, feigning ignorance. Well, Ing for one. Ing a boy, Hermione repeated, pretending to be revolted. You think I want to Harry? The woman decided to have fun with this conversation, acting like an innocent little girl. Yet, she hadn't actually said she didn't want to Harry. Maybe not now, her mother assured her, seeming a bit happier, but soon. I don't know, replied Hermione. Pressing on, the woman added, I wanted to talk to you about that small apartment Harry carries around on his wrist. His trunk. Yes. You see, your father and I realized that it's a perfect, private place too, and we wanted to make sure that you remember that with the vanishing cabinet we can walk in on you anytime. That's not why Harry got that trunk, said Hermione defensively. We know that, dear, but in a few years, Harry might start thinking about that aspect of it and want to, take advantage of me, asked Hermione, who was now getting upset. Harry would never try to hurt me. He might not see it that way. He will not try to justify forcing someone to. I'm sorry, honey. You're probably right. Harry seems like a very nice young man. But there may be others who will try to do that. Hopefully, they don't all have their own private apartment. As far as I know, Harry's the only one who needs one. Hermione was subtly trying to get him some sympathy. The woman sighed. Just remember that you want your first to be special, not something you give up because some boy makes you feel obligated to or because he can't keep his hands off you. First, Hermione thought. If only you knew, I'll remember. And while we're on the subject, although you're far too young to consider it, I thought we could talk a bit about. Although Adam Granger had considered talking to Harry about girls, figuring the Dursleys never would, he was afraid he'd only give the boy ideas. He did manage to mention that the vanishing cabinet in the house meant that he and his wife could step into that apartment any time. He figured that would at least discourage Harry from using the special trunk to his advantage. He drove slowly as they picked up dinner so that his wife and daughter would have all the time they needed to talk, which luckily, they did. Dinner was a very quiet affair, with Hermione acting embarrassed, and afterward Harry asked if he could talk to her. They walked to her newly redecorated room and closed the door. I hope Mum doesn't think I'm studying what we talked about, she stated once the door closed. What did you talk about? He asked, now curious. Boys in general, and you in particular. A conversation we didn't originally have for a few more years. Oh, he replied with a smirk. Did you learn anything new that we could try out? Shut up, she said, grinning as she lightly smacked his arm. It was interesting pretending that I've never even ed before. Harry silently grinned. That I don't even want to, that I find it gross. He chuckled. It's not funny. I have to be her perfect, innocent 12-year-old little girl when I'm sorry, Harry replied sincerely. I know you don't like lying to your parents. I should be happy they're here, but I'm worried about, she trailed off as he wrapped her in a hug. She cried on his shoulder for a few minutes before stopping. You'd better go before my parents do get worried. All right, he agreed before giving her a quick. I can't wait until we're old enough to date openly, he said softly before opening the door and leaving. Me, neither, Hermione whispered. It was a few days later that the young couple realized something was very, very wrong. They were alone in the house while her parents were working. Harry, Hermione asked, how long has it been since the last time you wrote to Kingsley? Harry sighed. About a week, without any response. I'm worried. You would think that Sirius would be free now with the Crouch family out of the way. I know, he replied, clearly frustrated. I wonder if there's someone else high up in the ministry that doesn't want to free Sirius. It's a possibility, she replied, but who? I don't know. I think someone was pressuring Kingsley and he didn't like it, but in his last letter he did tell us not to involve him in anything illegal. Maybe he was trying to say that the only way we'll be able to free Sirius is illegal. Break him out of Azkaban? Harry questioned before shrugging his shoulders. Do you know where it is? She nodded. He stood up from his chair. Then let's go, Harry. We can't just go there and break someone out. But we've got to plan it out so we don't end up in the cell next to him. Oh, conceded Harry. I suppose. Fine. Hermione, you're right. You've always been right, and you always will be right. That's better, she said with a smirk. The rest of the holidays went by quickly, with Harry getting his cavities filled, and both Harry and Hermione getting braces, all thoroughly unpleasant experiences, along with New Year's Eve, where Harry ate Hermione's cheek at the stroke of midnight while her parents were properly ing. Shortly thereafter, the kids were told to go to their bedrooms. Both kids' braces were disillusioned inside Harry's trunk so that no one could tell they had braces without actually touching their teeth. They promised the Grangers they'd make them visible for every adjustment. Plans were made for liberating Harry's cloak from Dumbledore's office, assuming it was there, and the beginnings of the Azkaban breakout plan were made, although much work would be required before they would attempt it. Before they knew it, the couple was back at platform 9 3/4. Now, be careful, both of you, and don't do anything that could get you into trouble, instructed Marissa Granger to both Harry and Hermione. She turned to Harry while her husband hugged Hermione. I'm glad to have gotten to know you better. I hope you can visit us this summer. She engulfed him in a tight hug. If you ever want to talk to an adult who's not your teacher, I want you to write me, Harry. She then whispered, or even visit. Thanks, Marissa, Harry replied, his face showing that he was touched by what she'd said. Molly Weasley had never actually made that offer in the original timeline, although Harry figured that he could have talked to her about things if he'd asked. Turning to her daughter and hugging her, she said, I love you, Hermione. Adam shook Harry's hand, and together, they carried the trunks onto the train. Harry had explained that he wanted to have a visible trunk so that he didn't call more attention to himself. Keep an eye on my daughter, Adam told him before leaving the train. Make sure she doesn't study so much she doesn't enjoy life. I will, sir. A few minutes later, Hermione and he had settled down in their compartment and were joined by Neville. Hi, guys. How was your Christmas? Great, replied Harry honestly. It was the best one I ever had. With a grin he added, except that her dad attacked me with a drill. Hermione's expression turned to outrage as her hands went on her hips. What's a drill? Asked Neville. A Muggle device used to put holes in things like wood, answered Harry. He used it in my mouth. What? Asked Neville, looking scared. Harry James Potter, said Hermione in a no-nonsense tone of voice. You will properly explain what my father did. I will not have Neville believing him to be some kind of maniac. Fine, Harry sighed. He was fixing some of my teeth. I don't recall if Hermione told you both her parents are dentists, the Muggle equivalent of teeth healers I suppose. Oh, responded Neville, looking a bit relieved. How was your Christmas, Neville? Good. Gran gave me. Finding out what Neville's grandmother gave him would have to wait until later, because at that moment, they were interrupted by the 3 clowns of Slytherin. Well, if it isn't Scarhead, the Mudblood and the Squib. Crabbe and Goyle laughed. Shove off, Malfoy, yelled Harry, getting his wand out, unless you want to be humiliated again. He glanced at Hermione and slightly moved his eyes toward the 3 Slytherins. She winked at him. Big talk, Scarhead. Pointing his wand in Draco's general direction, Harry said, I don't care which unforgivables your daddy taught you over break, I can still humiliate you just as badly as I did when. At that moment, Draco fell on his knees and proceeded to violently vomit on the floor. While he was shaking and sweating, Harry performed a banishing charm to force him to, get your filth out of here, you slimy pookblood. He pointed his wand at Crabbe while Hermione aimed at Goyle. You two, get out of here before we make you lick Malfoy's mess up. The two ran out of there, stepping in the filth on their way out. Harry quickly vanished cleansed the air and closed the door. He turned his attention to Hermione. Nice hex. Thanks, she replied, it should last about an hour. I'm surprised you didn't do the same thing as last ride, he commented. I forgot. By the way, Nev, said Harry, changing the subject. We got you a little something for Christmas. He pulled a wrapped package out of his pocket while Hermione did the same. Neville's ears turned pink as he responded, you didn't have to. Classes were quite easy for Harry and Hermione, who did continue to help Neville a lot. However, their main focus was two different projects, one of which would be much easier than the other, yet both had one thing in common, they involved breaking and entering. The first and simplest of these missions occurred during dinner a few days into the new term. Harry and Hermione had taken their time eating their meal and being seen by everyone sitting near them, as well as most of the staff, including Dumbledore. About 15 minutes into the dinner, the headmaster got up and left the room, returning after 10 minutes and taking a piece of cake. Once Harry and Hermione left the Great Hall, they used their time turner. Harry enlarged his broomstick after removing it from his pocket and mounted it, allowing Hermione to get on behind him, hugging herself tightly to him. This is cozy, Harry commented with a grin. I suppose so, she said. Being an owl animagus helped her overcome most of her fear of heights, but she still didn't really like riding brooms. However, she knew that Harry loved it and she did enjoy hugging him like that, so she didn't talk about her discomfort. In fact, hugging Harry tightly was the reason she'd decided to join him rather than transform and fly up there herself. I'll disillusion you and then you do the same to me. She then touched his head with her wand and watched her boyfriend disappear. A few moments later, she felt his wand lightly tap her head, followed by the cold sensation associated with that spell. I'm taking off now, Harry warned, in hopes of not frightening Hermione. He did know she didn't enjoy flying on brooms. About halfway up to their destination, he commented, I wonder if I can control a broom in my form. I doubt it, she replied, with a bit of laughter in her voice. I should try sometime. Not with me on the broom, you won't. I'll need to be ready to catch you when you fall. It's just not fair that your form can fly but mine can't, he complained. Life isn't fair, she replied. Anyway, we're here. Harry let go of the broom with his right and got his special wand out. Wordlessly, he vanished the glass of Dumbledore's large window and flew inside. Harry noticed Fawkes watching them intently, but not making a sound. Once they'd dismounted the broom, Harry whispered, Accio, my dad's invisibility cloak. He didn't think it would be that easy, but he thought they might learn something from the spell, and he was right. After a second, they heard a sound similar to a pillow hitting a wall, coming from inside a drawer in the headmaster's desk. There, whispered Hermione. Harry reached out to open it, but was stopped by his girlfriend slapping his hand. Wait, I need to check it for hexes. She pointed her wand at the appropriate place and shot a few spells at the drawer, causing it to turn red. You see, you'd have gotten a mild shock and your hand would have turned blue for days. You'd have gotten a scot. I'm sorry, he apologized, properly chastised. Let's see, she mumbled more to herself than Harry as she went through a list of counter-jinxes in her mind. I've got it, she declared, finally causing the drawer to turn blue. She touched it with no problems and opened the drawer, revealing the cloak. At that moment, they heard something they'd hoped to avoid. Tootsie Rolls, announced the voice of Albus Dumbledore. He's not in this room, Harry commented. He must have a listening charm at the entrance, commented Hermione as she grabbed the cloak and closed the drawer. That's how he knows who's at his door. While she was replacing the spells on the drawer with her special wand so that the signature couldn't be traced, they heard footsteps echoing up the stairs. The hallway, too, commented Harry as he mounted his broom. Get on. Hermione obeyed and they quickly flew out the window, with her performing a reparo charm on it once they were through. He can see through invisibility cloaks, said Harry, so he probably could see through the disillusionment charm as well. While he was talking, he shot straight up until he was above the castle, and then flew over it toward the other side. Only when they were above the castle did they slow down. They managed to get where they belonged before the full hour was up, so they weren't missed. Professor Dumbledore had been spearing a piece of steak with his fork when he felt a security ward go off in his office. He had them in place whenever he was out of the office because he had many valuable objects there, as well as books with information that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. He didn't make them sound a loud alarm for a few reasons. One is that it could cause a panic, and the other is to lure the culprit into a false sense of security. He ate the food on his fork and stood up. "Excuse me, but nature is calling," he said before walking out of the Great Hall. He made his way to his office as quickly as possible, giving the gargoyle his password, Tootsie Rolls, before walking up the stairs. He knew that the intruder could hear him, but there was no way for him or her to escape that quickly. The flow only worked for him, and he was the only one who could make a portkey that went through Hogwarts wards. When he opened the door, everything looked untouched. He quickly used his wand to try to detect any hexes in the area, as well as to see if any of his own security charms had been removed. The only thing he could find was that the ward for detecting intruders had been set off. Everything else was exactly as it had been. He turned to his phoenix, wishing he could communicate telepathically with it, as many people seemed to believe he could. "Fox, did you see the intruder who was just here?" The bird nodded its head in response. "Did the intruder steal anything?" The phoenix shook its head in the negative. "Will you help me find the intruder?" The phoenix shook its head again. "Very well," sighed Dumbledore, knowing that it was absolutely useless arguing with that bird. Obviously, Fox was of the opinion that whoever was in the office did nothing wrong. Albus sighed once more and left, wondering how they exited so quickly. For all he knew, Fox had personally flamed them out and returned. "Now we each have our own invisibility cloak," declared Hermione, who was claiming the Crouch cloak for herself, which Harry had no objections to. They were in the room of requirement later that night discussing their success. "I just still can't believe he'd keep mine from me just because I've gotten him upset at me." "That's theft." Hermione giggled. "It's not funny. I was just remembering how irresponsible I thought he was being the first time around when he gave you the cloak. I mean, you used it to sneak around after curfew the very first night you had it." He chuckled a bit at the memory. "I suppose." He shrugged his shoulders. "To give him the benefit of the doubt, which I don't know if he deserves or not, he might have intended to give it to me later, after he thought he could trust me to be a good little boy." "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "The trouble is that he had no right to make that decision. He can't choose whether or not I should inherit my parents' stuff. He also had no right to choose where I was placed after my parents died." "Harry," his companion said with concern. He sighed. "I know. There's no point in worrying about the past. I just wish he'd stop acting like he's God, that he alone is able to decide right from wrong, interfering with anybody else's rights as he goes." "I know," agreed Hermione. "So, have you come up with a plan to break Sirius out of Azkaban yet?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, but I did decide on one thing. We need the plans to Azkaban, and there's only one place we'll be able to find them." He grinned at her. "Let me guess. We're going to break into the Ministry." "Exactly, Harry. You've already broken in there once, so how hard can it be? Maybe we can frame someone else for being drunk and get them in trouble." With a grin on her face, Hermione replied, "No, as funny as it was to see Umbridge's picture like that in The Prophet, we shouldn't do things like that. You technically shouldn't have done that to her either, but I understand how much temptation that was, and can't say I wouldn't have done something similar to that wicked witch." Taking a deep breath to stop himself from laughing, he commented, "The Ministry is a lot less secure now than it was when Voldemort was in charge. I just had to." A few nights later, while one set of Harry and Hermione were in their beds at Hogwarts, another set, with the aid of a time turner, had just arrived at the Ministry of Magic. They'd left the school through the One-Eyed Witch secret passage, and once they were clear of Hogwarts wards, they disillusioned themselves and apparated directly to the lobby. They brought their cloaks with them, because cloaks seemed to work better than the spell, but the spell offered more freedom of movement. Just as before, Harry unfunded the guard. However, this time they didn't ride the lift all the way to level 9, the Department of Mysteries. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, announced the lift just before it opened. Both the intruders were invisible, but that didn't stop the Auror on duty from pointing his wand at the door and asking, "Who's there?" When there was no response except for sounds indicating someone leaving the lift, he shouted, "Stop, or I'll fire." "Stupefy," whispered Harry, quickly taking down their opponent. "Harry," hissed Hermione, "you shouldn't have." "Ow," said the disillusioned Harry as a yellow beam of light from the side hit him. Hermione heard him fall and said, "Protega," just in time to block the same spell from hitting her. "Surrender, in the name of the Ministry," shouted a woman's voice, giving Hermione a target. This female Auror was invisible as well. "Stupefy," she thought, and from the crash a moment later, Hermione knew the spell had made contact. She peered all around her and listened for any sound. After about 30 seconds, she heard a familiar voice groan. "What was that?" Harry quietly asked as Hermione followed the voice to her companion's side. "Are you all right?" she demanded. "My shoulder's sore and I've got a headache. I think I banged my head after that spell hit me." "You may have a concussion," she replied. "Maybe, but I can't exactly lie down here, can I?" "I suppose not. Let me help you up. Can you see the distortion my hand is making?" She wiggled her fingers to help him. "Yes," he replied a few seconds later before taking her hand. Once they were both standing up, Hermione stated, "I'll modify their memories on the way out. For now, we need to hurry." They made their way as quickly as possible and got to Director Amelia Bones' office without any troubles. They'd had to confront a few more Aurors who weren't paying attention, but that was it. Hermione then started scanning the door for any wards while Harry stood guard. After 5 long minutes, she finally opened the door, commenting, "Madam Bones had a lot of wards on her office." "I guess she didn't want it broken into," replied Harry with a grin. Right after they walked in, the door closed itself. "I just hope the plans are in this room." "There'd be no point in summoning them, though," commented Hermione. "They'd be charmed against that. We'll have to carefully look through the office. Let's get started." They did just that, scanning every drawer and cabinet for hexes before opening them, until finally after nearly 2 hours, Harry said, "I think I found it." He was looking at a paper he'd pulled out of a file cabinet. Hermione walked over and examined it for a few seconds. "Yes, that's it. It's got a map and a listing of every prisoner." She carefully looked at every page before replacing the documents. "That should be enough. Let's get this office looking exactly like it did before we arrived." Once that was done, Harry put the time turner around both their necks, wincing when Hermione touched his shoulder. "Are you all right?" she asked, concerned. "That's just where I was hit by that spell. Once we're back, maybe you should look at it." "I will. I'm glad you're allowing that voluntarily. I think it was just Infligo, but I don't know that for sure," he replied. "Anyway, are you ready to go back in time?" "Sure." He turned the hourglass twice, and they waited silently for about 5 minutes until the door opened. They waited until they heard Harry's voice say, "I guess she didn't want it broken into." They quickly slid out the door and shut it behind them. On the way out, they obliviated the Aurors they'd stunned and revived them, making them believe nothing had happened. They managed to sneak out of the Ministry and back to Hogwarts with no further problems. They went to the Room of Requirement, where Harry took off his shirt for Hermione to examine his shoulder. "You are starting to develop muscle," commented Hermione as she ran scans on his bruised shoulder. "In a few more years, I won't be able to keep my hands off of you." "In a few years?" he questioned, acting like he was insulted. "Well, you are only 11. I mean, there's not much on me right now to, You're still beautiful," he interrupted. She blushed for a moment before saying, "According to the scans, you're simply bruised. It looks like the spell simulated a good punch." "I didn't think it was good," he complained. "Ah, do you want me to it and make it all better?" "Yes," he replied with a smirk. "Too bad." She then pointed her wand at the shoulder, healing it instantly. "Can I still get a..." The next day, Harry and Hermione were back in the Room of Requirement, looking over Azkaban's layout displayed above several thought spheres. Hermione was taking notes on all of them in a Muggle notebook. She sighed aloud, getting Harry's attention as he was trying to commit the cell locations to memory. Do you see all the security around the island? No wonder it took several months before Voldemort broke his people out. He was also trying to steal the prophecy at the same time, countered Harry, so he was distracted. She took a deep breath. That may make a bit of a difference, but this is still going to take over a month to plan. The weeks passed slowly as Hermione, with Harry's help when she wasn't shooing him away in annoyance, planned the break into Azkaban. They weren't using the time turner for that, figuring that since they had most of their assignments for the year done in advance thanks to the Pensieve, they'd remembered all the assignments from first year from all the classes except DADA and Potions, who had different teachers this time around, so they worked on that when they would have worked on their classes. Hermione's Azkaban notes were charmed to look like Transfiguration notes to anyone who happened to glance at them. They had, however, already had to use the time turner to get their braces adjusted, and Hermione had to admit she enjoyed seeing her parents so soon, even if it meant she had to endure the hardships of braces. They both made sure to disillusion them once they got back to Hogwarts. Harry had been delighted the day Hedwig showed up with his new Amazing Spider-Man comic book, and Hermione had to stop him from using the time turner to read it, saying, "We can't just use it for frivolous things. It's only for our mission." With Hermione busily planning their mission to rescue Sirius, leaving Harry with nothing to do, he took on an extra mission, getting to know Remus Lupin better. When Harry really thought about it, about the only time he'd ever been alone with Moony in the previous timeline had been during his Patronus lessons. Then again, Harry hadn't had much time alone with Sirius, either. He vowed to change both of those problems. With that in mind, Harry walked up to Lupin's office one Saturday that he knew was nowhere near the full moon and knocked on the door. After about 30 seconds, the door was opened and the defense instructor smiled down at the first-year student. "Hello, Harry," he greeted warmly. "Won't you come in?" "Hi, Professor Lupin." When he'd sat down inside the office, Remus asked, "What can I do for you?" Harry decided to act a bit more unsure of himself than he really was. "Well, sir, I've heard that you used to be a good friend of my father's, and, I thought maybe, you could, tell me about him. My mum, too, if you knew her, too." Harry was genuinely surprised by the large grin that appeared on the werewolf's face. "Yes, Harry, that is true. I did know both of your parents, and honestly, I've thought about talking to you about them 100 times but never went through with it. I didn't want to summon you to this office and let you think you were in trouble, but anyway, I'm glad you came to me." Remus sighed for a moment as he got a faraway look in his eyes. "I first met them." He then proceeded to tell Harry more about his parents than the boy who learned during his previous 7 years in the wizarding world. However, he wasn't told about his father being an animagus, nor was Sirius Black's name mentioned. Remus simply said that, "Another friend of ours," whenever Padfoot had been part of the story. Hermione was sitting next to Harry one morning at breakfast when Hedwig flew into the Great Hall and landed right in front of her. She found that the snowy owl had a card attached to her leg. "Good morning, Hedwig," Hermione said while detaching the card. "Morning, girl," greeted Harry as he held out a piece of bacon for her. "That's your handwriting," Hermione commented as she examined the envelope closely, reading her name. Harry grinned. "You were correct." Her eyebrows came closer together as she stared at him. "Why did you send me a card?" Harry's eyebrows came up. "Don't you know what day it is?" "Friday," she answered. "What does?" "The date," interrupted Harry, while chuckling. "February 14th, oh." She frowned. With a genuine smile, Harry said, "Happy Valentine's Day." Blushing, Hermione responded, "Thanks, Harry," before whispering, "Didn't we agree not to be romantic in public until 3rd year?" In his normal voice, Harry replied, "I've heard that it's good to give any female friends Valentine's Day cards, and you're my best friend." He then whispered, "I know. That's why I didn't get you a gift, but I wanted to at least give you a card." "I should have gotten you a card," she said with a hint of concern. "Don't worry about it. It's a standard card, anyway. It's the thought that counts and I wasn't thinking about you at all," she admitted sadly. "You've been busy with your studying. Believe me, I understand." "That's no excuse," she whispered before sighing. "At least my studying is almost done." He grinned. That's good, and is a lot more important than Valentine's Day. He added in a whisper, it's more important to treat people with love every day than to just remember holidays. The next weekend was the Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff match, which originally had been refereed by Snape, but was now handled by Madam Hooch like all the other matches. Although many aspects of the game were different, including that the referee wasn't blatantly against Gryffindor, thus allowing them more points, the snitch did make an appearance very early in the game and Harry caught it, matching his record catch from the previous timeline. It was the only game where he remembered when and where the snitch had made its appearance, as he refused to watch previous games in his pensieve, but he would never forget that particular catch. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.